Only 4 race weekends remain in the British touring car season, and this weekend we ascend the rolling hills just northwest of Edinburgh for our annual Scottish pilgrimage to Knockhill. Now, the undulations of this track very much echo the ups and downs that we've seen in the championship battles so far. And last time out in Croft, we were treated to an action-packed weekend, but the scales tipped in the balance of VERTU's leading man.
It is round 16 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship, race 1 of 3 at Croft. The lights go out now, and a good getaway is made by Cavish.
Oh, and that's Doble off.
Smiley hit the curb, came across the front of Shedden. Smiley off the road. Ash Sutton, championship leader pre-race, in the pits with a puncture. Tom Ingram wins for first race of the day.
Mentally for Tom, that's a turning point maybe for him. A race win and your title contenders on the back foot.
Round 17 is go. Good getaway this time around by Camish. Sutton is 7th already, and we've still got half the race to go. It's a robo win at Croft, but Ash Sutton 5th from 20th on the grid.
These drivers are at the top of their game. Impressive from Ash, but not surprising.
Should be a good start by Moffat, it is. It's a good getaway by Rainford on that hard time. Ingram right round the outside, there's contact, he's sideways. Can he hang on to a big slide? Yes, he can. But off the road goes Camish, is that way wide. Dan tries to hang on to it, he's back across the road and bang, there's big contact. Sutton leads at the end of the lap, what a move.
He's done it. Fantastic.
A 47th career win.
It's getting really close to the top now. 8 points is nothing. There's no one that's going to be relaxing before Knockhill, that's for sure.
The weekend at Croft, Tom Ingram is the man that emerges from the chaos at the top of the championship standings, but that final race win for Ash Sutton means their rivalry is still hotly contested as the business end of the season approaches us. Another man with a win under his belt at Croft, Sutton's teammate Dan Rowbottom, who sits in 3rd. Dan Camish remains in 4th after that unfortunate DNF. Tom Chilton and Adam Morgan tied on points in 5th and 6th, and defending champion Jake Hill is next, with the top 8 completed by rookie Charles Rainford. In the team standings, it remains a clear 2-horse race this season, with Napa Racing and Team VERTU going blow for blow and well clear of their competitors below them. Mikey Doble and Chris Smiley still lead the way in the independents drivers' standings, with Restart Racing sitting atop the team's division. Darryl de Leon is our Jack Sears leader as things stand, but the impressive Charles Rainford is still applying the pressure. As always here at Knockhill, a passionate crowd of touring car aficionados have arrived to get their favourite spots ahead of a weekend's racing that always provides thrills and spills and often championship-defining moments. Hello, good morning. I am delighted to say it's a warm welcome here in Knockhill, quite unexpected, I've got to say, and welcome to our team. Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards and Paul O'Neill. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out why we love coming here. It is absolutely stunning. But it is also, Tim, the location of plenty of drama. It plays a critical role in the championship, doesn't it?
Yes, and a great place to welcome you, Nikki, to the madhouse that is the BTCC.
Thank you! I'm in for the roller coaster ride. I'm here for it. I'm here for every minute.
Very appropriate. But look, we all love coming to Scotland. It's almost like our foreign event. We get a great welcome here. It's a completely unique track of twists and turns, 3 blind crests. We're at the cutting edge of the championship, so drivers want things to go well, but there's a lot of jeopardy attached to racing here. So it's a mixture of controlled aggression, attacking, defending, but trying to get through those 3 races without too much incident.
Yeah, celebrates the brave, but punishes those mistakes, doesn't it? Now, Paul, obviously since the last time he raced, awful news. A huge fire has taken down Power Max Racing headquarters. Can you just give us a bit of an update on that?
Yeah, absolutely terrible. I couldn't think of anything worse as a driver. Getting the phone call from my team boss saying everything's gone, the cars are done, the whole team's gone, got a couple of trucks left, that's it. But the whole motorsport community's pulled together, and they've got 2 new Cupras out there, and it's honestly unbelievable in that such a short time scale, and also up in Scotland, it's so far away. Amazing.
It really is incredible to see, and we're really hoping them a successful weekend here. We will have a report on that with Louise later in the show. Jade, let's have a quick look back at all the action that went down in Croft. It was a busy one, that's for sure. I mean, Tom Ingram has come out on top with an 8-point lead, but let's talk about that moment in the final race. I mean, it was a special one.
Yeah, I mean, race 3 is always pretty frantic, and I think Tom would have known that as well in terms of who was around him on the grid. We had Aidan Moffat, who was on pole for that race, race, and we can see it here. Aiden was always going to be defensive because he wants that win, he wants that good result, but Aiden actually didn't do much wrong here. He sort of clipped the curb on the inside. There was a little bit of contact as Tom came across, but then he just holds that slide and it goes on and on and on. He said afterwards it felt like it went on forever, but it's really a credit to his ability here, where he's correcting the slide but also not overcorrecting it, because that barrier on the left is pretty close. But overall for Tom, a brilliant weekend at Croft.
It was, I mean, the skill, it was a heart in mouth moment, that's for sure. Tim, let's talk about what happened with Ash Sutton. He had a puncher in the first race, but what a comeback drive.
Yeah, I mean, this is what BTCC fans love, a charge from the back. There are none better than Ash Sutton and perhaps Tom Ingram. This was the decisive move. He went for a gap that Shedden was heading for, had a little bit of contact, but ended up coming through in front. In fact, he drove the rest of the race with his steering at 45 degrees, but a magnificent charge.
It was indeed. And this rivalry that is playing out, Paul, between the two of them at the top, we do love a good BTC rivalry, don't we?
We love to see it, and I don't think we've seen enough of it in the past, and it's great to see it's getting a little bit spicy. I think it started at Thruxton, they were into each other, you know, they really want this. One of them has got to win, but for me, I'm just gutted that there isn't a Jake Hill in there as well, or some other people to make it a little bit more spicy, but I think it's going to come good.
Well, let's see what happens this weekend. It is now time to go to our qualifying report with David Addison.
In a season of 3 first-time winners, it was a fresh face that claimed a maiden pole position in qualifying yesterday, with BMW doing what it had done at Brands Hatch and looking like the brand to beat. It was another fascinating qualifying session, and it had a sting in the tail. In Q1, the usual frantic final few minutes triggered lap time losses for track limit offences, with home hero Gordon Shedden being the first big name to be eliminated in his Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla. Next to go was Tom Chilton, who felt that his lap in the Team VERTU Hyundai was a really good one. The clock disagreed. Ash Sutton got into Q2, but had a massive moment at the chicane with his Napa Racing UK Ford Focus way up on 2 wheels. Ash, with just 3 seconds of boost per lap, was gone and will line up 10th. As normal, it was all eyes on the final Kwik 6, 3 of which were WSR-run BMWs. Remember them? After a really tough season, it was great to see the cars back on the pace and in the mix. Ultimately, Senna Proctor's Team VERTU Hyundai was 6th behind teammate Tom Ingram, who was content with just 1 second of boost per lap. 4th was Dan Rowbottom's Ford Focus, but here's the sting in the tail. Robo's Ford was discovered to be underweight after the session by 2.5 kilos, so was excluded and will start last of all. Ingram therefore moves up to 4th ahead of Proctor, and Dan Camish gets into the top 6. And at the front, 3rd is reigning champion Jake Hill, who really wanted to be on pole.
I mean, I'd love to have been on pole, can't lie, you know, especially on my return, but you know, I've got a little bit less hybrid than those boys, but nonetheless they did a fantastic job, and it's great to have BMW 123.
Second, a best ever qualifying effort was Daryl De Leon, who also wanted pole, but was content at least to be on the front row.
I'm so happy that I'm at the sharp end, and massive well done to Charles. He's obviously hooked it up. So yeah, I just can't wait to race tomorrow.
And pole, Charles Rainford in the best of the BMWs, having topped FP2. Charles had never clinched a pole in Porsche racing, so this was a mighty boost to his confidence, and one that he relished after an excellent effort.
Special moment. My performance, I can't even believe it. It's just something that I dream of, you know.
So it's a BMW lockout at the front of the grid. Which one of them, though, is going to come out on top? But don't rule out Tom Ingram. He's there, ready and poised, ready to strike just in case the BMWs offer him an opportunity.
Well, I don't think it was any surprise to see a BMW on pole, although I don't think anyone would have predicted which one. Congratulations to Charles Rainford on that. Tim, a bit of a disappointing qualifying for Napa Racing, though.
Well, particularly for Ash Sutton, obviously championship contender. Didn't have much boost to use, but nevertheless, he'd be disappointed. He hasn't really got the car hooked up round here. And we saw from Rowbottom, who's in 3rd place in the championship, the car is quick. He was obviously really unfortunate to lose that 4th place on the grid. He would have been a great ally for Ash Sutton in that race because he could have defended against Tom Ingram. So it's a big blow for the Napa team, but I think Ash is capable of coming through. We've seen that already from the VT from Croft, but it's not as easy to pass here, but I'm looking forward to race 1 and seeing what he can do.
Yeah, Paul, what's your view? I mean, Ash is starting from P10, struggling to put in the 1 lap pace here.
Yeah, difficult, but I think that just shows, for me, that the Hyundai is the better car at the minute, and Ash has been amazing to do what he's done with his own car. But strategy-wise, it's been brilliant for him, and that was a moment yesterday through qualifying. I mean, to me, that isn't really a setup thing. That's just the fact he was overdriving the car, like Tim said on the way here. That is proper Gabriele Tarquini spec. And like Tim said when I was listening in the commentary, the reason that's happened is because he's kept his throttle open and not turned into the slide because he wanted full momentum, because he thought, I'll get away with this. And then you go, no, we're in the gravel.
Just quickly there as well, I spoke to the team and they said that he was on two wheels for 70 metres for that moment there, which is pretty long time.
He needs to go into stunt driving. Wow, what skill to recover there. Jade, let's talk about, though, pole position for Charles Rainford and his first ever career pole, period. Amazing.
Yeah, I find that unbelievable in terms of what he's done in the past, and he's never had a pole. He's fairly new to motorsport in terms of driving, because obviously he had a career in something else prior to that, but he's one of these drivers that just takes everything in his stride. I've said it at the start of the year, he's the happiest guy on the grid, which takes some beating when we've got Tom Chilton here as well. But he is just working really hard.
Yeah.
He takes negatives in his stride and then he really makes the positives work, and he's the happiest guy on pole position, and he said he's going to enjoy the moment yesterday, then go to sleep, and then today's a new day and he's going to work hard towards victories as well.
And so well deserved, him. I mean, what a great prospect he has, a future here in touring cars.
Yeah, I mean, he's just immersed himself into the Touring Car Championship. He's slotted in like he's always been around, but he's been around the paddock. He was a Carrera Cup race winner, so he knows the paddock. His family are well involved, but he's just such a great part and addition to the championship.
Yeah, indeed. Well, one driver who has really had a bright start as his return to the grid halfway through the season is Senna Proctor. He's catching up with Louise Goodman.
Well, Senna, fourth race back in the British Touring Car Championship. I think it's fair to say it's going pretty well. I mean, last time out at Croft, you could not have been happy with that one at your home race as well.
Yeah, no, we made a bit of a mess of the qualifying on Saturday, so it definitely gave me work to do on the Sunday. But to come from 8th to 3rd and then 18th to 3rd in the third race, 2 podiums at my home meeting was a pretty special one after a few years out.
Just tell us about that drive in race 3, because as you say, 18th to a podium. Could you have dreamt of that when you were sitting in P18 on the grid?
Yeah, no, I kind of thought there was nothing to lose. With the first 2 laps, everything just every gap that could have opened up did, and we just found ourselves in the top 10 after a couple of laps, and then, after that, it was just a case of picking people off slowly. We knew we had plenty of TTB, the turbo boost left, so we just utilised that and made the best of it.
I mean, you kind of signalled right from the outset that you were really comfortable in the car. I mean, you qualified in the top 6 at Thruxton, back in the top 6 again. I mean, you're up to P5 now on today's grid. So you just have gelled pretty much straight away with this car. Did that surprise you after so long away?
Yeah, I mean, you always believe that you can do it, but it was always the can we do it? Where are we going to stack up? We're going to stack up 5th, 6th, 12th, 13th. We haven't been outside the top 10 yet in qualifying, so that's something I'm quite proud of as well. We ran out of new tyres yesterday in Q3 as well, so we were just kind of a bit of a sitting duck in Q3, but we made the best of it, and we line up today, and we'll be attacking forward again.
Well, what are your thoughts? How far forward can you go? Because those BMWs are going to be pretty difficult, aren't they?
Yeah, the BMWs are certainly going to be the issue today for us. We need to try and pick them off early on in race 1, as everybody knows. They do take a couple of laps to generate the front tyre temp. We'll be attacking hard early on, but we've just got to also make sure that we finish and bring home the points as well. So either way, we just need to come away from here with 3 more top 7, 8s, whatever it may be, and just try and also bring home some trophies, but they'll come in the meantime.
Have fun out there.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Lovely stuff. So Senna Proctor very much on the attack. Thank you to Louise for that. So we have a timetable full of action-packed racing today. We are going to kick things straight off with the first BTCC race before a quick sprint with the Porsches, which takes us into the lunch break. Then, of course, the Minis will make their first appearance before our second BTCC race at 2:35. Don't miss that one. Followed by a couple of Porsche races with the F4s sandwiched in between. That is all coming up before our touring car finale at 5:25. So lots to cheer on today at Knockhill, but after the break we will be paying homage to Power Maxed Racing and the truly remarkable effort that they have made to somehow make it onto the grid today after the devastating fire they suffered last week.
after races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake?
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Welcome back to Knockhill, where at this point of the season, every team is used to having a few knockbacks, but no team has endured what Power Max Racing have over the last few weeks, after wildfires engulfed their racing base, destroying everything in its wake. Amazingly, though, they are still running 2 Cupras in the BTCC today, and yesterday, Louise Goodman caught up with team principal Adam Weaver to hear the story behind this phenomenal effort from his team.
what a week you've had. Just sum it up for us in a few words if you can.
I don't know if there's any words that can cover it, Lou. I mean, I think in some ways we probably had the worst week of our life and the best week of our life. You know, we've gone from a catastrophic fire to seeing the best in humanity, really. I was getting a lot of telephone calls and messages saying there's a fire near your work, and after I'd got 2 or 3 of these I thought I'd better jump in the car and go and have a look, but as I got closer and closer I could see that it was actually us that was on fire rather than the fire near work, so that was pretty horrific to witness. To watch sort of 20 years of our working life burnt in 20 minutes was pretty painful, to be honest.
The first thing that said, right, how do we get to Knockhill? You know, it was just a case of, for Mikey being back in the lead of the championship again, the Independence Championship after Croft, it was a case of we've just got to keep this going, we've just got to find some way of getting to Knockhill.
Just started racking our brains as to where we could get cars from, and first one that sprung to mind, Roddy Patterson had told me that he bought the Scott Sumpton car from last year and it was sat in his garage, and so that was my first telephone call, and without hesitation he was absolutely come and get it. The second one was unlimited, and we managed to come to an arrangement where they'd actually effectively stand their car down and allow us to use it for this weekend. So ended up within a matter of hours and days back to 2 cars racing at Knockhill, and then worrying about where we find all of the kit to actually work on these things.
We've had guys here till God knows what time. I think last night was probably the latest. I think I actually managed to get into bed about 2:15 this morning. Alarm went off just before 6. The effort that everybody has put in to get here, and I mean everybody, is just incredible. We've still got some learning to do. Cars are new to us. We've obviously had the Astras for some time. But yeah, let's not, you know, joke about it. We would like to be successful.
I knew it was going to be emotional anyway, seeing the cars go out and sort of run for the first time, and they were all wrapped and looking pretty, but every single team owner, it looked like, and lots of the mechanics and the staff of the teams all came out and lined the pit wall and lined all the holding area and were watching the car going round, and they were playing music to inspire us to cry, I'm sure, over the tannoy, and everybody was sort of clapping and cheering. It was very difficult not to shed a tear.
Well, it starts me off just even thinking about it.
I'm adamant, Lou, I'm not going to cry for anything less than a win.
I mean, it really is unimaginable. You cannot help but shed a tear thinking about it. But good to see Adam Weaver there smiling at the end. You know, as he said, seeing the best in humanity. It really has been. The whole community, the whole paddock have pulled together, haven't they, Jade?
Yeah, I mean, it's from the announcement they first made, everyone sort of forgot the competition side of British touring cars and then just pulled together, and they've had help from all over the place. They've had, you know, companies that are providing bits of kit that are mandatory for the weekend. You know, we forget that their tyre allocation, their brake allocation, the carryovers, they're all gone. So they've had to start from scratch with everything, and everyone's pulled their weight. And like you say, Adam is a straight talking guy. I've worked with him, I've raced for him, and I love the environment, and it's great to see him so emotional about it, but also so fiercely determined to show everyone that that's not going to hold them back.
Exactly. Fighting talk from them, that's for sure. And Paul, I mean, again, just an amazing effort from the team, hasn't it been? I mean, have you ever seen anything like this in the history of motorsport? Absolutely
not. I've never seen devastation like it. It's just horrific. But what I've got to say is the way everyone's pulled together kind of doesn't surprise me. But when you get into the intricacies of it, like Jade was saying, that's where I'm very surprised, because these are competitors as well, you know, that are trying to beat them. And to have that new Cupra car on the grid in a short space of time, get it to Knockhill in Scotland is unbelievable. A completely different car than the Astra.
Yeah, well, this is the question, isn't it? It's all very well, they've got the car, so that's, you know, they've got a starting point, but at the end of the day, you know, even I was saying they've got no parts. They don't have a garage to operate from. How difficult is it for the team to get those cars in the right operating window, particularly at a track like Knockhill?
Yeah, exactly that. Me and Jade were just talking off air. You know, I've been here as a one-off substitute driver in a car I didn't really know, and it is so difficult. Jade will tell you, you need the car, absolute trust in any circuit and the car, but here, where there is no room for error, you've got to be 100% committed and know what's going to happen with the car. And I've got to say, Doble did a brilliant job yesterday. That was a proper effort. If they get a reverse grid today, I will cry again.
We're ready. We'll get the Kleenex tissues ready for you. It really is. We do wish them so much success this weekend. The points will hopefully come for them, and thank you again to the whole community and paddock to getting behind them. Now, after the break, don't go anywhere, because it is, of course, our first BTCC race of the weekend. You'd be mad to miss it.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Welcome back to Knockhill. The cars are on the grid, ready to go for round 19 of the British Touring Cars, which can only mean one thing. It is time to go down to Louise, who's in amongst it all.
Thank you, Nikki. A beautiful day here today at Knockhill. Few better places for a motor race than Knockhill on a day like today. It's absolutely gorgeous. Front row lockout, in fact, front 3 places on the grid locked out for BMW. And it is Charles Rainford who took pole position. I'm happy to report that standing over there, you'll be happy to hear, is not Charles Rainford. That is his twin brother, James. You cannot tell them apart. But this is the racing driver, the one here in the car, taking his first ever BTCC pole position. I mean, Charles, you won. First time out at Brands Hatch. What's taking you so long with the pole?
You know what? It's one thing winning a race, but to get a pole position is quite tricky in this championship. You know, you can sometimes get lucky with the way the cars fall to you. But yeah, to get a pole position, you've got to do that on outright pace. All right, I have full boost, but certainly I'm going to take it for my pole position.
No, listen, it was an absolutely brilliant job, and you not only got the Goodyear Wingfoot Award for your pole position, you also got a very special trophy because you did your pole it here from a very special friend. Just tell us about that.
Yeah, you know, John's amazing. He's such a great friend, so it's an honour to get the John Cleland Award as well. It's going to go pride of place on the mantle shelf. Say, John and I, he's been friends with my dad for years. We shared a car together at Goodwood many years ago. So to win that award from him and try and follow in his footsteps is, yeah, incredible.
Something very special. Of course, the trophy that you really want, though, is another victory. I mean, you've got teammate alongside you, teammate behind you. What are your thoughts? It's going to be really about just keeping it clean for the opening laps whilst you get your tyres up to speed, isn't it?
That's it, yeah. In that case, we'd say to keeping the tyres up to temperature, I'm in a fairly safe place, which is nice. I shouldn't be under a threat from a front-wheel drive car so early on. I think it's going to be a race of attrition, this. You know, 24 laps around here, you've got to go and jump through that chicane perfectly 24 times. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, the idea is hopefully we can get a BMW 123. That would be the goal, and just all the boys and girls, that would be a nice thank you back to them for all their hard work.
Good stuff. Well done, you. Well done for yesterday. Right, let's wander on down. So past Mr. De Leon, who had a fantastic yesterday. I mean, he was really quick, Daryl. He just didn't manage to get all of the sectors together. So, but he has got the other place on the front row, and both of them have out-qualified their very illustrious teammate, Jake Hill, who I'm happy to say is recovered, repaired. Excuse me, Creasy, honestly, always trying to get in there, aren't you? And back in the car this weekend. And Jake, it's great to have you back, fully recovered now.
Yeah, absolutely, Lou. Feel pretty good. Can't be too bad considering I'm sat P3. So yeah, should be a good race. Beautiful weather on the soft tyres. Got my 2 teammates in front. We're going to have a bit of a go.
Tell us about that, because as you say, you're on the soft tyres. I think it's 6 cars in this race on the soft tyres. The youth from BMW's Senna Proctor is the only other one in the top 5. So you've got to make the most of it, haven't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did sort of call it that Tom would probably go on the medium. If I was in his position, I would do the same, you know. But right now, for me personally, we're just looking for a good result. So just got to go try and get it.
Fingers crossed for you. Hope it goes well. Right, let's go over and have a word with Tom Ingram, who kind of got lucky yesterday. Obviously had a great qualifying. Ended up P5 initially, but he then benefited from the penalty for Robo. Further benefited in a way in terms of the championship by the fact that Ash is down in P10. And I mean, at this stage in the championship, it's all getting quite key, isn't it? So having that advantage over Ash in this race is good.
Yeah, I didn't catch all of what you said because I've got the air conditioning on, you see, so I didn't catch everything. Yeah, I think we're obviously in a fairly good shape today. I think we've pulled a bit of a blinder with obviously coming the medium tyre for this first race as well, which looks like a lot of the rest of the grid have done as well, bar these top 3 and then obviously Sen as well. So yeah, we're in good shape at this one. I think it's nice to be so on a tyre similar to the others. So we'll see what goes on, but you're absolutely right. We could do with a good point scoring day today, and just maximise our opportunity really. So yeah, nice place to be, and the sun's out. What more could we want?
What a miracle here in Scotland! It's absolutely lovely. The harder of the tyres that we have here, obviously the BMW is on the soft up ahead. How your tyres are going to come in quicker, so Can you know, how important is it to maximise that advantage that you have, or is that negated by the fact that you're on a different compound now? Oh.
You were caught in the fishing net. We caught you. Yeah, I think there's obviously two ways to look at this as well. We know the softer tyre will be the faster tyre over the race distance, and especially in this heat as well, they'll be in fairly quickly as well. So, you know, with the amount of boost that I've got to be slightly tactical with when I use that. But ultimately, we're just looking for a good, solid result this one, just to kick the day off. I'm after sort of minimal drama if I can avoid it. So we'll see what goes on. If there's a chance of sneaking a podium, obviously I'm never going to say no to it. But I think the pace that these guys have had so far over qualifying and stuff like that, I think they've got a little bit in hand. So not ruling anything out. I'm going to try our very best. We'll try our very best as Team VERTU, as we always do. And if there's a result to be had, we'll sure grab it.
I'll let you get your head down. Minimal drama at Knockhill. We'll find out after this break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice.
Hello and welcome back. We are poised and ready to go racing here at Knockhill, and hopefully the commentary team are as well. Let's go to the dulcet tones of Tim Harvey and David Addison to talk us through our race 1 action.
Nicky, thanks very much. We're looking forward to race 1. It's a gloriously hot and sunny day at Knockhill, and the action around here, Tim, always is well worth watching. And with all these BMWs at the front, we're in for a fascinating race.
We are. I like the expression minimal drama from Ingram. We'll see if that plays out. I somehow doubt it.
Well, it is a BMW lockout at the front. Let's look at how they're going to line up. 2 warming up laps, by the way, just being completed. It is Charles Rainford then on pole position for the first time in British touring cars, and Daryl De Leon with him at the front ahead of Jake Hill, and then the championship leader Tom Ingram starting from 5th, Senna Proctor, and then Dan Camish ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith and Chris Smiley. 9th on the grid is where you're going to find Aidan Moffat. To round out the top 10 is Ash Sutton, then Sam Osborne and Dan Lloyd. Next up, Adam Morgan and James Dorlin. 15th, Mikey Doble, with all that support surrounding Power Max Racing this weekend. He's ahead of Tom Chilton, Gordon Shedden and Dexter Patterson next. You've got Matt Buxton, 19th, ahead of Nick Halstead, and then Nicholas Hamilton. And Dan Rowbottom at the very back. The car underweight after qualifying. He's got 7 laps worth of boost. He's 3rd in the championship, and he's going to have to sort of bulldoze his way through here to bank some points. There is Robo with one of these Scottish themed helmets that's been done by Joe Tanner for all the Napa drivers this weekend. Each one has a different crash helmet, whether it's touring cars or mini challenge. Robo for the points should be doable. How far up that top 15, let's wait and see. In terms of the tyres this weekend, we've got the soft and the medium. There's not a massive delta between the two, but you can see who's running soft, who's running medium. Ingram is the best placed of those on the mediums. BMW's on softs, sunny day. Which BMW to win race 1?
Well, that is the answer. I mean, if Rainford makes a good start, I do think he can win this. But the others are all expecting the 3 BMWs to go away. That's why they've gone on the medium tyre, except for Senna. Senna Proctor. He's the only one in that top 5, apart from the BMWs, that have gone for the soft tyre.
Mikey Doble then in the Power Max Racing Cupra coming up to the grid. He's going to start 15th. A lot of support, of course, for PMR after the dramas of the last week. Just to be here is an amazing effort, but if Mikey Doble were perhaps to get a podium in race 3, just imagine the reception he'd get. Don't rule it out, because they've worked so hard, the team, on those cars, and we know how good Mikey is as well. There's Dan Rowbottom then for last on the grid, with former Clio sparring partner Nick Hamilton with him there, and Robo is going to be one to watch, that is for sure. 3rd in the championship. He's had those 3 race wins this year. Charles Rainford's been a winner this year. Daryl De Leon's a winner this year. Jake Hill is a winner this year. They are the top 3 on the grid. We are ready to go racing for round 19 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from Knockhill. Lights go red. Expect the BMWs to rocket away as the lights go out now. It's a good start by Rainford. De Leon will slot in behind him, and a good start made by Moffat. Look right round the outside there, and Chris Smiley, Aidan Moffat making up progress, as you might anticipate. The rear wheel drive launch always good, and he goes round the outside of Aaron Taylor-Smith as well, diving through Duffer's Dip for the first time. He's BMW 1, 2, 3 as expected.
Yeah, formation start from the 3 BMWs as you'd expect, but you were right to pick up on Moffat's start. He got all the way around the outside, and everyone cleanly through the first section of the lap.
And Rowbottom's made some good progress already. He's picked off about 5, if not more. You've got Dan Camish on his toes. You've got Sam Osborne trying to make progress. This is Rowbottom's view. Gordon Shedden ahead of him. He's another one having to force his way forward. Shedden started 17th, Rowbottom started 22nd, so he's already up with the Toyota. Coming down to the hairpin. Remember, the lap is only 1.27 miles long. It's a short lap. Rowbottom to the inside of Gordon Shedden, who left the door slightly open there, and Rowbottom needed no second invitation. He's gone by.
Yeah, that was a great move by Rowbottom. He's fired up for today. The car was 2.5 kilos under the weight, despite having been measured several times over the weekend. All the team had done is change the brakes and the tyres for quali, so they were a bit mystified, but he's fired up for a great charge.
So at the end of lap 1, it was Rainford, De Leon, Hill, Ingram, Proctor, Camish, the top 6. Moffat up to 7th, and there you can see the BMWs running in formation. Now, what of Ash Sutton? He is 9th. Remember, he needs to be outscoring Ingram, but Ingram is ahead of him at the moment, and will be very happy to be running in 4th, knowing that the top 3 have to carry the medium tyre going into the next race, the harder available tyre. So Ingram, if he's in the top 3, well, he can get rid of the medium anyway. He's on that now, but he'll know that the BMWs are less of a threat going into that second race if things stay as they are. Big effort further back. Dan Lloyd trying to go through on the inside of Sam Osborne, but it's Rainford now starting to edge away a little bit from De Leon. The gap is just under half a second.
Yeah, when you get a chance, watch how cleanly the BMWs go through the chicane. The days of leaping over the curb are long gone.
That's Rowbottom making further progress then. He's up now past Chilton. So 14th at the start of the lap, down Rowbottom. There are the BMWs. Darrell De Leon this time around looking a little bit nearer to Charles Rainford. He's done the best lap of the race, so he's edging closer.
Yeah, track limits is a factor, was in qualifying, will be in the race. That exit there of Clark is where most people have been falling foul, turn 7. Hopefully there'll be no time penalties in this race.
And Senna Proctor then having a big battle with Tom Ingram, and he's gone by. Now that, you could argue, shouldn't really be in the plan for Ingram in the championship.
Yeah, but because Senna started on the soft tyre, Ingram is not going to fight him. He's going to let him go this way. Ingram's day will come in race 2 and race 3.
Senna Proctor then up into 4th place. Let's see what he can do about the BMWs. Are we expecting the soft tyre to go off or preserve itself to the end?
No, it'll preserve itself to the end. In fact, the warm tyre temperatures mean it comes in nice and gently. They get the temperature into the tyre and through the carcass very early. It's when it's a bit cold and you have to use it, it can be a problem. But I'm sure they will last the distance. There's no very long, fast wearing corners here.
So right now, Proctor then up into 4th place, going after the BMWs. He needs to make up 11 tenths or so on Jake Hill, who is there on the tail of De Leon. In fairness to Ingram, he is staying with Proctor, isn't he? He might have let him go in terms, but he's staying on the tail of the other Team VERTU Hyundai. This is Rowbottom from earlier on in the race. Chilton ahead, look as they dive down now in towards the hairpin.
Yeah, we've got the restart racing Hyundai of Dan Lloyd there, just squeezing past and opening the gap up for Rowbottom to follow him through.
So 13th last time over the stripe was Rowbottom. Meanwhile, that's the Proctor-Ingram situation. And Tom's sitting on the tail of Senna Proctor, saying, OK, you might have got past me, but I'm not falling away. Let's see whether Proctor then can get up with the BMWs. What can you do about them?
Remember, though, at this point of the championship, it's a race-by-race battle between Ingram and Sutton. That is the reality of the situation. So whilst Ingram is outscoring Sutton, he's very happy. The last thing he wants to do is slow himself down battling with his teammate. He wants to be down the road as much as he possibly can.
Chris Smiley under attack. Sam Osborne is in the mix, Adam Morgan as well. And Morgan gets up the inside coming out of the hairpin. Morgan then on the inside line. Smiley will just about go through, and Sam Osborne is the one that loses out. He gets shuffled back down to 12th place. So Morgan on the charge, up in 10th place. Smiley is still the leading independent runner.
Yeah, and Rowbottom is already behind his teammate, look. So this battle has enabled Rowbottom to bridge that gap.
Yeah, he's up into the point. Sam Osborne still attacking Smiley. He gets way up the curb there, does Sam Osborne. This is Robo's view through the chicane. That's where Ash Sutton had his massive two-wheeling moment yesterday. Rowbottom not done yet then. Place in the top 10 should be on the cards at the very least here as they come through Clark's. Meanwhile, Rainford is only 2 tenths up on De Leon. So the top 2 BMWs virtually as one at the minute for the race lead. Here they are. Jake Hill still third, and Proctor now is edging away a little bit from Ingram.
Yeah, this is the battle is closing up between these 3. I must compliment Rainford and De Leon on their smooth driving in qualifying. They were absolutely superb.
Driving standards flag for track limits Tom Ingram, and that's the flag, not just observation, but he's already therefore done it enough to get the warning flag.
Well, it's a long race here because it's a short lap, 24 laps, and he's got to be meticulous throughout the rest of it. Fortunately for him, he hasn't got Camish on his tail, so at least he can concentrate on his lines and not in the mirror.
Battle on for 8th, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Ash Sutton here together. And Ingram, by the way, being warned about turns 2 and 7. So turn 2 is dropping down the hill. He's going through Leslie's, and 7 is Clark's, that fast right-hander. So Aaron Taylor-Smith, then Ash Sutton behind him, and the pair being caught by the charging Adam Morgan. The next battle pack has got Osborne, Rowbottom and Smiley all in the mix. Robo to the outside of Osborne. Chris Smiley right there behind as well. But Rowbottom gets ahead of the Restart Racing Hyundai. Another place gain, so he's pushing his way forward.
Yeah, he's flashing his lights at his teammates. He doesn't want Osborne to hold him up. Oh, someone's been wide after Duffer's dip there. It was a big
change of lead. Daryl DeLeon is ahead of Charles Rainford, and you can see, I think Rainford has got some grass in the radiator. Have a look at the front of the second place BMW. He's already dropping back, so Charles Rainford has been off the road by the look of it. Is this going to show us wide? Well, DeLeon dives up the inside, going down through Duffer's dip. He gets grass in the front, but he does take over the race lead.
Yeah, well, did he take over the lead by going over outside track limits and gaining an advantage?
I would say yes.
But that was a big lunge. I think he was trying so hard to make sure that he got in front of Rainford. But that car could well overheat. The ambient's very hot today anyway, and there won't be much cooling going through the radiator.
Yeah, so apologies to Charles Rainford. It wasn't him that was on the grass, it was Daryl DeLeon having that massive launch, couldn't get the car slowed down. But you can see how much of a field he's got in the front. Now, are we anticipating that car to start overheating? And also, look at the way that Senna Proctor, who is liberally attacking the curbs, is getting closer all the time as well. DeLeon might be on borrowed time in the lead here.
Yeah, that little battle has allowed Senna Proctor to close right up.
As indeed, as you look at Aaron Taylor-Smith with Ash Sutton up behind him. That's 8th and 9th. Sutton needs to be on the move to get closer to Ingram. Even if he's being outscored by Ingram, he can't allow it to be by much. Back into the lead goes Rainford. Here's Hill for second place up the inside of DeLeon. Proctor is almost with them as well. So Daryl DeLeon drops back into 3rd place. And surely he's going to have to pit, look, because the car is slightly hobbled now as it's getting hotter and hotter. Proctor up the inside. It's not only hot because of the grass, it's a hot day anyway.
Yeah, he was weaving about trying to shake the grass out the front, but of course he's accelerating at the same time. There's no way. Here's another look at that pass. He just stays wide and allows both his teammates to go through. He knows he's hobbled, but you don't want to damage that engine any more than necessary.
Proctor's got ahead of him as well, so Daryl DeLeon then now falls back into 4th place, and it could be 5th before much longer, unless he pits, because the car is clearly going slower now. In the meantime here, the next little battle pack going between Taylor-Smith and Sutton. It's advantage Sutton. He's got ahead. There's Sam Osborne next. There's Adam Morgan. There's Rowbottom closing up as well.
Yes, Ash Sutton's car no longer in that black and yellow livery, the 100th anniversary of Napa. It's now back in the normal Napa colours, albeit for this race, special colours on all the Napa Fords.
Sam Osborne on the attack as well, trying to get past Taylor-Smith. Then there's Morgan, then there's Rowbottom in 12th place. Coming over the line behind him is Smiley, who is still the leading independent, although he's got Dexter Patterson only 7/10 of a second or so behind him. So Sutton still trying to push forward. In the meantime, Daryl DeLeon now lapping a couple of seconds, maybe a second and a half or so, slower than the race leading BMW. Again, way up onto 2 wheels. There's a Ford, it's Osborne's car this time. So yeah, Rainford, Hill and Proctor getting away from DeLeon, who is being caught by Ingram.
Yeah, this battle's closing right up, isn't it? And of course, Rowbottom on the back of this as well. He'll be hoping to make some progress. Oh, a little jink to the left, but it didn't work because it was blocked off there. Smiley saw that, sorry.
Taylor-Smith
keeping Osborne behind, just jinking to the braking area.
Over the timing line, Adam Morgan getting a driving standards flag now. Taylor-Smith here is doing Ash Sutton a favour, isn't he? Because he's defending from Osborne and Morgan and Rowbottom, and that's enabling Sutton now to build that gap in 8th place. Aidan Moffat 7th is the next target. Taylor-Smith making his Corolla as wide as possible for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK as he heads through the chicane. We are now on lap 12 out of the 24. The lead gap 7/10 as Charles Rainford aims for a second win of the season. But look how many cars now are queuing up behind Taylor-Smith in the world's widest Toyota.
Yeah, it's quite quick down this straight though. Look how the gap he pulls, which is giving him a little bit of advantage. There's only a couple of really good overtaking places here, but by being quick out of Clark down the straight and up the start-finish line, he's run a little bit wide there. Is that an opportunity for Osborne to get an overlap?
Going to try, but as you say, the Toyota's good in a straight line. So Sam Osborne leans a little bit on Taylor Smith, even with 2 wheels on the grass. He keeps on coming. Rowbottom on the back of Morgan. Sam Osborne having one of his most feisty drives I think we've ever seen. He's racing well and he's racing hard. What about Rowbottom? He's got Smiley behind him. He's got Morgan ahead. Let's wait and see as the cars come back into view if he's made the place. He hasn't. Rowbottom's trying to attack. He's trying to defend from Smiley, and Smiley has got Patterson and Lloyd up behind him for independent honours, for outright honours. Jake Hill's on the attack, but he locks up going into the hairpin. It's game on between Rainford and Hill.
Yeah, Rainford's looking like he's not going to give an inch, but around the outside goes Hill. He set that one up with a wide line in. Not sure who's using boost, but he's clearly through into the lead, Jake Hill.
So that's all 3 BMW drivers then that have had a turn up front, and now Jake Hill leads the way. Is Charles Rainford going to be able to battle back ahead of the reigning champion? Nose to tail they run then, heading up through the chicane, and side by side here, Taylor Smith on the inside, Sam Osborne on the outside. That's the inside for turn 2, it's the outside for turn 3. He's got his nose ahead, but he's on the wrong line, goes for the undercut. Toyota just staves off the attack, or does it? Osborne up the curb, clashes into the side of the Toyota. Taylor Smith stays ahead.
Oh, this is a feisty race by Sam Osborne, but that's left him vulnerable, hasn't it, to Adam Morgan, who slides up the inside into Clark, and Rowbottom was looking for the gap as well.
Was indeed. All of this is going around 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th places. So Sam Osborne, elbows out, tries to get back ahead of Morgan. Taylor Smith remaining, not quite the cork in the bottle, but certainly the man at the head of this long, long line of cars. Chris Smiley putting himself in jeopardy perhaps there as he tries to go around the outside, because the danger is he loses the independent lead to the charging Dexter Patterson behind. So keep an eye on both of those restart Hyundais. They've also got the Unlimited Motorsport Cupra in the mix. Now, Smiley has got back ahead of Rowbottom. That wasn't in Dan's plan.
No, but look at this pack of cars behind Aaron Taylor Smith, and dare I say it, this has got the look of something kicking off in it, hasn't it?
You think? Yeah. When you say pack of cars, it's pretty much the other half of the entry, isn't it? Because it's a long, long line. So there, Dan Lloyd goes through ahead of Gordon Shedden, ahead of James Dorlin. That means that Lloyd's got ahead on this lap into 15th place. There's a lock-up at the end of the straight at Clark's. The Toyotas are side-by-side. Dorlin on the inside of Shedden, and Gordon gets elbowed out wide. James Dorlin, the Yorkshireman, racing here for the first time up against Knockhill Royalty.
Yeah, Shedden, that was the one that was actually wide coming out the chicane, which gave Dorlin the look.
Right, so a big deep breath is called for as 9th place heads up towards the line. It's Taylor Smith ahead of Morgan. Then you've got Osborne keeping Rowbottom at bay. And then look, side by side for the independent lead. On the inside, it's Smiley. On the outside was Dexter Patterson. He's got to slot in behind. Smiley just ahead. And then you've got Dan Lloyd, 3rd independent, 2nd of the restart racing Hyundais on the back of that Unlimited Motorsport Cupra. The Napa Fords are as one. You've got an 8-wheel focus there as Osborne and Rowbottom are together, flicking through the chicane again.
It's a great battle between these guys for both independents and between teammates. This is on board with Dexter Patterson coming through Clark, trying to get a run, regain that independence lead.
He has had an independent win this year. He'd like another one on home soil. But there looks Smiley back up the inside of Rowbottom. They've traded places throughout the race, and Smiley goes back ahead, and Rowbottom didn't make it that hard for him.
No, that was way too easy against Rowbottom, who was right up behind his teammate. So has Rowbottom lost a bit of pace? Has he taken too much out of his tyres? I don't know, but he seems to have lost a bit of pace, doesn't he?
And Tom Ingram has got ahead of Daryl De Leon, who is still going, but losing pace with the temperatures going up. Jake Hill now leads by a pretty big margin. He's a 2.5 seconds ahead. This is Gordon Shedden's view, heading up towards the chicane. Dan Lloyd ahead of him. Bounce left, bounce right through the chicane and along the straight towards Clark's. We're on lap number 17 out of 24. Time has rattled by as Dan Lloyd is under attack from Shedden here.
Yeah, we didn't mention De Leon, but he is limping round with probably cutting his revs back on his gear changes and not using as much full throttle, but there he is. He's still going round in 5th place with Camish behind him in 6th.
And you can see the grass still in the front of the car, so it wasn't Rainford losing the lead by an off on the grass, it was De Leon getting through and going onto the grass. So he's fallen back as a consequence. That helps Ingram a little bit because it puts him up another place. Behind De Leon now is Dan Camish. Dan is 2 seconds back, or he was at the start of the lap, but look how that gap is coming down as well. So Camish for 5th by the end should be on. Osborne now all over the back of Adam Morgan. A hat tip to Sam Osborne. I think this is the best we've ever seen him race.
Yeah, it is actually. You're right. I mean, he's really getting stuck in. He's not letting giving an inch, getting his elbows out and dicing with some really well-known race winners in touring cars.
Absolutely
Adam
right.
Morgan, the one in front of him now.
And he's got Chris Smiley behind him. And look how Smiley's gap row bottom. The margin is about 3 lengths coming down to the hairpin. There's Camish. He's cleared De Leon. Aidan Moffat is going to get through by the end. The other question is whether Sutton can get by. He should be able to, and that's important for the championship. Every point that Sutton can scrounge is going to be useful.
Good point in itself, David. Exactly. Every position counts now between Ingram and Sutton.
That's Morgan, still ahead of Osborne. It's Smiley still leading the independents behind them. Osborne, look, flicks the car through the right-hander there of McIntyre's, looking to get up the inside of Morgan's Team VERTU Hyundai, but to no avail as Adam clambers over the curve, and again Morgan way up onto 2 wheels, and that doesn't seem to slow him.
No, it's a great battle, this. Really enjoying watching this, but this is what touring cars at Knockhill is all about. There is no time to relax at all. You're either cresting a blind crest or going through a chicane or avoiding the curbs or trying to set up a move as Osborne's doing now, and Nick Halstead has spun, or he looks like he's spun. Don't back it in the gravel if possible, otherwise that's a safety car.
No,
Hopefully he can get it going.
Yeah, we understand that was ahead of the leaders as well, so a bit of a scare for Jake Hill. Nick Halstead, let's have a look in replay. There is Jake behind him, and Halstead comes into Duffer's dip. Don't think there was contact, but certainly a big lose by Halstead, and Jake Hill goes by, and then Nick Halstead.
No, that was contact. That was definitely contact, because Jake was unsure which way he was going to go and had the momentum on him and ran into the back of him, I mean, trying to get past, but I'm sure Nick was trying to get out of the way himself. It was just a communication error.
I was going to say Charles Rainford was the other one that had sort of luck into the right line. He did get around the outside, lucky not to get collected as Halstead's car was going backwards across the road. Safety car is on standby, we understand. Halstead with front wheel drive might be able to dig himself out of there, but yellow flags are waving, and I think the safety car, yes, has been deployed. So safety car called.
Well, obviously Halstead, I mean, there wasn't much damage there, but maybe he can't restart the engine because the touch was at the back, wasn't it? It wasn't anything to do with engine or drivability or front wheels on gearbox and transmission. So he's obviously can't get the car started, but it's in a very dangerous place there.
Yeah, Ian Watson, the clerk of the course, not prepared to keep the race going and hope that drivers respect a yellow flag. He wants it shifted. So that's going to bring not only Charles Rainford back onto the tail of Jake Hill, but also Senna Proctor onto the back of the BMWs. It will bunch up everybody behind as well and give us a pretty frantic restart. Oh, it's going to be an incredible restart, isn't it? Probably quite good news for Darryl De Leon to just cool the engine a little bit more, but he'll have cars closer behind him when they do restart. Probably Ingram is not going to be particularly happy about it. Sutton will be very pleased because it'll bring cars in front of him closer to him. He might pick off a couple more, get closer to Ingram and salvage some points. So we'll just see this and the momentum that Jake has, and then he just doesn't know which way Halstead's going to go. He catches up to him. He isn't sure whether he's going to go to the inside or stay on the outside. Rainford, as you say, has to go around him as well. And it's just the slightest touch when the car is, if you like, already in transition. The weight is on the right-hand side. He's a little bit unstable, a little bit of a touch, and round he goes. And now the marshal is waiting for a gap in the traffic so they can give the car one big shove, get it off the curb, and then we'll see whether it fires up. And remember, we can add on a maximum of 3 laps for the safety car. And there's the recovery vehicle ready now to drag that off the circuit. But I'm surprised it's needing that rather than just being fired up. Anyway, let's have a look at the start from on board with Dan Rowbottom. Yeah, right off the back row, a lot of clutch slip there as he gets the car rolling. Past 3 cars already. So a good start initially from Rowbottom. Now he's looking to see where the gaps might open up. That's Mikey Doble in front of him in the Cupra. Of course, they're hoping for no contact, having not got many spare parts, but right the way around the outside, up behind Shedden. That was a really good 2 or 3 corners from Rowbottom. Now trying to get some momentum through the chicane, maybe for a run into Clark.
He was down a gear normally than he would be. It'd be 4th gear normally through the chicane. Again, trying to build a good exit from Clark all the time. When the cars are bunched up on lap 1, you try and, if you can't get through, hang back and get a run through the corner, and then he slides up the inside. This was a really late break, bearing in mind the tyres are a little bit cold as well. That was a great move. Good first lap from Rowbottom.
Yeah, got himself as high as 12th, but then fell to 13th. That was the point Tim made, as whether or not he'd taken a bit too much out of the tyres early on. So, out of harm's way is Nick Halstead's car. The safety car will have to do one more lap by the look of it, and hopefully we can go racing at the end of this. It would have been a 24-lap race, so 27 is going to be our maximum.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one with Rowbottom, because he's on the medium tyre, which is the more durable tyre than the soft, so it shouldn't really be tyre degradation. But he made all that progress, got right up behind Osborne teammate, and then just couldn't go any further and has actually dropped back since then. So I think he's got some issue or other. We'll find out after the race.
That's Dexter Patterson you're looking at, who is currently the second independent. Dan Camish was saying to me earlier on in the day about how, having done so many track walks over the last few days here, he said there are certain parts, he said they're almost a bit Thruxton-esque in how abrasive they are. He said, you know, it's going to be tyre deg, and keeping the tyre alive in some cases is going to be important. So maybe there is a bit more to the tyre story. It's one to talk to drivers about post-race. But we are about to go back racing. The lights are out atop the safety car, and that means that it will peel in this time. It's Jake Hill, the race leader, and the reigning champion, having missed Croft, looks like he might well be bouncing back in style here, because he will lead them up towards the restart, and he is in the box seat then to try to control it to the checkered flag. But Charles Rainford wants a win, of course, having taken pole position. And what can Senna Proctor do in 3rd place? We're about to find out as the cars accelerate their way up towards the timing line. Remember, the timing line of the start line in 2 different places, so the race back on as the green flags fly. Jake Hill over the line. It's Rainford 2nd, it's Proctor 3rd. In 4th place, you've got Ingram. In 5th place now, it's Camish. Aidan Moffat is up into 6th. All of this is bad news for De Leon, isn't it? Because it brings the pack behind even closer. There are more places for him to lose before the end.
Yeah, the only thing is he's been able to cool the car behind the safety car, so he might be able to go a bit harder now for the last couple of laps.
So there in the background is De Leon, and he's got a whole pack of cars behind him, and it's going to be Aaron Taylor-Smith then who is next up. Ash Sutton's already cleared him. That's important for Sutton in that battle against Ingram for points. This is Robo's view. So from 22nd on the grid, back row bottom, he comes down towards the hairpin, and Chris Smiley is the one ahead of him.
Yeah, but everyone round this...
that's Hamilton.
That is, with damage left front. Slow down, Nick, slow down.
That suggests he's clipped the rectus out at the chicane, doesn't it, to do that?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Right, down through Duffer's Dip they go with 2 laps left, 27 laps the distance because of that safety car. There's Moffat. Now he's under attack from Sutton. Daryl De Leon is staying with them, but Ash wants another place. He wants as many points out of this as he can get, and he's going to get up the inside of the BMW. Not quite, heading towards the chicane. He saw what he was up to, but it didn't quite work. But there's another place here for Sutton to buy before the end of the race.
Yeah, that would have worked on the front-wheel drive car, but the rear-wheel drive traction off the corner, off McIntyre's turn 3, was enough to keep the BMW ahead.
A little bit wide goes Moffat. Of course, here you've got De Leon attacking Sutton as much as Sutton's trying to attack the BMW, the LKQ car ahead of him, of Moffat. Down to the hairpin. The leaders, though, are about to start the last lap of the race, and Jake Hill is looking for win number 2 of the season. Heading up towards the line. Sutton still on the attack as well. So, Hill, Rainford, Proctor, Ingram, Camish, and then 6th is Moffat, 7th is Sutton, 8th is De Leon, it's Taylor-Smith 9th, it's Adam Morgan 10th, then Osborne, Smiley, Rowbottom, Patterson, Shedden 15th.
Remember, the first 3 cars will have to start race 2 on the medium tyre. That puts Ingram in position A. There are your tyres on the left. Ingram will be able to start race 2 on the soft tyre, but 4th place on the grid.
So Jake Hill then, a 2nd to the good. Charles Rainford will be frustrated about this, not only in terms of losing the lead, effectively twice, once to De Leon and once to Hill, but also the way that margin has grown. He's never been able to fight back against Jake, admittedly a more experienced touring car racer and somebody who always goes really well around here. Checkered flag at the ready, round 19 of the championship. It's a win for Jake Hill at Knockhill. He crosses the line. Jake Hill victorious, 2nd is Charles Rainford, and Tom Ingram takes 3rd. Senna Proctor gave him the place, but he's also given him the harder tyre for the next race. That's teamwork for you, not?
Yeah, I was going to say, because Proctor's already, he's run on the soft. He obviously wanted to change that position, but I'm not sure Ingram will be happy with that.
Well, he's just run the medium, so the next available hardest tyre for him
is the medium.
Yeah, but he's run it once.
Yes.
So he could go on the soft, couldn't he? Because he's already run the medium.
Yes, because he's done that. He's got that out the way, so
yeah.
he could now.
You don't have to run it twice.
No.
So Senna Proctor does kind of help in the end.
Yeah.
Apologies, Senna. So he gives him the place back that he took early on. So more points for Ingram and gets the tyre out of the way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He will be able to use the soft because it's the medium is the option tyre and the harder one, and he's already used it.
Right. So this is how it all looked at the flag. Jake Hill powering his way up towards the line. Have a look in the background at the Team VERTU Hyundais. Senna Proctor comes out of the corner. There was discussion about teamwork at Croft, and here Senna backs out of it, and Ingram was ahead just by 1/10 of a second on the line as a very, very happy MB Motorsport part of WSR celebrating Jake Hill's win. And yes, Senna Proctor does give up the place. He's not in the hunt for the championship, so there's nothing really to prove by finishing ahead of Tom Ingram. Remember, Senna only doing a half season effectively, so Tom Ingram into the top 3, and that's going to really tee him up nicely now looking forward, because he'll be in the top 3 and on that softer tyre against the BMWs.
Yeah, it just shows there's not a lot of tyre performance difference between the soft and the medium. But here's your result of round 19.
Action all the way in round 19, won by Jake Hill, 1.4 seconds clear of Charles Rainford. Tom Ingram taking third. Senna Proctor for fourth, ahead of Dan Camish. Aidan Moffat sixth, ahead of Ash Sutton, with the top 10 completed by Darrell De Leon, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Sam Osborne. 11th, Adam Morgan. 12th, the independent winning Chris Smiley, ahead of Dexter Patterson, second in the independents. Dan Rowbottom dropped to 14th, though, in the end, after a good push early on. Then it was Gordon Shedden for the last championship point. Dan Lloyd, third independent, ahead of Tom Chilton, who didn't really make progress. Mikey Doble, 18th, then James Dorlin and his teammate, Max Buxton. And the two that we lost were Nick Hamilton and Nick Halstead for differing reasons, but both in effect had to do with damage, and of course in Nick Halstead's case it brought out the safety car. So a really lively first race, and fascinating now to see the way the teams are thinking long term about the championship, which now looks like this. 14 points the margin between Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton. Dan Rowbottom is still third, but he's only 3 points ahead of Dan Camish, who's been a big winner against his teammate in that race. Jake Hill's back up to 5th, ahead of Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton. Charles Rainford is 8th, ahead of Chris Smiley. And then Josh Cook, here but not racing again, sadly, is in 10th place. And let's have another look at Tom Ingram then, coming out of the hairpin. To be fascinating to hear the radio traffic.
Yeah, actually, brake lights on Senna Proctor's car, and he moved across to the right to make it very obvious that he was letting his teammate through. Yeah.
So Tom Ingram takes third, and having used the medium tyre, doesn't have to run it again. So it does help in terms of the teamwork in the end. Well done to Team VERTU for reading that right. Spencer Aldridge, no doubt, was on the radio to not only Tom, but also talking to the other engineers. Now the cars have to go through the technical checks. There's Charles Rainford's BMW. So pole to second, Jake Hill third to the race win. Darrell De Leon in the end 8th. Could have been a whole lot worse, actually.
It could have been worse. It could have been a retirement, and I just hope there is no lasting engine damage from running in an overheated fashion, but they'd have been monitoring it very carefully, I'm sure. But we saw the damage that was caused to Dan Lloyd's car up at Croft. He actually destroyed an engine from running it too hot, didn't he?
A rather emotional Jake Hill, I think, inside the crash helmet, as you look at the back of Dan Lloyd. Jake Hill out of the car, and a very happy driver indeed. So we've got Jake Hill victorious, and that will mean a lot, having had a tough season and having to miss the Croft races. He is back and back with a vengeance. Jake Hill wins our first race of the day. Louise is down there.
Jake, congratulations. Win number 6 here at Knockhill. This circuit just always brings out the best in you, doesn't it?
Oh, win number 6 never felt so good, Lou. I had a little tear in my eye after that one. You know, you question whether you can still do it after you have the sort of stuff I've had the last couple of weeks, and you know, we just absolutely smoked them, didn't we? So yeah, very, very happy.
It's really interesting you say that, because Tim and I were having a little chat after we spoke to you yesterday, and your body, hello, gorgeous one. Guess what Daddy's just done, Gene?
Do we win? Did we win? No, that's no answer, unfortunately.
No answer. No, Tim and I were just having a chat after we spoke to you yesterday. Your body language was a bit down. You were feeling it, weren't you? So important to get that victory.
For sure, you know. I mean, like I say, you just never know whether you can still do it after that. And I was a bit disappointed with not getting pole because I thought I'd be able to do it, you know. But hey, we showed up in the race and we delivered properly.
And how? I mean, just tell us about the move that you pulled on Charles to take the lead there.
Yeah, I mean, I could see, you know, he'd used a lot of his boost and a lot of his tyre fighting off Darryl, and I could just know those two were going to come together at some point, and it happened, obviously. So was just patient, you know, biding my time and strike when I needed to.
Slightly scary moment with Nick Halstead. Just talk us through that one.
Not very impressed. I mean, you know, I was flashing my lights for a whole lap to try and make sure he knew I was coming, you know, as every back marker should, and he just he didn't have a clue, you know. I don't know if the team weren't telling him or if he didn't pay attention, and he just braked in front of me. I thought he left the gap, and then he shut the gap and braked, and Lou, I had nowhere to go. I'm fighting for a race win, so I'm a bit disappointed with his driving.
It did seem to us, actually, I mean, that's how the guys called it. You just weren't sure which side to go for.
No, I thought he left a gap, and then he braked, so I went right and tagged him, you know, so... You know, I'm sorry, Nick, but I'm not sorry because you should drive better than that.
Listen, let's talk about the positive stuff. This win, what can you do across the rest of the day? Because obviously you've used up your lovely soft tyre there. You've got the harder tyre, the medium it is, but it's a harder tyre to come in race 2. How difficult is that going to be for you to manage?
It's going to be a challenge, but at the same time we're using the medium in the hottest part of the day, so it should be, you know, it should be more beneficial in terms of degradation compared to the soft. You know, even we were losing the softs there at the end of the race, so. You know, I feel like we've done our strategy right today.
Well done. Jude's getting bored. Sorry, mate. You can go now. Let's say our congratulations to Charles. Well done. I mean, possibly not the trophy you ultimately wanted, but that's the trophy to be taking home, which is always something to be lauded in a championship as tough as this one.
Yeah, totally. You know, I'm so happy. You know, to hold off a champion in this sport is so tricky. Jake played absolute blinder with the boost. I overused at the start, and I just thought, you know what, there's no point fighting this because, you know, the Hyundais, they're going to catch us and then make myself a very tricky challenge with no boost. So, let him go a little bit, and then, yeah, he drove faultlessly. I tried to bring it home in second, and another fantastic WSR 1-2.
I mean, you had the lead on a couple of occasions. I mean, what was your thinking when you saw Darryl come flying past, albeit on the grass?
Well, I immediately thought, he's not making that, and I've been taken out before by someone cutting the grass, and I tried to make sure his rejoin was all right, which it was, but obviously he had to give the place back because he was not on the track when he made it. So fair play to him for giving it back. It's just a shame, obviously, I think his grass must have got his radiator, which is a shame because it would have been really nice to have us 1-2-3.
Jake's just made the point that even though you got to go on the less favourable hard tyre in the next race, it is going to be in the hot part of the day. But you're going to have Tom Ingram alongside you, or just behind you anyway, on the softer tyre. How difficult is it going to be to keep him and the others behiand?
Well, I think you summed it up there. I'm going to be in a champion sandwich. So, you know, it's very, very, very reminiscent of Brands Hatch. So I'll hopefully try and do the same thing there. But yeah, you know, I know that, you know, all three of us, you know, I like fighting up here because everyone's so good, you know, all the moves are so good, especially Tom standing next to here. When I race against Tom, I know I'm not going to get hit off the track. So it makes it so fun. I'm just looking forward to race 2 now.
Good stuff. Did you hear that, Tom? He knows when he's racing against you. He's not going to get hit off the track in the next race. Good result for you. I mean, just talk us through that team swap at the end. Makes a lot of sense.
I think for both of us, yeah. I think Senna's put the word mate in the word teammate there, isn't he, really? It kind of works in both of our favours. Obviously, we've run the harder tyre in that, or the medium tyre in that race, which means we've kind of got it out of the way. For Senna, if he were to finish on the podium then, he'd be forced to run the medium tyre in the next race. So in doing so, it means that both Senna and I can be on the soft tyre for this next race, link arms and try and come through again. I was really emotional actually after that because it was such a lovely thing to do, to give up a podium. Yeah, absolutely fantastic work. And as I say, it works for both of us, but it feels extra special when someone's definitely in your corner like that. So massive thank you. I definitely owe him a beer or 12.
I mean, you really are in the pound seats for the next race, aren't you?
But like I said to you on the grid there, Lou, we've just got to make sure that we don't sort of start to get ourselves caught up in drama there. It worked out perfectly on the first lap, really. I managed to get a good start and built a bit of a gap. So it made it easier for me then to move over and let Senna pass to try and attack the BMW. So it was a real strategic race, that one, for Senna and I, to try and link arms and, you know, work in both of our interests. So yeah, great result for Team VERTU. I think it's absolutely perfect. It's a really, really good start. So yeah, let's see what goes on for races 2 and 3.
we've got the horrible tyre, if you were to call it that, out of the way. Not that it's a disgusting tyre, it's quite nice, but at least means we've got good performance for race 2 and race 3.
Well done, congratulations. And I think we've got time for a quick word with Chris Smiley, our independent winner. So let's just go over and see if we can grab him. He was in that big pack that we saw fighting in the middle of the field. And Chris, well done. That independent win, you can tell by the looks on everybody's faces. That was hard work out there. You got a bit of a sweat on me.
Yeah, it was warm in there for sure. You know, 25 laps or whatever we've done around there, and that kind of heat today. You know, this track, there's not on the straight, it's not even straight. So yeah, you're working hard the whole race. You know, I was being sensible there. I probably could have pushed forward a little bit further, you know, to get into the top 10, but you know, I haven't been sensible head on. The last few rounds we haven't finished enough races, so yeah, wanted to finish and get the independent win there. That was more important to us there than getting inside the top 10.
Well done, congratulations. Right, let's go back to Nikki.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Lou. What a result. Where to start? I mean, it was a nice, clean start, which is always good to see, but it didn't take long. Well, first of all, give us a bit of an overview from your perspective, Paul.
Yeah, well, it all happened like I thought it would happen, to be honest. I spoke to Lou while she was sat with me watching the race, and I said, I've got Jake here for the win. I just thought that something might happen between Rainford and De Leon, and it did, but there was no big contact. There was no contact at all, but the lunge that De Leon put on Rainford, that kind of like put paid to his race. Grass in the radiator, bit of a nightmare. Jake come through to the win, but there was stories all over the place, and it was just good to watch that unfold. And interesting interviews there on the podium. Tom Ingram, very interesting, seeing his teammate now Senna just being a very good mate. That's a big statement, by the way, what you've seen from Senna doing that today, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely huge. So obviously Senna Proctor was on for a podium finish, but the fact that they changed places, you know, virtually crossing the finish line there, giving Tom Ingram those valuable points when you're in the championship hunt.
Yeah, valuable. And look at, you know, you can just see it there on the left, as we've just covered. Senna actually breaks coming out of the hairpin. And look at this. This is the statement. I know for a fact they're not the best of friends, but they're good enough professionals to get that job done. And what Senna and Tom have done, especially in the middle of the race or early on when Tom went through, Senna actually got going on his softer tyre, and Tom just dropped back a little bit, and then they just did that swap at the end. That's huge. That's honestly, as a driver, you can only pray for people like that. They don't come around that often.
No, I can't imagine it.
Podiums are huge. Senna Proctor wants to win, you know, as many podiums as he can get. He's got his own sponsor to look after, as Tim always says in commentary. Great to see that. I really love that.
Yeah, it really has been, and it's a good talking point, so hopefully that will benefit the sponsors, that's for sure for him. Let's talk about that big moment, lap 8 with Daryl De Leon there, because, you know, fighting for the start of the race, or fighting for the lead of the race, and then just pushing too hard and ends up right in the grass, and then taking a huge chunk of grass with it into the radiator. It's not what you want to be happening. I mean, he took the lead of the race, but I mean, track limits there obviously playing a part, and then of course the battery's going to overheat.
Yeah, exactly. Two things you want. I mean, I kind of thought something like that might happen. Daryl's a young, feisty, fast driver, super quick, and him and Rainford, they wanted to go toe-to-toe. They did. The only thing I would say is that it looked like he was locked up, and it was a late lunge, and I don't know what the speech will be within the WSR camp, the BMW camp. If I was Rainford, I'd be a bit annoyed at that, because that could have ended up in contact, but if Daryl thinks it's on, he's got to go for the gap, and as viewers we love to see it, don't we? But he had to give the place back, and then the engine. Now what's going to happen? How badly damaged is it? Is it damaged? It's a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The team are going to be busy making sure the engine is ready to roll again for race 2. Jake Hill, though, taking the lead of the race. I mean, what a moment, starting from P3 and then working his way up. It was a really brilliant race from him. What a performance.
It was textbook. I mean, I thought it was all over for him down at the hairpin. You see his front right unloaded, locking up, and then he gets the car straighter than Charles Rainford on the exit of the hairpin and just gets the pass done, maybe with a bit of boost on the button. But that's what it means for his dad, Simon, and Jake will be made up, because Jake's looked a bit flat lately, and he's obviously had his illness at Croft, but that is what you want. You want to be back in business like that.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, defending champion, you want to be back up on top, don't you? Give you that push to finish off the rest of the season. And then, of course, towards the end of the race, that brought out the safety car, we had that moment with Nick Halstead.
Yeah, I felt sorry for Jake, and I'm with him because, watch this, I think Halstead there just doesn't know where to go. He stayed where he stayed, but the one thing I think he does, watch, he comes off the brakes now to get out of the way of everyone else, but I don't know if the engine's still running, and there's the tap from Jake. Jake's got nowhere to go, he really hasn't. And then Halstead, I don't know if he's got the clutch in, but if the engine sometimes runs backwards, it's difficult to start, because he should have been able to just get out of the gravel and be on his way. But listen, Nicky, I'll tell you, as a person driving these cars, it's easy to comment when you look at it on camera. When you're in the car and there's people coming at you 9,000 mile an hour, it's like, you might press the wrong button. The car is not familiar to him. He might have pressed the button in the wrong sequence, but we don't know. Let's see what he says. Anyway.
Yeah, we will have to find out, because Jake Hill was not happy in the post-race interview, that's for sure. Let's go down to Lou, who's with Gordon Chedham.
Gordon, you'll always arrive at your home race with high expectations, but it's really not been very nice to you so far, is it, Knockhill?
No, it's the atmosphere's electric, the weather's electric. Just my luck, I think, is deserted us this weekend. But we struggled yesterday, just with drama and free practice too. That then, didn't mean the car was fixed for qualifying. It feels like I've worked so hard out there and achieved absolutely bugger all. So, but hopefully the day gets a bit better. We'll get on the soft tyre for the next 2 races and see how we get on.
And on the positive side, they're with the I work at Knockhill hat on. I mean, it is a fantastic event, fantastic to see so many crowds have come out, and the sunshine as well. It's ticking all the boxes, isn't it?
It's amazing. The crowd are, there are loads of flags. You can smell the barbecues. Somebody sent me a picture last night. There's a guy in the campsite and he had a pint of wine. I thought, you legend, get on it. So yeah, big smiles on everyone's faces. I just need to get bigger smiles, do a bit better job for them.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Always good to hear from Gordon Chedham, 3-time touring car champ, of course. And this is his home. Knockhill is his track. He runs it with his wife. It must be nice for him to come here and have the support from the crowd, and also give everyone the great show that we love.
Yeah, exactly. Terrible day for him so far. Gordon is better than that. I feel very sorry for him. It's just a difficult ask at the minute for him. The results will come. He's had that win at Alton. One thing I will say about Gordon, we're quite good friends, but we're not like on the phone all the time. The one thing I massively admire and respect about him is that, say about 6 o'clock here tonight, he'll be out the front guiding the traffic out. What a guy. He is like Mr. Knockhill. Fair play to him.
Wow, that is really quite amazing. Okay, so now we are going to some podium celebrations. What a moment it was. There is Charles Rainford in second. And then, of course, a big celebration for Jake Hill taking the first win here. So some valuable points, 20 points on the board for the first race this weekend here at Knockhill. And here is Jake Hill, our defending BTC champion. And now it is time to go to our commentators, Dave Addison and Jade Edwards.
To go with on pole position Tom Bradshaw. Second on the grid is Jacob Tofts, who scored a first victory yesterday, and then you've got Joe Marshall starting third. Sam Harvey is fourth. The grid based here, Jade, on a driver's second best qualifying time, but Jacob Tofts, the winner yesterday on the outside of the front row, comes into this with confidence now sky high.
Yeah, I watched yesterday's race and he drove almost without fault at all. So he'll be looking to progress. He want to be winning again because he had that win yesterday. And they often say when you find your first win, the others are easier to come. So, yeah, it was an interesting race to watch, and hopefully we'll have an entertaining race today.
Absolutely right. Joe Marshall, starting third on the grid, has been a race winner this season as well. You've got the championship divided into the RS and the Club Sport models, and then a Pro and an Am within each. The cars then released onto the formation lap. The green flag waved. Reece Summerfield's car just a little bit hesitant to get going, but it is away now. First time the Caymans have raced at Knockhill, and it is a physical circuit, which we'll talk about more in a moment or two, as the field comes then out of Duffer's Dip, down through Leslie's into McIntyre's, and it is going to be Tom Bradshaw as the championship leader, starting on pole position then. Ben Mulryan going through the chicane. Dan Zelos is going to be a man to watch as well. They've got Oliver Cotton's car flicking through, Daniel Lewis as well. Tom Bradshaw for pole position. And then Jacob Tofts with him at the front of the newcomer to the championship is Harrison Cavers, whose father we've seen in Carrera Cup GB, and another newcomer, Giancarlo Romano, who's going to start at the back. Let's have a look at the grid. Tom Bradshaw and Jacob Tofts then at the front, from Joe Marshall and Sam Harvey, Ben Mulryan and Dan Zelos to round out the top six. Then you've got Ethan Hamilton and Oliver Meadows, Oliver Cottam and Dan Lewis next, ahead of Rhys Summerfield and Dean Burden starting 12th on the grid. Amy Watts on row 7 ahead of Karim Sekat, then Jonathan Moore and Lydia Walmsley. Newcomer Harrison Cavers is ahead of Hannah Chapman, and then the grid is going to be rounded out by Katja Loggi, Paul Porter and Giancarlo Romano. In terms of the classes, Hannah Chapman leads Club Sport Am. She's had 6 wins. Club Sport Pro is led by Jonathan Moore with 8 wins, and Oliver Meadows now is ahead in the RS Am division with 4 wins. His regular opponent, Matt Kyle Henney, not here this weekend for the slightly unusual reason that he's in the Serengeti. The family had booked a safari before the calendar was published. So, you know, why they couldn't have flown back Lion Air, I suppose, who knows. But anyway, the Serengeti seems to triumph over Knockhill.
Yeah, I mean, I think my entire upbringing was worked around race calendars, and I've missed birthdays, weddings, all sorts. So, yeah, poor show, I think, by not being here in Knockhill over the Serengeti.
Must try harder. Quick word about this circuit. As I say, it's a pretty physical lap, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no rest around here. It's a short lap, but it's an intense lap, and it's also a full commitment lap. There's, like I say, no room for rest at all. So, although it's only a very, very short lap on the calendar, it's one that mentally is fairly draining for a race distance.
Right, the grid is formed then. It's a 20-minute race rather than a set number of laps. Flag goes out the first time the leader crosses the line once those 20 minutes have elapsed. Championship leader Tom Bradshaw at the front. The driver that's second in the championship having to sit out the races. Toby Trice, who's had 4 wins, had an accident in qualifying, and the damage wasn't massive, but there was one key part that wasn't here. The car couldn't be repaired. There was talk of trying to find a replacement car. That didn't happen, so poor old Toby Trice, sad to say, is going to hemorrhage points because he's not being able to take part in any of the 3 races that we have this weekend. Green flag shown at the back. We're ready then for round 11 of Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and Tom Bradshaw on pole position now, concentrates on the lights. The yellow-fronted car of Jacob Tofts with him. Good getaway by Bradshaw. Quick hold on the lights. Joe Marshall is away nicely as well in 3rd place. And Bradshaw controls the line, going down towards Duffer's Dip for the first time. A big full field of Caymans then streams through for the first time. Jacob Tofts trying to make a move on Bradshaw before he gets away. But all of this having to be done on cold tyres on the opening lap of the race.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've seen Bradshaw just get brilliant starts for most races these days. So he was always going to be tough to beat. But it looks like Tofts is right on his back bumper now in this open lap, and he knows he's got to make the move early on, because Tom Bradshaw's the prime driver that just gets his head down and builds a gap as best he can.
Down to the hairpin they come then. So Tom Bradshaw leads the way. Jacob Tofts in second, having to think about what's going on behind. Joe Marshall then in the black and green colours is right there in his wheel tracks, looking to try to make a move, and Bradshaw looks to build that gap. Now Tofts won yesterday and Bradshaw was only 4th, so Tom needs some good points out of this.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we've seen that Toby Trice isn't here for these 3 races in terms of car, but Tom's got to really utilise that. And okay, some drivers might go, oh, actually just points as prizes. No, he wants to win, and he wants fastest laps, and he wants the most points he can get over these next couple of races.
To the chicane they come then. Bradshaw leading the way. Tofts second, 3rd is Marshall, and then the 4th place car, Sam Harvey, 5th in the championship. There's a little bit of a gap opening up between the leading quartet and then Ben Mulryan, who is 5th. It is Ethan Hamilton in 6th, and Dan Zelos has dropped back into 7th place. Dan still having this tough adaptation to Porsche racing after so many years of front-wheel drivers. Tofts now lines up for a go on the inside. There's contact. Bradshaw is knocked sideways. Jacob Tofts goes through, but he'd be well advised to give that place back, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, but does Tom have damage there, because it was a compact. contact on the rear wheel, and that's obviously a dangerous point for these cars. So we'll see if Tom's got any damage. You would want to give that position back, but because the deficit's big now, it'd be very tricky for him to do so. So they're going to have to play it very, very well. But yes, ideally, that sort of lunge into the rear wheel is not ideal.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't fully alongside, but Jacob Toft's now is trying to build as big a gap just in case any penalty comes. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so he's obviously late on the brakes, made a move. Tom would have sort of seen him there, but it's that contact right there that is the issue. He wasn't fully alongside, and therefore the corner's not really his. I would say that it was probably be a bit of a late lunge, and Tom did well not to have any damage from that. But yeah, I would say not fully alongside and probably not his corner.
So Jacob Toft does lead. Tom Bradshaw held the slide pretty well, didn't he? He could have hemorrhaged a few more places, but he's hung on to that second spot. And we'll wait and see what is in the system. Nigel Jones, the clerk of the course, will no doubt have a look at that post-race. You've got in third place Joe Marshall. There, Ethan Hamilton having a look up the inside to try to get past Ben Mulryan's car. That's for fifth. And Dan Zelos is right with them as well.
Absolutely, and the thing about this circuit is that it's not so super wide, so overtaking is very, very tricky. You often do it the corner before and line them up. So you've got the two female drivers here of Hannah Chapman and Katia Loggi battling. They were doing this yesterday as well. They're racing super, super close in this class, and these two both fighting for the win or the lead of this class, I think.
That's right, it's just traded. That's the Club Sport AM division, and Hannah Chapman round the outside into the class lead. So brave move, hard move, and it worked. Right, through the hairpin, Ethan Hamilton then on the back of Ben Mulryan, and also under attack from Dan Zelos as they come across the line. Now, last time, Toft was ahead by 4/10. Tom Bradshaw just doing the fastest lap of the race, so he's fighting back as best he can. That suggests the damage, if there is any, isn't too bad.
Yeah, it looks like his car's absolutely fine, and he's actually built a gap now to third place, which means he can really get his head down and focus on catching Toft's in the lead there. And I guarantee that he won't just sit there and follow him round. He'll want to get that P1 back, because essentially he was sort of robbed from him in the final corner.
Absolutely right. So already the driving standards flags are fluttering. One of them is to Dan Zelos, another of them is to Jonathan Moore, who is the Club Sport Pro Championship leader. So the track limits, as ever, being looked at by race control. Toft then was half a second to the good at the start of the lap. It was 7/10 at the last sector point. So Jacob Toft trying to get away. And having had that win yesterday, it's unlocked something, hasn't it? The confidence is there.
Yeah, they often say that when you get your first win or your first proper result, you then relax into it and you find it a little bit easier to get the second and the third and the fourth, because you've done it already, you've seen it all before. So he's definitely gained that confidence, but Bradshaw is a driver that, as we can see, is right on him already. He doesn't give up. He knows his way around this circuit as well. He's probably had a few more years' experience in terms of motorsport than Toft. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle from here on in.
And a good battle here. Reece Summerfield just ahead, as you can see, of Daniel Lewis. That's second in the RS AM division. So those two nose to tail. Oliver Meadows is away up the road, making hay, or whatever you do in Meadows, while Matt Kyle-Henney is away in the Serengeti. Down to the hairpin then comes Reece Summerfield. He's under attack. The net battle pack behind is Amy Watts versus Karim Sekat. Amy Watts going well. Got involved in an accident, or an incident at least, late race yesterday, but Amy racing well. Daughter of former touring car racer Patrick Watts, himself a one-make champion in Minis and Mazdas and Hondas. Over the timing line then goes Reece Summerfield, one of the drivers that moved from Ginetta Racing into Porsches. And actually, from the hairpin, he's scarpered, hasn't he, against Lewis?
He's got some exit there. I think it's also as well that we're sort of defending here, and that's holding these three up, and he's making a bit of a break for it. But that's the sort of break you want to see in your rearview mirrors, especially when it's hot around Knockhill and there's no rest around here. You definitely want a little bit of gap between drivers, just so you can have a bit of a breather.
Along that short straight they come up towards Clark's. Say straight, but there's precious little opportunity on this circuit to relax, is there?
Absolutely, yeah, like I say, it's an intense track, and it's a committed track. You know, the track limits here as well, if we go back to those, is a little bit different in these terms, because you're so committed through some of the corners. You almost don't even want to do track limits, but if you've done the entry a bit quicker or you've hit the apex a bit different, it forces you in that track limits situation. So yeah, it's one of those circuits that I absolutely love, because it's intense the whole way around, and it creates great racing.
Reece Summerfield having a great race as he fends off Daniel Lewis, coming now down through Duffers Dip, right the curb, and you can see those behind getting further and further up onto two wheels, which is perhaps more of a touring car line than a GT4 style line. These are GT cars after all. Reece Summerfield then making the run up through the chicane. All of this currently is for 10th place overall, as well as second in class, and a good exit from the chicane by Daniel Lewis, who's certainly clawed back the lost ground. Now, Toft last time was 1.2 seconds up the road, so he is getting away here as the cars now accelerate out of the hairpin once again, heading up towards the timing line.
Yeah, it seems he's reacted to Tom's sort of attack there. So now the top three are sort of running by themselves, and it'll just be a case of making laps with no errors, and whoever does make an error will then obviously fall into the claws of whoever's behind them.
Now, a 10-second penalty for Karim Sekat there, number 3, for a full start. That means either being outside of his grid markings or being on the move before the lights went out. But it's been looked at. We've had, what, 8 laps of the race, so it's certainly been analysed carefully to make sure that there's a penalty being applied correctly. And that's going to, post-race, be applied and drop Karim Sekat down the order. Getting a replay here of Daniel Lewis having a look, and then a big lunge by Karim Sekat up the inside to go ahead of Amy Watts. Great racing.
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a move that everyone paid attention to. Obviously, a little bit of a biff on the exit there from into Amy, but everyone carried on without too much harm.
And Dean Burden got through as well. Now, Jacob Tofts is the race leader, bearing in mind anything that might lurk in the system for the way that he took the lead. Tom Bradshaw is 1.3 seconds back, and I think now Tom is having to think about banking points. It's damage limitation. In third place, Joe Marshall, who's never quite been able to have a go. This is Joe's view, coming now down towards the chicane. So even if Bradshaw has got a little bit of damage, there's nothing that Joe can do to make up, what, nearly a second now? Yeah,
there's obviously 1.3 between the top two, and then another sort of second for second and third. So they've kind of all spread out a little bit here. We have to obviously bear in mind that tyres is different. They've had a couple of races over the weekend, and they have to bring in carryovers, and they can only select new tyres for certain races. So we might be seeing a deficit due to that tyre wear, and in the next race later today, it could all change again.
To the timing line comes Jacob Tofts, who doesn't just race real-world Porsches, he's also a pretty handy Porsche esports racer. Took part in the esports Carrera Cup GB Championship over the winter months and was always a front runner. Meanwhile, coming here down towards the hairpin in the battle for 16th place, Harrison Cavers, first time out in the championship. Lydia Walmsley behind, and they are squabbling for second place in the Club Sport Pro division. Harrison's father, Carl, we see in Carrera Cup GB, and he comes across the line, learning about the car, learning about the team, learning about the circuit, learning all about this. He's done a bit of caterums, but there's a lot of new here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make a huge difference around here. I know Lydia's raced a couple of times around this circuit, so it should have an advantage in that sort of sense. But yeah, Cavers doing a brilliant job holding her off, and this is for positioning class. They're both battling for second place.
Harrison Cavers, I think, did give the curb a bit of a whack, and that unsettled him coming out the other side of the chicane. So we're about at halfway as Reece Summerfield is still under attack, and Karim Sekat pulls his demon dive up the inside once again. Daniel Lewis gives him room, probably terrorised out of the way, but he does out-drag Sekat coming up the hill. Good racing with Karim Sekat. I know he's got this penalty to apply later on, but he's certainly getting stuck in.
Absolutely, he's loving that lunge at the final corner, but what he's doing is actually giving himself quite a bad exit, because he's having to run tighter on the exit there, and it means he doesn't utilise the move into turn one. So if he can do the lunge again, but also just allow himself to roll off the brakes and get around the corner and pick up the power, it should mean that he runs alongside the car he's trying to overtake ahead of turn one.
Amy Watts in the background just dropping back a little. The other classes are being led by Hannah Chapman and Jonathan Moore, Club Sport and Club Sport Pro respectively, and of course now the leaders having to think about getting up past some of the back markers. We have a car with a problem there possibly. There's one in the background going a little bit slowly. The newcomer Giancarlo Romano is dropping away. A 5-second penalty now comes for number 56, which is the car of Dean Burden. There he is. And that is for track limits, and also heading into the track limit penalty zone, oh dear, Harrison Cavers.
Yeah, so they're coming in thick and fast. Now, track limits is always an account round here in everything that's racing today. It's one of those factors that drivers hate, but rules are rules and we must stick to them. So
yeah, don't you start, I've just got rid of Harvey. So, yes, you're quite right. It is, I'm afraid, a talking point now. Every circuit, every category. You go to a street circuit and people bounce off the walls and people get so close in the runoff area here and you get into the track limit realm, so you can't win either way. However, Jacob Tofts now has another problem. Never mind the track limits, never mind what's going on behind, but he's got to pick his way through the traffic with minimum time loss.
Yeah, and this is another skill in itself. This is where the GT aspect, you know, any drivers that have raced for a long time or have done GT racing, which is more long distance, this is where it will come into their own, because picking off back markers, okay, there's different classes, but there's also drivers here that are having their first weekend, i.e. in the car or even just at the track. So they need to have super awareness in where to place the car, where to overtake, and not risk having damage you know, unmaliciously from a back marker, or you know, even battles within other classes that aren't necessarily looking out for the leader of the race.
So there is Jacob Toft diving through on the inside to get a lap ahead of Katyalogi. There's now a time penalty for Amy Watts for, yeah, you guessed it, track limits. Toft goes over the line. The margin to Bradshaw is 1.5 seconds. So unless Jacob picks up a time penalty for track limits, and I'm not suggesting he will, then it looks as though Tom Bradshaw's going to have to settle for second place. Rhys Summerfield, meanwhile, drives a wide car, doesn't he? Because try as Daniel Lewis might, he can't find a way past the former Ginetta racer.
Yeah, doing everything but open his doors at this stage. But he's, yeah, this is the sort of circuit where if you place your car correctly, it is, I say, easy to defend. Nowhere sort of easy to defend, but it is possible to defend because a lot of the overtakes are done on a run through a corner and then into the next corner. So if he knows where to position his car and just hold the car up behind him very slightly on apexes and entries, he knows that that'll help him into the next corner. So here, he's trying to get a run, get an overlap, and then move on to the inside.
Let's see whether it pans out. It's still Oliver Meadows in the sort of hippie Porsche livery, 1970 Le Mans livery, leading in the class, but the fight for second, Summerfield and Lewis a little bit further back. The cars go by now with 15 laps in the book, and the lead gap is up to 1.9 seconds. So Tom Bradshaw is having to settle for second, but never has Joe Marshall been able to get close enough to have a go. And then you've got Sam Harvey in fourth place, and he really hasn't been able to have a go at Marshall. It was a stalemate.
Yeah, it's all, like I say, yeah, stalemate is exactly the term for it. They kind of were close together at the start, and then they've sort of broken away from each other, and that is how they've stayed. So now it is just a case of using their tyres correctly, getting through the traffic, and bagging the points that they can.
Ethan Hamilton coming up through the traffic in the largely blue car there. Behind him is Dan Zelos down in 7th place, and Dan has had a tough year in the championship. A lot was expected from him, and okay, you can say he's adapting from front to rear wheel drive as Daniel Lewis has another go at Summerfield, but even now Dan Zelos, you would have thought, should be higher up.
Yeah, I mean, these cars are, I'd imagine, are fairly sort of quirky in their own right, and these, you know, the front wheel drive to rear wheel drive, as we mentioned, should only take, you know, pre-season and a couple of rounds. We've got a great battle here into the hairpin, and this is where, again, multiple cars going into one corner, you have to have eyes everywhere, and making sure that you're keeping it clean.
And that's Daniel Lewis finally getting ahead of Summerfield, and Karim Sekat went through as well. So Rhys Summerfield lost 2 places, and he tried to get one back against Karim, but it didn't work. Sekat, though, don't forget, has got a penalty. So on corrected times, Rhys Summerfield will get back up 1 place. The car behind him has a penalty as well, so it's all very confused now. But that was a good move by Daniel Lewis to get himself up into 10th, and he worked long and hard for that.
Yeah, and that's classic of Knockhill. If some car gets past one car, they often form a train, and a couple of cars follow through. Like I was saying, it's all done on entries and exits of corners in terms of getting a better exit and moving into the next corner. And if you see a car making a move, you think, right, I'll tuck in behind him and block that car out, and then you lose 2 or 3 places quite easy around here, because again, it's not a super wide circuit. We've got track limits in play as well, so it's all the nature of this track, and that's exactly why I love it.
Now further back here, Ethan Hamilton goes by, one-time touring car racer. He's 6th. He's shaken off Dan Zelos, but he can't quite get himself onto the back of Ben Mulryan. For the moment, at least. We've got just 5 minutes to go. It's been a lively race, but Jacob Toft's commanding things up front. There is Oliver Meadows putting a lap on Katyalogi in the hippie Porsche livery. Goes through on the inside. Oliver Meadows in the Graves Motorsport entry, now powering his way down to the hairpin. Yeah, the only thing now that's going to trip up Jacob Toft, I suspect, is any judicial post-race.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, they'll take a look at that move, and they'll look at both onboards and deem whether, you know, did Tom give him enough room? Did the lunge come too late? You know, it's us to say on screen, but obviously judicials look at a lot more detail than we can see.
So Jacob Toft, for now, just has to concentrate on bringing it home. He's also done the fastest lap of the race. Could it be 2 out of 2? Well, on the track, certainly the answer looks like yes, but in the Clerk of the Courses room, we'll find out. It's still Bradshaw second, Joe Marshall going through third. In 4th place, you've got Sam Harvey. Ben Mulryan is 5th. In 6th is Hamilton. They're 7th. Just going through the shot is Dan Zelos. But Jacob Toft here coming down towards the hairpin. And how many more laps can he squeeze out of the race? We've got just under 4 on the clock, and it's just over 51 seconds at the moment of the lap time.
Absolutely. The argument that, you know, Jacob Toft will say is he's quite clearly the faster car over this race distance, and, you know, the argument is saying that he would have got past anyway. So we'll see how it comes out in the stewards' room and see how they line up later today. But yeah, it's never a dull moment on these race packages.
Yeah, I don't think the story ends with the checkered flag. Let's put it that way. So meanwhile, the gap between the top 2 is 1.3 seconds. and Tom Bradshaw will at least maintain that championship lead. Whatever happens today, for him, he's always going to be helped by the non-racing of Toby Trice's championship rival.
Yeah, and I know that Toby Trice is still here. He's been wandering around the paddock and watching the races, and he'll probably be absolutely hating every single second of this, watching. You know, it's hard enough to, as a driver, to watch the race you're meant to be in, let alone if you're fighting for a championship and you're sort of being held back just due to car damage. So I'd imagine if he comes back to the remaining races of the season, we're going to see a really fired up Toby Trice. And even if he knows he can't win the championship, he's going to see how many race wins he can get between now and then.
Yeah, true enough. It's going to be a 21-point advantage. Bradshaw to Trice, 23 Bradshaw to Tofts, if things stay as they are. And as there through the traffic goes Jacob Tofts. Now that he's proved just how competitive he can be, he's going to be a real factor for the rest of the season. It was at Donington at the start of the year that the car had an electrical gremlin. We saw it cutting out in both races 1 and 2. Having sort of got round that problem, then the pace has been there. He's been knocking on the door of a race win. Well, he had the first one yesterday. A second one beckons with another 3 laps to go, I would propose. And on board here with Joe Marshall, he is still chasing Bradshaw, but he's got a back marker to deal with first.
Absolutely, and this is the thing, you've got to manage these back markers. You're hoping they'll see you as well. We're given space here, and then hopefully get the run down into turn 1 and made a nice clean pass on the, I say back markers, but they're in their own race as well. They're in their own class, so everyone's battling for their own reason, but it is a case of managing the traffic.
Giancarlo Romano, it is being overtaken as Joe Marshall drops downhill. So the Wera Tools delivery car now third there, clambering up over the curve. Jacob Tofts coming out of the chicane, and there's a bit of dust in the air. That's from the back marker ahead of him. It's not his. Bradshaw in second place, and the margin 1.4 seconds. Let's see who was kicking up the dust. It is Harrison Cavers, is it not? He's already been done once for track limits, and that was exceeding again.
Yeah, absolutely. Lydia Walmsley would have been seeing that and thinking, game on again now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, see how much time he's lost from there and see if Lydia can get onto the back of him.
Dean Burden goes through, Amy Watts behind, and this is for 13th and 14th. They've both got a 5-second penalty for track limits, though, so
cool.
Yeah, they'll both drop down the field, but as a pair,
Yeah.
Reece Summerfield ahead of them. Then with just over a minute on the clock. But that incident aside, it's been a good drive for Jacob Tofts. It's a shame that sort of overshadows the story a bit.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, you might find that nothing comes of it and the position stand as such, but as I said, it looked like a little bit of a late lunge, and the contact where it was on the car wasn't ideal, but as I said previously, you know, the stewards will look at it in much more detail, just as we see more penalties being dished out. It's 10 seconds now for car 14, so that is
Harrison Cavers.
Harrison Cavers, so he's having a trip through the gravel and now a penalty, which actually Lydia Walmsley will be very, very pleased to see in terms of she's dropped back a little bit from him, but means now because of the penalty she's likely to finish in front.
Look, you've been saying what a great place Knockhill is. All he's doing is exploring more of it than the others.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
He's driving as the crow flies and taking the scenic route. I don't blame him. I actually walked up the hill on Friday. Oh, we got a car off into the gravel there. Oh, you see who that is.
That is Dean Burden, is it not? 56. Yeah, Dean Burden off at Clark. We're on the last lap anyway, so hopefully that can be covered by a yellow. Now, was he pushed or did he fall?
Just looks like he's out-braked himself ever so slightly, gone too fast into the corner and just simply can't slow it down enough. So whether that was, you know, it's a very hot day, it's a lot of laps, a lot of braking, it could have been an overheating braking issue, but yeah, just out-braked himself and into the gravel, sadly for him.
Dean Burden then out of the race, up to the checkered flag comes Jacob Tofts, a second win of the weekend in Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. It's 2 out of 2 at Knockhill for Jacob Tofts. He takes the checkered flag ahead of the championship leader Tom Bradshaw. Third will go the way of Joe Marshall. This is Oliver Meadows coming through, and he is going to be on target for a class win as he makes his way now up towards the timing line. Oliver Meadows for Team Parker Racing goes through. So good drive that by Oliver Meadows, and with the absence of Matt Kyle-Hennig, that helps him in the championship. Amy Watts has a dive down the inside of Reece Summerfield, who can afford to let her go, because with the penalty to be applied to Amy Watts, he's going to get the place back anyway.
Yeah, exactly that. So he may have seen that she's got a penalty, thought, here she comes, let her go, and I'm going to regain that position back regardless.
Well, there is Jacob Tofts, the provisional winner of race 2 of the weekend. The margin was down to a second at the end. He was measuring that. Tom Bradshaw will have a thought or two about it, I'm sure, but it's the thoughts of race control that are the more important than the drivers.
Yeah, exactly that. It could be deemed as just, assertive hard racing and nothing done of it, or there could just be a little time penalty that just switches them round. But we'll see as the day progresses how that comes out.
So Jacob Tofts, for now at least, we can call the race winner, and the margin just over a second to Tom Bradshaw, Joe Marshall taking third. The Porsche Sprint Challenge runners out again for their third race of the weekend, and that's going to be just before the last touring car race of the day, so just after 4:30, all being well, for Porsche Sprint Challenge race 3. Touring cars follow that at 5:25. But as down the pit lane they can, one or two of the Carrera Cup drivers, including Max Coates there, applauding as the drivers come in, and Joe Marshall, Sam Harvey down the pit lane as well. Jacob Tofts winning round 11 of Porsche Sprint Challenge by a second from Tom Bradshaw, Joe Marshall third. Sam Harvey is fourth from Ben Mulryan, and Ethan Hamilton in 6th place. Dan Zelos 7th ahead of the RS Am class winning Oliver Meadows. Oliver Cottam in the Hippie Porsche colours 9th, and Daniel Lewis rounding out the top 10. 11th, Reece Summerfield. Then Amy Watts ahead of Karim Sekat. Jonathan Moore takes yet another class win in Club Sport Pro ahead of Lydia Wormsley and another penalised driver, Harrison Cavers. And Hannah Chapman takes another class win as well. That for her now is the 7th of the season, ahead of Katja Loggi, Paul Porter in 19th. We lost Dean Burden into the gravel, and then 21st, Giancarlo Romano a couple of laps down in the Tuthill UK entered car. So Knockhill pauses for breath after a frantic morning of racing here. The championships, Tom Bradshaw 21 ahead of Toby Trice now within the RS Pro class. Jacob Tofts third ahead of Joe Marshall and Sam Harvey. In RS Am, Oliver Meadows 14 clear of Matt Kyle Henney. Then it's Reece Summerfield from Dan Lewis and Dean Burden in 5th. In Club Sport Pro, Jonathan Moore 25 ahead of Lydia Wormsley, the absent Jason Baker third. Hannah Chapman's 22 ahead of Paul Porter in Club Sport Am. Katja Loggi is third. So, Jacob Tofts, it is a race winner. We'll hear his thoughts on that incident right after the break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an an experienced crew on my car. Obviously got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
They don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
The Porsche Sprint Challenge GB roared into action with its debut at Knockhill, and it was Tom Bradshaw on pole, but Jacob Toffs made the decisive move, launching up the inside at the hairpin with a bold lunge. Toffs kept it pinned and powered through to claim his second victory of the weekend. Let's go down now to Lou and hear from our podium finishers.
Thank you, Nikki. And yeah, Jacob, I mean, you know, these wins, you get one. And they do say, actually, once you've won once, it does make that second one come a bit easier. And it certainly seemed that way today.
Yeah, I'd love for that to keep happening. I think the car was really good today. We had a really good start to the race, some great racing with Tom. Hopefully we can keep it up this afternoon and have it go the other way sometimes as well.
Just tell us, that was quite a decisive lunge down at the hairpin to get the lead, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the gap was there and I knew I had the pace, so I knew I needed to pounce. And then we just made a tiny bit of contact, but I think that's racing, so it should be all good.
Did it feel good? I mean, obviously every win feels good, but to get, you know, one on top of the other.
Yeah, it feels good, but we've still got 15 minutes left of the race at that point, so it's too early to start cheering and being happy. You've got to keep our head down and make sure we maximise what we've got left.
First time that the Porsche Sprint has appeared on the bill here at Knockhill. I'm thinking this is going to be a weekend that you remember out of this season.
Yeah, and I hope these cars come back because it's so much fun. We're just flying through turn 1 and flying through the chicane, and then all the other corners are really challenging. So definitely a great addition to the calendar, and hopefully we're back here next year.
Good stuff. Well done you. Well done you. And Tom, I mean, not the win this time, but at this stage, it's just all about banking those really valuable points, isn't it?
Yeah, I nearly didn't score any then at the last corner, but yeah, it's you're dead right. I've got to keep scoring points, keep finishing on the podium, and keep my head down. So yeah, frustrated not to get the win. To say the least, but yeah, it was. It's the points that I need, so I'll keep plugging away.
Bit of a cheeky move by Jacob.
We'll wait and see.
One of the things, because it is quite a short lap here, you've got the back markers to deal with as well, which isn't always easy, is it?
Yeah, it's tricky, and it's really dependent on where you catch them as well. You can catch them just right, and you can catch them very much, in a horrendous place as well. You know, if you get it sort of out of turn 2 and down through the chicane and out the other side, you can lose a chunk of time. Whereas if you catch them coming out of the hairpin, you know, it falls in your favour. So that's why you see the gaps yo-yoing a lot between the top 3 as you come through the back markers. It just really is how you catch them, and there's nothing that those guys can do to get out of the way in certain parts of the circuit either. So yeah, it's tricky.
Well done on the result, and well done to you too, Joe. I mean, P3 yesterday, P3 again today. You're having a good one, aren't you?
It's just solid points, really. We qualified third in qualifying, so we were so close, like 60 thousandths of a second between me, Jacob, and Tom. So, it's normally where you start is where you finish, unless you try some outrageous moves. But yeah, I mean, good points for championship. We got held up with the back markers halfway through, so it's like back and forth. And because we're so tightly matched, it's just so hard to overtake. But yeah, really happy. 2 P3s and hopefully go one step further for race 3.
What are your thoughts looking ahead to the race 3? I can't remember where you're starting, so fill me in.
Starting third again for race 3.
Yes, of course, sorry, yeah.
So it's how we go for something on lap 1. A bit similar to what Toffs did to Bradshaw, to be honest. I think I might have done someone out of the way and go second myself.
You like that move, did you?
Yeah, it was all right. I had a perfect view for it, so yeah, it was great.
Good stuff. Listen, it was great racing. We are going to head to a break now. We're actually going into the lunch break here at Knockhill, but we're going to be looking back at some of the action from earlier on in the day, so make sure you join us for that.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
Oh, there's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Now, here at Knockhill, just before the break, we saw the Porsches do what they do very best here. Now it is time for the track and myself to take a lunch break. I have been told that the Porsche clubhouse does top-notch food. So you guys get yourself filled up. I'm going to do the same. You can also sit back, relax and watch the mini challenge, which happened earlier in the day.
They say the sun shines on the righteous. I'll tell you what, this bunch must be just that. It's the mini championship here at Knockhill. Round 12 about to take place. Pole position goes to Cameron Richardson. Reverse grid, he was 9th yesterday. Josh Porter next from Alex Solly, and then Tom Ovenden. Owen Hillman after his best finish yesterday. He's on row 3. And with another driver who had a best finish, Harry Higton. Lewis Selby and Jamie Osborne on row 4. 5th row, Nathan Edwards, yesterday's winner. Then we're into Charlie Hand, who was 10th yesterday, from Harry Campy, and returning Scotsman Jerry Hendry. Max Edmondson and Jacob Hodgkiss on row 7, followed by Ned Anthony and Alex Brandon, who had issues yesterday, as did Brent Bowie. Nicky Gauci on the reverse pole for the Sport Runners, ahead of Ben Crossley and Will Crooks. Then it's Henry Howarth and Archie Johnson, with Chris McKenzie for Bitcoin Racing rounding off our grid. It's a short lap, a very technical lap, and the racing will be the same. And this is the partially reversed grid, which could give us some even better action as the lights go out, and we are racing here. Josh Porter tries to get away, goes side by side. Josh in the red and black cars who look at camera on the right of shot, and it's Cam Richardson, who I know his mum was very nervous about him having the pole, but I'll tell you what, he dealt with it well. He's down in P2, maybe not as well as he would have liked to have done, but it's a good solid start from him, and Josh Porter who leads.
Yeah, Josh Porter, great getaway, but Cam Richardson will be happy with that, because the thing is just getting away, and if you're in the top 3 and you get away, it's a bonus. It's when you drop all the way to the back and Nathan is gone.
Oh, and that's Lewis Selby, 2nd and 3rd, no, not 2nd and 3rd in the championship, 3rd place in the championship, the Napa car, and a driver who probably should be 2nd in the championship if he'd have had the rub of the green, Nathan Edwards. His luck has disappeared.
Yeah, gone. He just 2 into 1 has not worked out there, so that's going to be full yellow safety car straight out. Great call from the officials, Richard, because this is a place where it's primed and committed.
It is, yeah, very good. And the officials here are under a lot of pressure, as they are at most meetings, to make a decision very quickly, and even more so here because, as you said, it's such a short lap that they've got to deal with that and get the response going before the cars get round to the incident. It looked like Nathan was getting out of the car, which is great news. With Josh Porter about to get us going again, the youngster from Aylesbury. Lovely to see him at the sharp end of the field, and leads them down the hill into Duffers Dip for the first time in anger after there is Owen Hillman coming under pressure from the championship leader. Good one, good bit of learning experience here for the Pro Alloys team, who's been ahead of Max Edmondson, and Max was telling me yesterday, unless they find the money, this is it, game over for him, which is a major shame because he's right up there in the championship. top rookie at the moment. You know, it's just a travesty to lose a driver of that quality.
Yeah, I really do echo those sentiments. He really shouldn't be losing people like that, but that is the way of the world, and that's the way of motorsport. So good luck to him. Teammates battling. Time penalty for number 12, 10 seconds false start. That's Solly, isn't it? Alex Solly.
It is, yeah. So Alex not having the best second half of the season so far. Remember, got involved with Ned Anthony at Croft last time out, and now gets a penalty for a jump start, which is a great pity. But he'll just now try and enjoy his race and work on whatever he can do. Harry Hickton, though, is up into fifth. There is Harry in the pink and blue car. Best finish yesterday for Hickton, the Manpower squad, their first season of JTW racing. And Harry Hickton, the former Cooper champion, picking up fourth place yesterday. And tell you what, with fastest lap in this one at the moment, he's got some serious competition ahead of him in the form of Tom Ovenden. They've raced together in Coopers very well before, but he is now, we're in the second half of the season, Harry Hickton knocking on the door of that podium, and that's going to set him up for, you know, the confidence for next year.
Wow,
that's Ovenden.
That was a bit of a shall I, shouldn't I, and then he's just backed out. Probably the best thing to do there.
Oh, we're going to have a Napa party in a minute. Looks like Jamie wants to join the other boys.
Yeah, but listen, the Nappers are slowing each other down, and you've got Josh Porter just getting on with it in the lead and getting it done. This is starting to look like something's going to happen. Look at these cars as they go up to the top. That was a proper, looked like a torpedo. I think, to be fair to Harry Hickton, he shocked himself that the gap opened. Watch this now from Osborne. Bang, up the curb, bang.
Slotted in neatly.
Oh, so careful. Got to be so careful doing that. Banging off that first curb, it can unsettle the car for the second little bit of curb. But look at them as they come through. Bang, bang, brilliant. These minis don't take as much curb as obviously a touring car. They're just so stiffly sprung, and the damping just cannot take the compliance out of the suspension that's getting bashed off the curb.
Now, Osborne and Ovenden, remember, first and second in the championship. Only one race finish between the pair of them. So there's a little battle on between those two. Here comes Osborne, goes out wide. He's going to have a look at Ovenden. Can't quite do it. He's got two Napa cars in front of him as Tom. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to follow the man who's been in second position race long? That is Cam Richardson, furthest away from camera at the moment as they go through. But Solly's got the move complete. Goes up into P2 without the time penalty. Solly up to second, and Ovenden off on the dirt.
Yeah, but look at Hickton. He's all over the back now of Osborne, and he's passed. He has gone past Ovenden, hasn't he? And that was a great move, and you can just see, look how close they are as they go down the back straight. Good stuff. A little bit of an overlap now for Hillman. Is he going to get past Hickton again? Brilliant racing that was. Look at this now.
Yeah, proper mini racing that we have here. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And let's not forget Josh Porter out front. He's having a little bit of a lonely race, Josh Porter, but doing a sterling job out front. But now he's got Solly behind him. As we go back now to there is Max Edmonton in the 33, getting stuck in. What's happened there?
So I'd like to think that the wheels got caught, and that's what fired them both across, because otherwise you would say that was being driven off track, and I'd like to think that that isn't the case. Wheels get tangled up, so wheels have got tangled up. Yeah. Absolutely. There is no way on this earth that Cam Richardson would have turned 90 right into him.
Right, Richardson went on two wheels, so he's out there, and then so mentally recovering from that. How much later did it happen?
The
clash
wheels
there comes.
Yeah, the wheels have got. I can't. There's no way. Look, you can see the black on the left front wheel there. Yeah, the wheels have got attached. Yeah, the wheels have been attached. There is no way you would ever do that to a competitor. I can't see it. Unless somebody proves me wrong, I'm not having that.
The battle for the championship lead is in third and fourth place, but we go across the line again. What do you reckon, 2 more laps in this one? And Josh Porter's got some work to do here.
This is a problem for Josh, because he could be put under so much pressure. He's got a mistake here in him, and if he has a mistake and didn't realise that the guy behind him had a time penalty and he loses the win, I'll be devastated for him.
He's driven well, though. He got well from the front of the grid, the outside of the front row. Alex Solly, though, is trying to build momentum. Jamie Osborne could be in this one as well. If we've got this lap and another one, do not discount Jamie Osborne here from a win.
Definitely not, because look how quick now Osborne is with them. Osborne is with them, and would Solly let him past?
I love Jamie. He's so laid back, Jamie Osborne, when you go and chat to him, and he never seems to get, you know, riled about anything. Loves his racing, and he is with them. He's caught them, and bear in mind, has come back from, was it row 5 on the grid, and has got into the top 3. He's chipped away. It's been a very workmanlike performance from him and from Porter as well. Porter crosses the line onto the last lap. Sully, Osborne, Ovenden in 4th place. It's going to be between these 3 as they go down Duffler's Dip for the last time.
This is going to be all about who gets the... Look at Osborne round the outside of his teammate, but no, switches back in. Who can get out of the chicane the best? This will win the race.
Here they come through the chicane, heading up towards Clark Curve, and it's Porter who's soaking up the pressure. Ovenden is joining the party in 4th place as well, so we've got 4 minutes. This is what JCW racing is all about, and this is why we've got a plethora of teams looking to join this competition next year. But it's Porter coming down into the Taylor's hairpin for the last time. Let's watch the Napa boys. They're going to make a move down the inside. Thought about it, can't quite do it. Osborne's going to have a look as well. There's contact on the back of Porter from Solly. Solly backs out of it, and Josh Porter's going to grab his first JCW win. It's a reverse grid win, but a win is a win. There's the checker. Superb. Josh Porter takes it. Osborne into 2nd place. Tom Ovenden in 3rd place. Then it was Hill in the 70 car. Comes across the line next to Owen Hillman, beg your pardon, in 4th place. Another great result for Hillman. Harry Hickton does recover for 5th, Harry Campy in 6th, and Ned Anthony, after disappointment yesterday, has come through into 7th place with Lewis Selby recovering for 8th.
Great race that, wasn't it? And a lot of hand waving and made up. Howarth was loving that. Look at that.
Henry Howarth with now he was one that was ruining the drop scores, Henry Howarth, in the sport category, because he had a DNF at Croft, and that brought Archie Johnson right back into the championship mix. And Henry was in the wars yesterday as well, and Archie closed up a little bit more with another win. So those 2 first and second in the sport category. But Josh Porter, superstar from him, the 23-year-old from Aylesbury, has been with us since 2023, and a great reward for us as well as him, getting him to the top step of the podium. Very well done, Josh.
Absolutely. That was an interesting one, though, wasn't it? Because it got he was in the lead by 2 seconds, I'm sure of it, and then they all caught him back up. But yeah, bits of damage here and there, but we'll see how that ends up in the clerk's office.
So round 12 of the VERTU Mini Challenge here at Knockhill, the reverse grid race won by Josh Porter. Well done, Josh, from Jamie Osborne. Super drive from Jamie, and 2 from Tom Ovenden, who chases his championship rival but finishes in 3rd. Owen Hillman with another best of 4th. Harry Hickton 5th from Harry Campy and Ned Anthony. Then it's Lewis Selby and Alex Solly 9th. Cam Richardson finishing in 10th after being a front runner for much of the early stages. 11th goes to Jacob Hodgkiss from Jerry Hendry and Brent Bowie. Then it's Charlie Hand in 14th. Henry Howarth winning the sport category ahead of Nicky Gauci, with Will Crooks taking the next position. So Will Crooks 4th in the sport category, ahead of Chris McKenzie and Ben Crossley in 20th place. Problems in the race we saw for Max Edmondson, Alex Brandon in the invitational class car, and Nathan Edwards going off on the first lap. So one more race to go this weekend at Knockhill, and this is how the championship is left. The gap now up to 54 points. Jamie Osborne ahead of Tom Ovenden, with Lewis Selby in 3rd, and Josh Porter now up into 4th position with that win. Max Edmondson in 5th. Max, though, does still lead the rookie championship ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss, who's closed the gap a little bit, with Harry Campy in 3rd from Harry Hickton and the retired Albert Webster. In the sport category, 18 points is the gap between Henry Howarth and Archie Johnson from Ben Crossley. Chris McKenzie and Nicky Gauci complete the runners there, with the JCW Sport Rookie category headed by Henry Howarth, again from Archie Johnson.
We've been working really hard. We've had a lot of bad luck for the past 3 years, or 2 years, and it's sort of all come together this year. We've got a few podiums, and now to have this first win, it's mega, it's insane.
Some great action from the minis, as always, and I can confirm that the food here is top-notch. Thank you very much to Porsche. Hope you are ready, because after the break we have more highlights coming from this morning's F4 racing. But before we do, my favourite part of the show, it is time for David Addison's quiz question. You better get it right.
One to ponder then during the break. Jake Hill, the reigning champion, took his first British Touring Car Championship win here back in 2019. But in what car? The answer after the break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake?
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Before the break, I asked you in what car did Jake Hill take his first British Touring Car Championship win. It was in 2019. It was here at Knockhill, and the car, an Audi S3. Remember those? Shows a bit how the championship's moved on, doesn't it? But well done to those of you with a long memory.
Oh, and it is so good to have Jake Hill back in the paddock, of course, because he missed last time out in Croft, and Knockhill is his favourite track. Now it is time for some F4 action. Let's join our commentary team of Phil Glue and Richard John Neal.
So qualifying 12th yesterday, and therefore assuming pole position for the partial reverses, August Raber with Adam Alzari alongside Chase Fernandez and Theo Palmer on row 2. Then it's Tommy Harfield and Jimmy Pizzi completing the 3rd row. 7th on the grid is Ari Bansal, then it's Martin Molnar with championship leader Fionn McLaughlin next up, Ethan Jeff Hall in 10th. 11th on the grid is Rowan Campbell-Pilling, ahead of the man we'll see on pole position later on today, that's Thomas Behrman. Ella Lloyd on row 7 with Yu Hao Fu. Henry Jocelyn on row 8 with Xavier Abramides. Cole Hewitson on row 9 with our onboard camera car, that's Elba Larson for Chris Dittman Racing. Row 10, Ian Kraling, a newcomer to the championship. Next to him, the American Henry Mercier. Hani Sadiq, warm welcome to him as well. Guy Olbage for Rodin next up. And our final welcome newcomer is Joseph Smith for High Tech. As we wait for the start of the second of the 3 races this weekend here in Scotland. Let's see what Raber can do. Alazari was slightly better, in fact a lot better, and gets ahead as they come off the line. Is he going to assume the lead? Is he going to Duffstep? He is in 3rd position. It's Chase Fernandez, but the pole man, August Raber, you were saying to me before we came to airfield that he's been struggling a little bit this weekend.
He has. He had a very good start to the season, but yeah, he started to struggle midway through, and yeah, real bad start there. As you can see, he was weaving. We've got someone further back, and it's that's Larson, that's that onboard camera, and it's is it Jocelyn or is it the other Fortec car?
26 car is Henry Jocelyn with the blue mirrors. He's going to be feeling a little bit blue after that. So a clash of the 2 blues, the blue car of Elba Larson. We've got the onboard of that, so we'll be able to see what happened a little bit later on with the replay. It does instigate an immediate safety car, which will eat into the 20-minute racing time here at Knockhill. Massive crowd in the background. You can see all the park and view drivers that are here. And Scott Stringfellow gets his first go in the new Lotus safety car, which is great to see. And our thanks to Lotus for partnering up with F4. And that's the reason why.
Yeah, you can see there's some damage there on the rear right, and obviously a lot of damage on the front of the Fortec car of Jocelyn. So, yeah, I would imagine that Larson has tried to turn in to turn 3 and just got turned around by Jocelyn. But let's have a look shortly at the onboard and the replay and see what happened. There's another car as well. Is that a high-tech car that's
Behrman,
further?
isn't it?
Is it Behrman? No, I think it's
Behrman, I think.
Is it Behrman? Oh no,
yeah, it is Behrman.
Pole sitter as well for the last race of the weekend. So yeah, not great for the high-tech car of Behrman when he has had such a good weekend so far with a second and then a pole for later on. But yeah, real shame. Interesting to see what happened there. I think that must be 2 different incidents.
This is fascinating, actually. We've had a coincidence here because the mini race that we had earlier on in the morning had the driver who was on pole position for the main race of the day a little bit later on got taken out on the first lap as well, and Thomas Behrman's out. So we've got 2 outright pole setters having issues, which is a big shame. But they'll get the car back together, and we'll see what Thomas can do from pole. But it's lovely to see him qualifying 1st and 2nd for the 2 fastest off the front races. He really has arrived. He took a win. ITV viewers will imagine that he's had this role since Alton Park, which he won the truncated race at Alton, and then arrives at Knockhill, and we're reporting that he's on pole. F4 have actually had 2 events since Alton Park, which we'll talk about either during this race or later on, as the 2 drivers receive the attendance of the marshals, just making sure that the drivers are okay and doing everything they can to recover things as efficiently as possible. And that nice wide shot there just showing Thomas's car over to the right, Thomas Behrman. Thomas grabbing a podium at the... It was lovely to have an away day at the British Grand Prix. It wasn't part of the F4 Championship, but it was a super weekend's racing. We had 2 races, and Thomas was 3rd in the 2nd race very early on the Sunday morning in front of a massive crowd, and it was just wonderful for F4 to be part of the GP meeting.
It certainly was, wasn't it? Yeah, having F4, F3, F2 and F1 all on one weekend especially with it being the British F4. That was fantastic, and I think you were commentating on it, weren't you?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be asked to do it, and had a great time with the guys at the F1 TV putting that together.
I must have missed that email. I didn't get that memo.
I think the issue, well, you were at the track, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
We were at the production centre elsewhere. It was mentioned, but because
yeah, I know, I'm joking.
If it had been at Silverstone, the commentary, you'd have been there.
Yeah,
that's what I was told to say. Anyway. It was in
Let's see what happened further back here. There's definitely two incidents. As you can see, there's Vortec car got squeezed wide. He had no choice. He's absolutely out of control. Not his fault, I don't think at all. And the grass is obviously not as grippy as the tarmac, so he has nowhere to go, spinning out of control. And unfortunately, it took out Larson. She wouldn't have seen that coming whatsoever. So we'll see on board now exactly what happened as she's coming into turn 1. Get nice and clean through turn 1 and turn 2. Further back, she won't see this, but the Vortec car has been squeezed on the grass as she turns in. She has actually tried to avoid that. She saw it coming, but she still had nowhere to go.
And the restart is underway. We've got 9 minutes of VERTU's F4 British Championship certified by FIA to go as they go down into Duffer's Dip. Once again, Chase Fernandez in 3rd place is on the offensive. Down behind him is Tommy Harfield. Had a penalty yesterday, Tommy, so keen to get up onto the podium here. This potentially Tommy's last meeting. This is meeting 7. He's done all of them, and the Challenge Cup is the limited run. He, I think, may switch to overall championship if he gets the budget to carry on. But Tommy Harfield in 4th place could well be his last meeting of the year. It'd be great to see him back. He's one of the first-year drivers, hence the rookie category for the car as the race leaders come up into, and of course, starting single file, one hopes that it's less eventful than lap 1.
That was a good move from Pasic on Bansal there, so down the inside of the hairpin, and now we've got another 2 running side by side. It's Harfield and Fernandez, so CDR has managed to get round the outside, so Harfield up into 3rd.
Yeah, podium will be great for Chris Dittman. Always a pleasure to catch up with Chris, who has another debut driver in with him this weekend. So Chris Dittman running well. Albert Larson, of course, running with Chris Dittman as well. And Harfield up into 3rd place. I'd like to see Tommy complete the year, Phil, because it would be a shame for the challenge status for him to miss out, but I think the last 3 rounds would be a good building block for next year.
I agree, because he's been so quick this year. It'd be nice to see that him actually do the whole season, but again, I can see why he'd also do the Challenge Cup as well. But this battle hasn't ended here with Bansal and Pasic. As you can see, Bansal was trying to go around the outside, but Pasic's kept that position. He's in 5th and Bansal's 6th. As you can see further back here, we've got Ella, Lloyd and Jeff Hall, so that's the McLaren and the Mercedes drivers.
Wow.
Let's see if Jeff Hall can do anything about this. All over the gearbox of Ella Lloyd as they come through turn 3. Is he going to get a good run through the chicane? As this is one of the corners I was talking about where they get airborne if they hit that curve a little bit harder, but not quite the run that he needed there. And then we've got Campbell, Pilling and McLaughlin as well battling just in front of them.
Yeah, Rowan frustrated yesterday with another one of his starts. And
yeah, that wasn't great. I only heard about that when I got here, and he jumped the start once again. He did it pretty terribly at Oulton Park, and then he's ended up with another 10-second penalty in yesterday's race. So not great for Campbell Pilling, especially when he has so much speed.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because he qualified on pole for yesterday's race. He didn't need to jump, but I guess if you've got it in your head, it's going to potentially make it worse for him, which is not good. As we watch Pasic, shout out for Bansal behind, who put Vortec back onto the top step of the podium, didn't he, at Zandvoort? So well done to Ari, which was, we knew they had the pace. Seen that earlier on in the season with pole positions and the like, but it was Ari Bansal that got Vortec onto the top step. There's our newcomer having a little bit of a Mr. Whippy there. It's Joseph Smith.
Yeah, he's come out of Ginetta Juniors. He decided to can that early and jump into F4. Oh, it's a nice little move, nice attempt, but and there was no contact. But yeah, as you can see, he just had a bit of a drift on, and the front right went over the sausage curb, which meant he was a little bit out of control, and that put him in the gravel. But yeah, great bit of car control from him. And here we go again, further back with the Argenti. Is that Argenti and that's Molnar, isn't it? Molnar and Palmer.
Yep, they're Palmer. Martin Molnar trying to claw some points back here on Fiona McLaughlin. He won't claw too many back in the reverse grid race. There is Molnar.
Late move.
Look at that, lovely move.
Nice. I like that a lot.
Down the inside, lovely move there
Good stuff by Tommy Harfield. What a move that was by Harfield. This is why he needs to stay with the move out of the challenge bit and do the rest of the season for me.
Absolutely, yeah, that was a surprise. I didn't think he was going to go for that move, but Raber just left the door wide open.
Yeah.
And we had a bit of a lock-up as we break down the inside. But yeah, Raber didn't really try and cover that one off at all. Now Raber's under massive pressure from Fernandez.
Yeah, so Chase Fernandez, of course, won at Donington Park, the reverse grid race, so no slouch at all. Raber not looking comfortable at the moment. Alazari is, though. 1.5 seconds clear. Here's a replay of Tommy's move.
I don't think Raber was even looking. But then he didn't really even turn for the corner either, so he's obviously had a glance at the last second and then realised that he's coming. Oh, another big lock up there for Raber now this time. So as he's trying to keep Fernandez behind, he's having a lock up. So yeah, he's under real pressure now to try and keep this podium spot.
He is, yeah. Tommy Harfield's away down the road in P2. Adam Alazari on his way to maybe another race win here.
Well, there's going to be contact here soon. Raber needs to calm the steering wheel down a little bit there. He did it at the start, but he's now decided to do it again on this towards the end of the race. Yeah, it's all right, defending position, but he needs to do it safely.
This is important, isn't it, for Fernandez? This is all about a podium now.
It is, yeah. Fernandez obviously wants that podium, but Raber just wants to. He's obviously started on pole. He doesn't want to be off the podium completely. So, yeah, he's going to be fighting for his life here to stay in third place.
So all these guys we're looking at are just outside or near the top 10 for the third race of the weekend. Lots of side-by-side classic Knockhill action here. Zach Cole-Curison coming up as well in the 33.
Fernandez and Pizik and Banzel battling hard behind it. Banzel going to the outside. That's also Molnar who's in this mix. So this has been a great battle all race long with Banzel and Pizik. Banzel's going to try and go down the inside there. Pizik's going to use his experience, but no, he's in the gravel, and that's Banzel down the inside. Molnar's going to try and follow through, but Pizik's kept the position.
Oh, great F4 racing here. This is what it's all about. Molnar's going to try and come through. We're hearing that Tommy Harfield has got
contact.
Fastest lap. In second, there is contact. It's all going on all through the field. Pizik there, and Molnar really getting stuck in.
Now they've extended that runoff there, so that's allowed Pizik to be able to keep that position because he was completely on the red bit of tarmac. As you can see, we've got quite a few side-by-side now going through the hairpin. This is looking tasty now as they side-by-side once again going down the start-finish straight. Campbell Pilling there and Palmer.
Yeah,
I think Campbell Pilling's going to keep the position. Yes, he is. This is great bit of driving between all these guys.
Yeah, this is, there we were sort of speculating this might be too small for them, but they're putting on some great racing and probably just within the limits on the F4 now. If it gets any quicker, might be an issue. I need to look at the fastest lap, 48.892 with the second place driver. Will McIntyre has the lap record here. Racing running in GB3 now, 5th position in the championship. 38 seconds remaining. Alazari from Tommy Harfield. And then in third place, Raber still there. Chase Fernandez, the former Ginetta Junior Scholar, still that very strong link between the Ginetta Championship and a lot of youngsters wanting to do single-seaters come up. Do you think we'll see Rocco Coronel next year in this, or will he go sports cars?
No, he'll go F4. He's definitely going F4. I just don't know which country yet. But
and he's got a hand on the trophy already, isn't he, Rocco?
Yeah, pretty
juniors?
much. Yeah, he's nearly 100 points ahead, so he's absolutely dominated Ginetta Juniors. But that is number 2 with a time penalty, Joseph Smith. So yeah, I saw that he had quite a lot of laps deleted in qualifying as well, hence why he started so far back. But yeah, he needs to calm down on the old track limits. That's probably come from his Ginetta Junior days.
It probably has. And do you know what, though? I mean, he's 4th in the Ginetta Junior Championship in a very, very strong campaign. So for him to stop, brave decision, but he's sorting himself out for next year. As checkered flag, and it is Alazari that takes it from Tommy Harfield. August Raber is going to hang on to third place ahead of Chase Fernandez in 4th. Look at them side by side up the road. 4th goes to Bansal from Jimmy Pizik. Martin Molnar 7th. Rowan Campbell Pilling in 8th. Well, they didn't get much racing time. They had half a race, didn't they, really, by the time the safety car had gone in. But Alazari did the job off the start, did the job off the restart as well.
and I wonder if we'd have had another safety car. Tommy Harfield got the fastest lap. He was gunning for that first win for CDR, wasn't he, Tommy Harfield? I don't think he's far away. I've said it before, but
I agree. It's a shame actually that we only got half a race distance there, because I definitely agree that Harfield was catching Al-Azhari very hard, and there was a lot of good racing further back as well. So yeah, we only got to see half of that, but let's hope we get more of that later on.
yeah, I really hope we do. And always love it when new teams are up there and getting closer to first wins, and CDR very, very nearly there. But Adam Al-Azhari takes another win. Great for Rodin, and adding another win to their tally, making it difficult for the likes of High-Tech to try and close in on their collection of race wins in the F4 Championship. And MSA Formula, of course, it was known back in the day as well, going through. And August Raber will be happy to have hung on to that podium from Chase Fernandez. Here's how they finished. Adam Al-Azhari takes the win from Tommy Harfield and August Raber. Chase Fernandez in fourth. Ari Bansal next from Jimmy Pazik and Martin Molnar. Rowan Campbell Pilling eighth. Theo Palmer ninth. Out of the points, apart from those he gained, 4 places gained, was Fionn McLaughlin in 10th place. A frustrating race for him. Ella Lloyd 11th from Yuhao Fu. Great stuff from Yuhao after yesterday's non-finish. Ethan Jeff Hall 13th from Cole Hewitson. Then it was Xavier Avramides and Arjen Kraling in 16th from Hani Sadiq and his debut weekend. Guy Olbosch in 18th from Henry Mercier, and Joseph Smith in 20th. 21st, well, non-finisher, of course, Thomas Behrman. Same with Henry Jocelyn and also Elba Larsen.
Off the line, I got August and their safety car. After the safety car restart, I pulled quite a big gap to August, I think more than a second. Then they started battling behind me, and towards the end, Harfield was catching up. But yeah, I was just saving the tire a bit for the next race.
Well, it's been a busy day already here in Knockhill with those support races before we came on air. And it's a busy old day trackside with thousands of fans making their way into the circuit to see their favourite drivers up close. Next, we have the Minis out on track just after this short break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month, and with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
Thing just... It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Now this weekend is such a special occasion for all the loyal fans here at Knockhill to get their chance to see their BTC heroes in town. Now it's the Minis who are up next, but it's a special week for one of our commentary team. Richard John Neal has celebrated his birthday on Friday. So the big question is, has he saved me some birthday cake? And has Paul bought the party hats? Let's hope so. Right, let's get ready for the second mini challenge race of the day with Richard and Paul.
And for the first time ever, and it's great to say thank you, Nicky, and welcome Nicky Shields to the team. Great to have you on board.
Yeah, great to have Nicky here, and happy birthday, Richard. I know you always swerve that one. Your missus messaged me on Instagram, was like, can you please wish him? And I went, don't you worry, it's already done. So happy birthday, Rich. We all love you, mate.
That's very kind. Thanks to the team for the nice messages as well. But here's the driver hoping to do some celebration himself a little bit later on. Nathan Edwards, the Kentish driver, pole position. Outright had pole for the second fastest grid race yesterday. And the reverse grid race had an incident. It was deemed nobody's fault, but went off with Lewis Selby. There's some Lewis Selby stuff to tell you a little bit later on as well. But massive crowd here. All the people that are here with Mini for the first time were saying how passionate and how many people there are here and how much they're enjoying it. Absolutely loving the Knockhill experience.
Yeah, do you know what's really funny about Knockhill? I honestly have to prepare myself before I come here because I don't go anywhere apart from here that everybody, and I mean everybody, wants to talk to you and wants you to sign something. They make you feel so special, and it's lovely that we still come up here year on year and the people are just passionate, great, and lovely. So I just want to say a special thank you to everyone in Scotland who's here today, and up north. Actually, some of them Malta was just talking to. They've come down over here to have a look, watch of the racing.
They
So
supported Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver, presumably, or maybe
so I think they may be. Yeah.
Which is good. Anyway, so bigging up, and I did at Croft about how good the people are there. It's not saying a lot about the crowd of Brands Hatch, is it? Really?
It's too southern for me, mate. You lot eat off picnic tables in the crowd. I've seen it before. But, you know, in general, we've seen what's happened with PMR in the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah.
Everyone helping out. That's just motorsport. But up here in Scotland, I don't know whether it's because, you know, we come up here once. They love it. They just love it. So it's great to see.
It is great, and thank you for the warm welcome and for laying on the weather for us as well, which has been absolutely magnificent. Let's have a look how they line up, though, for round 13. Hope it's not unlucky for some. It certainly wasn't in qualifying for Nathan Edwards. He's on pole. Jamie Osborne, the championship leader, alongside Lewis Selby on row 2 with Owen Hillman. What a performance from Owen in qualifying. Harry Hickton, nearly a podium previous time out, and he lines up next to second in the table, Tom Ovenden. Cameron Richardson next from Max Edmondson. Then it's Alex Solly and Charlie Hand. More dirt coming up on Charlie Hand later, we hope. Harry Campy and Jacob Hodgkiss on row 6. Josh Porter with Jerry Hendry next up from Ned Anthony and Brent Bowie. Alex Bandham is next. The pole position for the sport category going to Archie Johnson. He's second in their standings. And then Henry Howarth, who leads the standings, second from Chris McKenzie. Nicky Gauci on row 11 with Will Crooks. And then Ben Crossley, who had a disappointing qualifying yesterday, but he's third in the standings for sport, hoping to do well from the back of the field. So that's how they line up. Yeah, I'll go back to the comment about Charlie Hand. I got told off by Charlie's dad because, I don't know if you remember, he wasn't at Croft because he went to the Oasis concert at Wembley, and Charlie had dobbed him in it and said, oh yeah, my dad will be hungover on the settee watching the racing, and apparently his phone went ping, 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 ping. And then, but actually some people hadn't realised that it was that Charlie Hand that was racing and put the two together.
Oh, so really?
Yeah, which is good. So we're looking for some dirt on Charlie Hand to spread to the nation at some point. He's a great lad, and the great thing is about when you can have a little bit of a josh with somebody, he actually takes it and enjoys it. He enjoys the fun. He's a good lad.
Not like some people I know.
Ooh.
No, I was on about you.
Oh.
No, I'm joking. You're always lovely, mate. You're always lovely.
That's very kind of you. Anyway, so there's this championship battle that could have been, isn't it? Nathan Edwards on pole position here, with Lewis Selby behind Jamie Osborne P2. So we've got that nap attack going on again here, but I think Jamie Osborne, he wants to win the championship, but he would probably have liked to have had a few wheel-to-wheel battles with Nathan Edwards over that first part of the season.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, this is what we were expecting, wasn't it? This kind of front row and everybody getting involved, and Osborne's got an opportunity here to really stretch out that lead. But yeah. A lot of people, a lot of stories, a lot of people have been driving real aggressive and getting the job done around here. You have to be at your most controlled, aggressive to get around here and be fast.
I think this is going to deliver us a race. There is Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver in the 22S car, S for Sport, which is the stepping stone category up to JCW's, which is the front category we're looking at now, getting ready for the start of our final mini race of the weekend here at Knockhill Circuit. Nathan Edwards and Jamie Osborne get away well. Osborne's taking the battle to and goes side by side. There's a clatter between the two. The mirrors on Osborne's car is slightly deranged, and he's going to look round the outside as they go down into Dufferstead. Osborne gets the lead.
Wow, so brave, but it's not over yet. Nathan Edwards late on the brakes. Is it too late? No, brilliant. Jamie's got an overlap. This is where it's going to get. No, it's off.
Through the quick fit barrier, back on circuit, third, maybe fourth place. Hinton's through, Jamie Osborne fourth. It is not game over, Paul. That wasn't quite the start we wanted to see, but that's the battle that has been maybe brewing up over the course of the season. Going through is the Pro Alloys car going through. Jamie Osborne will be fired up. Oh no, is it going to be an early safety car? Keep going through the gravel. We hope we don't. Now we've got Lewis Selby, so it's the two protagonists who went off in the first lap bunching, if I can call it that are now at the front together, with Harry Hickton in third, keen to get a first podium, if not a first win. I did finish my lunchtime chat with him saying get a podium or a win. Here's the change for the lead. It's a Napa car again, down the inside into the lead. Lewis Selby teeing it up. Nathan Edwards trying to defend or maybe get back in. That was on the limit.
On the limit, but his rear's locked. That will be a big worry. His rears are locking in that P2 car. That car is locking rears really badly. Nathan Edwards struggling in the 21. Harry Hickton will be lining him up into Clark.
He will. So the top three clear at the moment. It is Owen Hillman in fourth place. Again, a really good, strong run by Owen Hillman. And here we go with Edwards. And now that he's got the pace just came back to him. They did say what it was. I don't think it wants me to broadcast what the issue was with the car, but they found it at Croft, and he started getting pole position again, and now he's involved in the racing. Looks to the outside run here, but Harry Hickton will maybe pop up the inside here in that very indistinctive pink and blue car.
Yeah, but look at the run that Nathan Edwards has just got off there. I thought he'd really made a hash of that, but he's not. This is going to be super close. Selby, what will he do? What will Hickton do? Can Hickton see a gap to go to P2? Because he does. Down the inside, he could take the lead with it. What a move! Brilliant!
Harry Hickton, third to first, and he read that magnificently, Paul.
Oh, that was Ash Sutton-esque at Croft. That was absolutely stunning. I just hope he hasn't gone wide in the gravel. No, he's not. That will be one for the resume. That was amazing.
And Owen Hillman has now planted himself on the battle for third place, and he's looking at the back end of Nathan Edwards' car. Nathan, the top winner last year, remember, didn't take the championship. That went to Dan Zelos, but he was the winningest driver, if we can use that word. And look at Owen Hillman, loves this track. It's his favourite circuit, as Edwards looks down the inside here of Lewis Selby. Wonderful to see Owen Hillman and the Pro Alloys team. I remind you that Manpower, that are leading this one, Harry Hickton and Pro Alloy Wheels, it's their first season in the Mini Championship, and here we are just into the second half of the season, and they're finding their feet and taking the battle to the established front runners.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? Absolutely great to see. And there you go. So what we're looking at is Harry Hickton's move, but it all started with him all over the blue painted part of the track on the exit of the pit lane, which some may question, but I do believe that has been happening most of the weekend. So I've not seen anybody pulled up on that, but it is a good spot. And is that Max Edmondson?
It is.
Yeah, getting smashed off the track there. Be interested to see what they do about the track limits, maybe, of that Hickton pass, but I have seen a lot of people doing that most weekends.
There, yeah, have been a lot of people doing it in various formulae. Max Edmondson, we're looking at there, the Pro Alloys car. I tell you what, you literally do need today sunglasses going past all that fluorescent signage in the Pro Alloys camp. And at the moment, we're hearing that Max Edmondson is telling me yesterday this is his last round. He hasn't got the budget to carry on, you know, like Albert Webster last time. It's such a major shame to be losing drivers like that. And if you're half thinking about getting involved with any of those drivers, don't think it, just do it.
Yeah, exactly, especially when you've got the coverage that these guys are all getting. It is a shame, but it is a way of the world, and we all go through it as drivers, but if we can ever help out, then that's what we try and do. But like you say, they're good drivers, and that's the real shame of it.
Well, a little bit of grass popping over onto the track. Harry Hickton still the leader, with Lewis Selby in second from Nathan Edwards and Owen Hillman. So we look at the lead quartet coming into Taylor's the hairpin. This massive climb that they have to make in front of a lot of the fans that are here. Jacob Hodgkiss in 95, second in the Rookie Championship. Jacob moving up from BRSCC Fiesta racing last year, racing in the juniors, so moving up into senior formula and doing a good run in the rookies as well, especially with the likes of Harry Hickton involved in it. Max Edmondson leading the rookie category at the moment, as we go back to Max with Alex Solly in the number 12. So Alex trying to deal with Max here. Max was a little bit off colour in terms of qualifying, Paul, and apparently it was a brake issue. They sussed it out in race one, and that's why he had the pace as Nathan Edwards goes into P2. Fastest lap for Nathan Edwards as well.
Oh, that was classy, that was, but I thought he'd overrun it a little bit. Selby tried to come back at him, but Nathan Edwards will defend this now because he knows that Selby is capable of the late lunge and getting down the inside. So it's all happening, isn't it? And we've got track limits for 21, which is Nathan Edwards, so he's got to be careful of that. A little bit on the track limits. Have you seen how they do it with the VAR kind of things that ITV Sport, they help out with the cameras, and it's really good, yeah, really good. So it's a lot more easier to determine if someone's gone wide. Now I had a quick look at it before, really impressive.
So Hickton now being closed in by Nathan Edwards. Nathan's on a roll. We saw him bag that fastest lap, but he's got to be wary of track limits, and he will just gun for the win. We won't have any judicials till after the race, so we'll probably get to talk to whoever crosses the line first, but Nathan all over Harry Higton now.
Yeah, this ain't over yet. They're all swerving that grass that's been brought on by Max Edmondson, but great run Harry Higton has out of the Clark curve. Really, really impressive. But those locking rears that Nathan Edwards in that 21 had earlier, it must have just been cold rear tyres, because now he's braking as late as anyone, and it's not a problem. It was this first corner that really he was struggling at. He nearly went off braking, but they do have a lot of dive over the front axle, and then the rears lift off the floor. Just having a look, Nathan Edwards, he won't get it done there, but this is not going to finish like this, I'll guarantee you that.
There's so much to look at here, and we've got the quartet here. 2 cars behind them are the 2 guys fighting at the top of the table in the championship, so we need to keep one eye on that, but rightly having a look at the race leaders going through with Harry Higton, who was saying to me at lunchtime he was so pleased to have got past JB Osborne. He did the move, got up onto the podium and then threw it away, and he, as I say, made no excuses for it at all. But he said the main thing is now we know we're getting the pace.
Exactly, and that will be the thing that you focus on. You've got to focus on the speed of the car and just get it done when you can. So late on the brakes then for Nathan Edwards. He's going to try and switch back underneath Harry Higton, get the power on nice and early, but the only thing he's going to have now is probably... Oh, Jamie Osborne!
Jamie Osborne! What was it we were talking about in race 1? A DNF, a retirement, a lonely finish could extinguish...
Windows open, so that is definitely coming in the pits, that car.
Right, okay, not what Jamie Osborne wanted at all. And here comes the battle for the lead, change for the lead. Edwards down the inside, Higton on the outside. How long is this going to go side by side? Accelerate Team versus Manpower Motorsport up into the chicane. Higton gets the lead back, but Edwards still fighting.
Very classy stuff from these two, but now look at Selby, he's going to have a look. Oh, this is going to bring the 4th place car in of Hillman. Hillman's in a great place to get on the podium here. Looks like he's been off, has he? Is the grass all over the bottom of the car? Wow, okay, so...
Not the weekend, is it, for Jamie Osborne? And so he's going to maybe have to wait a little bit longer as we go back. Ned Anthony busy chasing Archie Johnson. Johnson leading the first car that we saw there is leading the sport category with Henry Howarth in pink. We go from pink to pink and blue. Henry Howarth, championship leader, 2nd in the sport category at the moment. But now Selby, who cycled all the way here, believe it or not, to Knockhill to raise money for charity, is in 3rd place and busy challenging. I'll tell you what, if he looks at his mirrors, he'd be forgiven for thinking that it was Max Edmondson, but it's Owen Hillman who's absolute driver of the meeting for me at the moment.
Driver of the weekend, Owen Hillman, absolutely brilliant. And the leader drops a left rear. That's the first time I've seen that this weekend from anything I've been commentating or watching. And a left rear in the gravel in a front-wheel drive car is the absolute worst thing you could wish for. But look at that, he's still pulling away. Clark Curve, the corner we've just come out of, is going to win in this race, or is it because it's a late lunge? Edwards is turned in!
No! He gets it going again, but he's lost. Look at that. He lights up the tyres trying to recover. I tell you what, Edwards will be absolutely distraught with himself for that. It was a typical Knockhill move, diving down the inside. We've seen it in the domestic R53 championship, and that has completely changed the complexion of this race now with Lewis Selby. How fitting would it be after his wonderful efforts in the week if he got a win, but not at the expense of Nathan and also Harry Higton. A big shame for those two.
Yeah, huge shame. So he must have broke suspension here then. So this looked to me like it was on. No, it's not on. Oh no, it's a clean mistake, a clear mistake by Nathan Edwards. He will be devastated for himself. He had nowhere to go. He had to try and slow it down and keep it right. The first thing he will do, I'm hoping, is go and shake his hand and say, I am so sorry. That's the first thing he should do, because Nathan is not that driver. He really isn't. He's gutted, and I'm gutted for him. It's so easy to lock up. It's either you go in the gravel trap or you think, I can slow it down and get this move done. And to be fair, it was slowing down, but just not enough.
The stewards have a real problem with it, because whatever judicials happen as a result of that, and you know, you're right, Nathan wouldn't want to do that, but it doesn't get the places or the points back for Higton, and that's one of the just bad luck elements of racing, isn't it, when that kind of happens. We've got a little bit of Pro Alloys team racing going on now, because we've got, who'd have thought this? We've got Owen Hillman 2nd, Max Edmondson in 3rd. Owen told me that if Max had was coming through in race 1, he said, I'm just going to wave him through. Whether he'll do it now in P2, chasing Lewis Selby, I don't know.
This is absolutely, and this is no disrespect, this is an extraordinary performance from Owen Hillman. Honestly, I know Owen quite well, and I know he's raced for quite a while, but he is far from experienced. Brilliant stuff to see.
It is wonderful to see. There is Henry Howarth. So Henry Howarth leading the sport category ahead of Archie Johnson. So Henry's going to take a few more points out of Archie in the sport category. At the moment, it's Ben Crossley's come up to third. Well done, Ben. He's up to third ahead of Nicky Gauci, the Jam Sport Scholarship winner. Wonder who's going to win it for next year. The first round takes place in November. I think they're taking bookings for that. So if you fancy making the jump from being on the, on the terraces here to maybe driving a car next year, it's a very good way of getting involved. But Selby, 4/10 clear of Hillman. What are the Pro Alloy boys going to do here? That's the question. As we see the sport runners go. Now back to Harry Higton, who is in 5th position. He's got Alex Solly behind him. Then Jacob Hotchkiss quietly racking up the points as well down behind these guys. And how has that affected Harry Higton in terms of, is he going to get close? He's got Tom Ovenden in front of him. He's got to catch Tom. If he works with Alex Solly, he might well be able to maybe have a nibble, but looks like Harry's had the wind taken out of his sails a little bit.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? You just never know, the kind of car he's dealing with. It might have a little bit of a bit of a problem with the car not steering straight. Yeah, you just never know. But as the driver behind, you will see what he's just seen, and that's understeer from Higton, and Higton will now be vulnerable because it looks like he's a little bit hobbled to me.
Higton and Solly, both real-world drivers in our official mini esports series in the week as well, so we'll be resuming action in that this week. We've got an ex-junior saloon driver from the ARC winning that one, Lewis Stannard, a young teenager who wants to come and race minis in the future as well. And we're looking forward to that one at the end of the week. But here we go then, Max Edmonton. Now, what's going to happen here, do we think? Because Owen Hillman here is actually within a real go of getting the overall win. So is he going to let Max come through? Or is he going to race Max, or are they going to work together and try and get on terms with Lewis Selby?
This is tricky, because Pro Alloys could have a win here, but there's not enough pressure being applied for me from Edmondson to have Owen, his teammate, just move out the way. So look, he's already a little bit of a gap there. But yeah, this is tricky, but they won't want to take each other out, and they get on pretty well, so I can't see it. But if it's a clean pass, I think Edmondson will go for it.
Yeah, you're right. Lewis Selby, though, this year has been mega. I mean,
big slide from Hillman, and that might do it for him.
Jerry Hendry, one of our Scottish, guest driver. Great to see Jerry back with us in Mini, and has a little off as he adapts to the car. It's a lot to get used to. Let's have a replay of Jerry's motor through the gravel.
He's kept his foot in, fair play.
Yeah.
And not collect too much grass, so that's good. He has got away with that, really got away with it. Must have just locked up, coming down Duffers Dip, trying to get into the right-hander down the bottom there, McIntyre. So, yeah.
It's coming back to saying that, Selby, we kind of dined out on his, or we'll come back to that point in a minute. Here we go, replay for P2. Yeah. Edmondson with the turquoise top, looking down the inside of his teammate, and yeah, nice neat pass.
That's because Owen in that number 70 had, when I was like, ooh, that was a big slide from the rear of the car.
Right.
He's come out the throttle, and Edmondson's just got the overlap. But I think Owen has just gone, I would love a podium. I'm not going to win this, maybe. Let me teammate crack on. And it looks like he's going to get on with it.
That is just so smart, isn't it? Back to the sports, Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver. Will Crooks is next up as well. The man from Whitby is also in the E-Series and doing great things, learning the E-Series Championship as well. And then it's the, I think, Bitcoin car coming up down behind them as well, which is Chris McKenzie, who's actually had class wins. Most of the drivers in the sport category have had, well, I think all of them have had podiums in the category, if not wins. So it's been very competitive. We'd love to see some more sport cars out next year, and I think that's the plan. Talking to Ria and the team at Mini, very bullish about next year. Lots of drivers making inquiries. I know of one big team coming back to the paddock. When I say big, as in very well-known team, looking to come back into the Toka paddock and to join Mini racing, which is good. I won't steal their thunder, but there are going to be some good names on the grid next year.
Very interesting. I will chew your ear off about that when we're in an advert break. Never told me about that, did you?
I just did. There we go. So Harry Higton still there. Alex Solly's going to have a little look down the inside. And Alex has got to get the move on here because Jacob Hotchkiss is going to pop up the inside here.
Yeah, that nearly went wrong then, didn't it? Solly was like looking and going, yeah, reckon I could do him, and then he didn't realise how fast Jacob was coming in behind him.
Solly getting a little bit squirrely there as well. So Jacob, and then it's Charlie Hand, the Crawley boy, down behind them, trying to close in and grab a few points as well. Still Selby from Edmonton now with the fastest lap. So Edmonton fastest on track. Let's see what Jacob Hotchkiss can do. Jacob having a good learning year, and you kind of want the drivers to have at least a couple of seasons with us in Mini just to get to grips with it. And you see the likes of Harry Higton getting to this stage of the season, into the second half of the season, suddenly banging up on podium pace, and that's going to fill them. We've only got 2 rounds after this. We're nearly at the end actually, this, aren't we? There's only 2 left. How did that happen?
I know, you forget that, don't you? That's the problem. It's pretty quick and it's over very fast. But yeah, they need to get as many points as they can, these championship leaders, on the board. But yeah, Higton's been very good to that move he pulled for the lead before was just so special.
Yeah, a great peddler, some really good drivers in this one. And coming back to the points, we'll come back to Selby in a minute, as Solly's teammate is still busy chasing, so Solly has got away from Hotchkiss for the moment and will re-engage with Harry Higton, the ex-junior saloon driver, and having a look here, let's see whether Solly can continue with that pressure on Higton, who's going to be ruining what could have been a win, if not a pretty much definite first podium, but for that contact. And I think you know, there was a lot of contact in race 1, Paul, and you know, I did the walk around the paddock, and most of them just accepted it was racing. There wasn't malice. You said that with the first race, and most of them take it in the right spirit.
Yeah, it is. You know, no driver goes out there to destroy anyone else's race, but sometimes they make decisions which are stupid. But people not making stupid decisions are the sport runners, which is nice.
They do. It's Nicky Gauci just in front there of Will Crooks. So this is 3rd, 4th and 5th. Jerry Hendry's called it a day after his trip through the gravel. That's now, is that prone?
Yes, maybe, because that looks like the exit of Clark, which they're coming. So when they come through the chicane, I think that car is parked on the left up here. It'll be on the right, probably, that car. There it is. That they might get away with that, but it's in a bit of a precarious position, and so are the back markers for the leaders in a second.
Yeah, because this is a short lap, and there is a performance differential between the JCW front runners and the JCW Sports, the H-pattern cars. Then it is possible that we'll get a couple of drivers, particularly if they're getting involved, will find themselves subject to being passed by the leaders, so an added complication to the race.
I've got a feeling that our P2 runner there, that number 33, he is going to be very soon battling for this lead hard, because that's a good battle as well.
It is a good one. This is 4th, 6th position. Jacob Hotchkiss.
Keep it going. Yeah. That was a squeeze to try and open the corner
right,
and the driver on the other side, which you see him going through the gravel, just didn't want to give that room up. So Solly, number 12, he didn't have anywhere to go, to be fair. I think, to be fair to Jacob, and he's another lad who would never do that on purpose, I think he's thought there was more room for Solly on the left-hand side.
He's probably seen the other drivers going that much further over.
Yeah. It's a shame. Shame.
So a bit of traffic now for the leaders. Max Edmonton beginning to close up, and this might, if you were Harry Higton, you'd love a bit of traffic, wouldn't you? Because you'd weave through and dive through, and I'm wondering, Max Edmonton knows about traffic as well.
Let me tell you this. This ain't Formula One, so you ain't going to be needing to get out the way after so many blue flags. Keep your eyes peeled on this, because this is going to either win some on the race or lose some on the race. Because in the corners, they're as fast as anybody, but in the straights, they're not.
And while I say that, you know, you can see now the gap is closing up, and you know, I've said how good.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
He's going to have a go. I was about to say that we know that Edmonton's good in traffic, but Selby cut his teeth in Mini Melia and Mini 7s, so no better training ground for traffic there. But this is the battle for the lead, and it's Edmonton on the outside run. Selby defends well, goes to the inside. Edmonton's going to now get the cut back on the inside, bouncing up the hill.
This is going to win him the race. I'm sure of it. These back markers, but they're still there. Look at them. There's 2 of them. They're going to look behind and think, where do we go? Where do we go? How are they going to do this? this? Are we going to get people lifting out the way? Well, that's one gone, but Edmondson makes the move. He read that brilliantly, but slides into next week at the turn one.
You can see the marbles on track. Hats off to Chris McKenzie for moving over, allowing them through. Same too to Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver in the sport category. We knew that there might be a little bit of lappery here, but it's Edmondson out front. Here's a replay.
Yeah, I feel really bad for Selby because he just checked up a little bit while making that pass, and then Edmondson was like, I'll have a bit of that, but that is not over yet. The best bit about this is the cutback that Edmondson gets. Look, he slows it down, turns it in, and then he just strains it up, and that's why he gets this overlap now, and this is a super special move. Are we going to see the massive oversteer? Look at that, turns in, bounces off the curb, the left of the car just starts to slide all over the shop. Great stuff, and he's away.
So as I say, the first thing Max said to me yesterday was, this is my last round. I mean, how can you leave a championship, you know, when you're there battling for the lead with Lewis Selby? Both of these drivers, you know, this is going to be, I think, if Max wins it, a second career win in minis to add to the 2 Civic Cup titles that he's had. So remember, multiple titleist in other Formula joining. Lewis Selby, absolute wizard in everything minis, whether it's classic or otherwise, and still 2 minutes to go.
Yeah. So let's just remind ourselves that the car you are seeing leading this race bounced across the gravel and the grass and has now got grass in its radiator as well. This car here is now getting a penalty as well for track limits.
Yeah, so Owen, he'll be pleased that the car is on podium pace, and that is an absolute mega job for the team, but it's not going to be a finish there. We've got a gap.
Yeah, I think he could do it. If he keeps that gap, Hillman will keep his...
could keep P3?
Yeah.
Because of the gap back to Tom Ovenden?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Oh, there's that left rear. Mine, yours, mine, yours.
Charlie Hand.
Charlie Hand, I tell you what, mate, I bet you've only just started to breathe as you got to the apex of the next corner.
Oh dear, so yeah, Charlie back on track. I have got the story for Charlie, but we might have to save that for another day. Just looking at the timing, Hillman 5 seconds, nip and tuck, whether Hillman's going to stay third on the timing tower or not, as we go back to Max Edmondson, Lewis Selby. Lewis has been an absolute star all through the season. You know, I was starting to make the point, we used to dine out on that wonderful win that he had with the tyre choice at Donington at the start of last season.
Yeah.
But he's won races, don't like using the word properly, but you know, he's won fastest off the front races since then.
Yeah.
And a great performance again this weekend, and it's wonderful to see drivers starting to tick off the wins. They're going to pass Ben Crossley, the former rallycross driver, running well in the sport. Third in the sport category championship is Ben. Max Edmondson still throwing the car around. 1:10 to go, lap and a bit to go, and Selby looks like he's trying to close. Well, of course he's trying to close up, with Hillman still in 3rd place, Ovenden 4th, 5th is Harry Hickton, Jacob Hotchkiss in 6th, Charlie Hand 7th, Alex Solly in 8th.
Yeah, so they're still at it, these two, battling hard, aren't they? And yeah, Hickton is just trying to get away from Hotchkiss, but this is going to be tight to the very end. But I've got to say, this podium will be amazing for Pro Alloys, unless Hillman drops his speed. But this is a great battle between these two.
Yeah, these two drivers, both products of the British Motorsport junior scene. Harry Hickton from the BARC's Junior Saloon Championship, Jacob Hotchkiss from the BRSCC's Fiesta Juniors. So maybe some bragging rights to be had here between those two championships. So they come into Taylor's the hairpin, and it's Hotchkiss on the outside. Hickton maybe still carrying a little bit of damage from that contact with Nathan Edwards earlier on, but they're side by side as they go up the hill. Hotchkiss wants another place. Charlie Hand wants to join in as well. Charlie, another driver from the Junior Saloons who came up into minis. Hotchkiss mindful there of the space between the two cars.
Yeah, brilliant race in this, and do you know what, fair play, because when you're going into Duffers like that and into Leslie's, you've got to be so careful and confident that you can get the thing slowed down and not tag your competitor. Really good racing, and that was nice to see that they weren't even into each other's doors. Hickton's made a mistake. Woo.
And here's Max Edmondson, hasn't made very many mistakes at all, if any, in this one. And the Pro Alloys car is going to grab a second career win. He comes up the hill. Lewis Selby is still in P2. And here we come, up towards the checker. And it's Max Edmondson that takes the win with Lewis Selby, a fine second position. Owen Hillman will cross the line in 3rd, but we await the timing screen to see how that pans out. Jacob Hotchkiss still busy challenging Harry Hickton, who's had an eventful race. And down behind them, Charlie Hand has closed in, but not quite enough to do it. And I think the timing screen, Paul, Do we think Owen's got that third? Is it a double podium? For?
Well,
is that adjusted?
If you look at if they've adjusted it
for Pro Alloys.
Yeah. Oh, they must have adjusted it.
So we think he's got it?
He must have got it, yeah. He's showing us
double
third.
podium. There's going to be some celebrations in the northeast of England this evening.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd like to say, Max Edmondson, please use your time wisely in your interviews, because this is the big one, mate, for you. This is the biggest test, is to stay on this grid. So good luck to you, mate. You deserve everything you get.
A great team. You know, I'm taking nothing away from the nappers and manpowers and accelerates of this world, but you know, really friendly team and wonderful to see them getting a go on the podium. I think the fans have really enjoyed the racing, but Max Edmondson was involved in a little bit of contact, wasn't he, in the earlier race, and the new splitter, I thought that Cam Richardson had bought him it, because Owen said, oh, he bought him a new splitter. Oh, that's nice. But what he mean was they brought it, they carried it back to the awning for him, because one of the mum went down there to get it and after they bought it. But
nice.
That was very nice of him to help carry it back, which was good.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
So, VERTU Mini Challenge here at Knockhill. Round 13 and a second win of the season for Max Edmondson. Sincerely hope he's not departing the championship. Lewis Selby P2. Owen Hillman makes it a double on the podium for Pro Alloys Racing, a first time ever for them. Many congratulations. Tom Ovenden racking up good championship points there in fourth, ahead of Harry Hickton and Jacob Hodgkiss. What a race they had. Charlie Hand in seventh from Alex Solly and Harry Campy. Cam Richardson completing our top 10. 11th was Brent Bowie in the bio-sustainable fuel car, ahead of Ned Anthony. And Henry Howarth gained another win in the sport category, ahead of this time of his championship rival Archie Johnson. Ben Crossley completing the podium for the sports. Then it was Nicky Gauci and Will Crooks from Chris McKenzie. Out of luck in that one, Jamie Osborne and Josh Porter. Also out of luck, as we saw Jerry Hendry, the local driver, making his return to Minis. Nathan Edwards and Alex Brandon. Wow, what a race we've had. Just two more JCW events to go. And before we get to that, here's how they stand after round 13 in the JCWs. Jamie Osborne, the gap now down to 40 points over Tom Ovenden. Lewis Selby, though, third from Max Edmondson and previous race winner this weekend, Josh Porter. How close is it? The Rookie Championship, Max Edmondson 35 points ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss and Harry Hickton. Harry Campy fourth from Cam Richardson. JCW Sport, 21 points is the gap now. Always worth a look at the JCW Sports. Henry Howarth, the leader from Archie Johnson and Ben Crossley. Chris McKenzie, fourth from Nicky Gauci. And the Sport Rookies, Henry Howarth from Archie Johnson and Nicky Gauci. Celebrations down there in Parc Fermé. We'll have a word with our winner, Max Edmondson, in just a moment. Grab yourselves a tea and bicky. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say that they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? I honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
Thing just... It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Round 13 of the VERTU Mini Challenge got underway in nail-biting fashion. The drama spiked where Nathan Edwards launched an over-optimistic move, sparking a huge moment that ended his race and shuffled Harry Hickton down the order. What followed was a flat-out nose-to-tail scrap at the front before Max Edmondson ultimately broke free to take the checkered flag. Let's head down to Lou now and hear from the winners.
Yeah, and from P8 on the grid as well, to your second win of the season. What a race, what a drive.
Yeah, didn't get the greatest start, I'd say, but I paid off in the end. Yeah, it was just everything going on everywhere, and I capitalised off it. Towards the end, I was slowly catching Lewis, but without the back marks, I might not have been able to get past. But yeah, it was a good, clean race.
It really was a case of having your wits about you, wasn't it, and making the most of that moment. When it came, as you say, with the back markers, you absolutely jumped on it. You know, I'm having this.
Yeah, I was slowly catching Lewis lap by lap. Maybe I could have tried to attack him at the end, but obviously the back markers did slightly help, and I capitalised from it.
You're putting grass out of your car by the time you got back here. I mean, that's just a mark of what that race was like, really, isn't it?
Yeah, there was stuff going on left, right and centre, and I was just trying to avoid it and try to capitalise off other people's mistakes, so that's what I did, and I'm happy I got a win.
Listen, we're happy you got a win as well. It was great to watch. The guys were talking about the fact you're struggling for budget at the moment, so we're hoping you're going to make it back. Fingers firmly crossed, I guess.
Yeah, funding short. Obviously, everyone's tight for money this year, and look, well, so far, currently up to now, this is my last round, unfortunately, but hopefully I can pull something together and get the last 2 rounds.
Anyone out there looking for a fast driver? There's your man. Let's come on to Lewis. I mean, as Max was saying, you know, the back markers played into his hands. A tricky one for you to manage there.
Yeah, they did, unfortunately. I mean, overall, it was quite a good race. There were quite a few incidents in front of me. One guy was particularly out of control, but has been for most of the day, actually. But yeah, it was a good race. I felt quite comfortable with Max behind me, but unfortunately, the back marker couldn't decide which way to go, and I didn't capitalise on it. Max did, so well done to Max. And just quickly, well done to the two Priorlois guys. This is the first time they've both been on the podium this year, so well done to the team.
That's a really nice thing for you to say.
Well, you've got to hand it to them, they've done well. And big thank you to the Napa Auto Parts guys that are here today, and apologies I didn't get you the win, I tried.
You gave us some entertainment, and you did them proud nonetheless with that P2. And Owen, welcome to the winners' enclosure, your first ever podium. How's that feel?
Yeah, unbelievable. Like before this weekend, I've not even in the top 10. So to go straight to your first top 10 being on the podium's an unbelievable feeling.
I must say, you walked in here looking a bit like a sort of, a rabbit in the headlights. But it's a nice place to be, isn't it? It's a sign that something's going right. Just tell us how you got yourself there.
But to be honest, there's a lot of carnage in front of me. I was sitting about 5th or 4th place, and then a few of the boys in front got together, and I thought, right, now this is my moment to just clear off, let them fight behind. And 2 laps ago, I got a 5-second track limit penalty. So the pit wall was going crazy, telling me to keep going because I had a bit of a gap behind, because I was kind of just settled in cruising at that point. But then I had to really start upping the tempo again, which was hard. But yeah, we managed to hang on to it.
At what point did you know that you got it? Literally as you crossed the line?
As I went across the line, the boys were going crazy, so I knew then. So yeah, over the moon.
That's always a good sign. Well done. Congratulations. Right, we've got touring car action coming up next, so that's going to be after this short break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Expect the BMWs to rocket away as the lights go out now. It's a good start by Rainford. De Leon will slot in behind him. De Leon dives up the inside. He gets grass in the front.
Round the outside goes Hill. He set that one up with a wide line in.
It's a win for Jake Hill at Knockhill. He crosses the line. Jake Hill victorious.
Hello, welcome back. It is race day here ahead of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship. Race 2 gets underway in a few moments' time. Let's take a look at how the grid is going to line up. So Jake Hill, after the win this morning, will be in pole position. Charles Rainford just behind in P2 with Tom Ingram, our championship leader, starting from 3rd. Ash Sutton, Ingram's biggest rival at the moment, will be starting from P7 for Napa Racing. Then this is how the second half of the grid is going to look. Dexter Patterson there in 13. But it is brilliant to see Mikey Doble, after what happened to the Power Max Racing team, to be on that grid. And look at that. Everyone has flocked to come here to watch race 2. Even the sheep. Right, let's go down to Lou, live on the grid with all the action.
Thank you, Nikki. I am down live with Senna Proctor, who was described by his teammate Tom Ingram as being a super teammate, basically, for handing over that P3, which Senna, I don't need to tell you, that's not an easy thing to do, is it?
Yeah, no, it was the right result for the team. So we start this race on the soft. We can go after the BMWs ahead, and we'll do our best to get on the podium again.
I guess you've just got to bear in mind, championship-wise, you've only started halfway through the season, so it is really about playing the team game, isn't it? Presumably you had that discussion ahead of the race, did you?
Yeah. Tom's in the championship, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, I'll stop talking about it because I can tell it hurts. Let's talk about what you can do in this race. As you say, you've got the soft tyres on. You've got 2 BMWs up ahead of you, which we know are fast starters, but they are having to put the mediums on for this one. So how many laps, what do you think is the delta between the tyres?
We'll probably say 3 or 4 tenths a lap, something like that. So, we should definitely be keen to jump on them. I mean, this time we've got no one behind us on the medium either. So, usually that would play a part in holding us up. So, maybe they're going to attack us from behind as well, but we'll be eyes forward and trying to clear the BMWs ASAP.
Well, you've got Tom alongside you, slightly ahead, but as you proved in the last race, you don't have any problem with overtaking your teammate. In fact, you did the same thing at Silverstone as well, didn't you? So presumably it's going to be all out. You'd really like to get ahead of him on this one if you can.
Yeah, we're going out for the win this one. We'll do our best. We've got reduced turbo boost this time compared to race 1, but we've tweaked the setup of the car a little bit, learnt a bit in the first race, and we'll hopefully make a step forward in this one.
Good stuff. Right, let's go over now and grab a word. Oh gosh, sorry, tripping over. So busy this grid. I don't know whether there are extra people on it or it's just a slightly smaller grid, but it's absolutely heaving. So going to have a word now with Aidan Moffat, who made his debut. He's celebrating his 350th race start, having made his debut at this event back in 2013. As a sweet little 16-year-old, I mean, you still hold the record as the youngest ever BTCC driver. You've really kind of grown up on this grid, haven't you?
Yeah, I've dragged it out a little bit, haven't I? That's cool. It's always nice to come back home to Knockhill And yeah, it's a nice thing to still be sticking around all those years later. I would have liked a little bit more success over the years, but it's touring cars, it's hard work.
It's absolutely heaving here. Is it my imagination or is it busier than ever?
I thought I was just hallucinating from the heat. Scottish people aren't used to this weather, so I'm glad you've noticed too. Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic crowds. It always is. You look out over the hills and see how many parked up cars there are. And even all the camping and things. It's fantastic to see the support we get up here, and to have such beautiful weather is a nice change too.
Demon start last time out. Can you do the same again this one?
We'll find out very soon.
We will indeed. Right, we are going to go down now to Paul, who is down at the back of the grid. I think he's there with Mikey Doble. Oh, no, apparently he's not there with Mikey Doble, which is a shame, because it would have been so nice to have a word with Mikey. But no, let's go down to Ash Sutton let's go down to Ash Sutton instead, who had I guess, well, let's see how he described his day, because obviously trying to recover from what was not the best ever qualifying position yesterday. And I guess that was a bit of a kind of steady race that you had, race one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Obviously, we made progress, which is obviously the key thing, but round here it's quite hard to make the same sort of progress we've seen in the past at other tracks, purely because of how powerful the boost is. So yeah, it's difficult only having 6 laps. I was surrounded by cars with 12, so I did what I could with what I had.
How frustrating is that?
It is, but it's part of the game. We all have to go through it. The guys in front now have all got a little bit less, but when there's 2-3 laps delta, that's when it's difficult.
It's getting seriously hot here today. I mean, how is that impacting the racing, other than you guys getting a little bit sweater and having to really put some hard work inside the car from a tyre perspective?
Yeah, obviously engine temps, air temps, air charge temp, oil temps, everything in the car with the car is actually quite hard to manage. When you're tucked up, when you're in traffic, you're going to be losing engine performance. The same for every car on the grid. Obviously cockpit temps are quite high as well, which is not the most enjoyable, but I mean we're all in the same boat. These cars can get quite stuffy. There's not much airflow in them. So yeah, lots of water has been consumed. So.
As always, the aim is going to be to move forward. How far forward do you think you can go in this one?
Well, I need to take some points out of Tom, don't I? So my plan is to go as far forward as I can, but it's as we discovered in race one, it becomes a bit stalemate here. So let's hope we can. Let's hope that's not the case and we move forward.
Fingers crossed. Right. Let's go and see who else we can find. I'm going to go down and have a word with Aaron Taylor-Smith, actually, who was looking pretty lively in that last race. Let's see. Yeah, here we are. This side of the car. Right. So, a pretty lively race for you last time out to Aaron. I must admit, I will fess up. I saw you in the bus earlier on, which is where drivers, as you'll probably know from previous races, that's where the drivers go if there's something being looked into. Any results of it, or everything all okay?
No, we're all just hanging out. Like, that's where everyone goes to have chats after the races. But no, like, it was a bit of a tussle with Sam, which was good crack. Like, I enjoyed it. And to be fair, so did Sam. But the judicials just wanted to have a quick look over everything. But they left it by saying that I am their favourite driver on the grid, so I can do no wrong. So I'm actually really happy with that little catch-up we had.
Good stuff. I'm pleased to hear that. Oh, by the way, congratulations on the birth of your little boy. That's fantastic news. Back at the grid.
Yes, thanks, Lou. Mikey Doble, I can actually imagine what it's like to drive a car with no experience of it. It's not easy, is it, mate? It's just not the same as the Astra.
Yeah, it's less than ideal, but, you know, it's better to be here giving it a go than at home watching on the sofa, you know. So, mega job by everyone, the whole of the team, to get us here in the first place. That's a win, really. But I'd be lying if I said it isn't difficult. You know, it's tough. I thought we did an okay job in qualifying yesterday. We were only a gnat's hair off of getting through, but had a tough race one there. But we have been the medium time now, so it's going to be soft for the end of the day.
I've got to say, mate, you were one of my standout performers in qualifying. I mean, that was a top job. Did you just go for it? And is it a different situation with tyre management in a race than it is in qualifying?
Yeah, we're just trying to get to our heads around the drop-off at the moment with this car. Seems to be quite high. So, yeah, we were only really good for one lap in qualifying, and then we were just chasing our tail after that. So, you know, It's a hot day, so that's not helping that either. But yeah, we've gone with some big changes for this one, so hopefully we might unlock something with the car.
Different car inside. It was a left-hand drive Astra you were driving. Now you're in a right-hand drive Cupra. That is a big difference, and it's difficult to get the car through some of the chicanes with the tyre barriers, isn't it?
Yeah, there is that, and then there's the start as well. I mean, my buttons on the wheel are all swapped over now, so all the muscle memory I've learnt for 2.5 years has now gone completely out the window.
Yeah, it's not the easiest, is it? And last question. I know Nick Halstead, your teammate, caused a safety car. Was that something, he just couldn't get the car started? Is that something that's, again, different buttons?
I think he ended up in the gravel trap, to be honest. I think he rolled back into the gravel trap to get out of everyone's way and then couldn't get it going, so...
Must be rear-wheel drive then, because the front wheels were definitely out of it. But anyway, good luck, mate, and I'm sure you'll be fine. And you're going to get the strategy all sorted out for this start?
Yeah, no, we're going to go forward in this one. I can feel it.
Good man. All the best, mate. All the very best. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, time for just a very quick word with Dan Camish before we head off. Dan, we were just talking to Ash earlier on. He was saying the car could do with a little bit more pace, but what are your thoughts looking into this one?
Yeah, he's not wrong. We're just a little bit out the window, I would say. We're just clearly Ingram's a little bit of the class of the field right now in terms of front-wheel drive. We've come to a rear-wheel drive circuit, so fair play to BMW. You know, but our battles with these two guys right here, and we're just not quite where we need to be. It's only a tenth, but you extrapolate that across 24 laps, and you're 2.5 seconds behind at the flag. So, yeah, we've done a lot of work. You know, the whole team's trying to find that little bit more. And yeah, let's see if this one just gives us what we need to challenge.
Good luck. Thank you very much. Race 2 coming up after this break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
To Knockhill. It is absolutely glorious here for the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, and we are now moments away before race 2 gets underway. The cars are ready, we are ready, you better be ready too. Let's go to our commentary team of Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks very much. Carl's on track then, race 2 coming up. It's getting hotter by the moment, I think, here at Knockhill. Huge crowd on hand, and race 2 is going to be a spectacular one as well, as we look at the cars turning their way through on this first of the 2 formation laps. The grid based on the results of the first race, so that puts Jake Hill onto pole position, and there is Dan Rowbottom in the Napa Ford. Let's have a word with Dan before we go racing. Dan, it was always going going to be a tough day after being excluded from qualifying. How was race 1?
Hi guys, yeah, it was difficult to be honest. We had a really good opening couple of laps, but obviously being P3 in the championship, we only had 7 laps of turbo boost, so it meant we were pretty much a sitting duck. We had to use it early on when the tyre was good. We had nothing to defend with at the end, and it's so powerful around here. It was a hard race.
So now you've got to do the same all over again. The only good thing is you've got more boost for race 2.
We do. Obviously, we're on the soft tyre, but so is most of the grid now. So yeah, we've got an opportunity. We've got to just try and get in that reverse grid fight for a pole position and hope for the best and try and extract something this weekend. Yesterday was a bitter blow.
We'll leave it to it. Good luck, Dan.
Thanks, guys.
So Dan Rowboltham then having to start race 1 from 22nd on the grid, as he rightly says. He's got on the soft tyre now. Everybody except Jake Hill and Charles Rainford are on the soft. In other words, just the 2 on the front row will start on that hard and medium tyre. Let's look at the grid then for round 20 of the championship. Jake Hill it is, who is on pole position. Charles Rainford with him at the front. 2 wins to Jake, 1 to Charles. Tom Ingram next, with Senna Proctor lining up alongside, having given his teammate 3rd place on the line. Dan Camish starts 5th. Aidan Moffat, his best effort in qualifying of the year, and he's continuing to build on that. He's 6th, ahead of Ash Sutton, 5 times a winner. Daryl De Leon will go from 8th, ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, and then Sam Osborne. Really good battle between the 2 in race 1. Adam Morgan 11th. Chris Smiley, who had a broken front anti-roll bar in race 1. He's 12th, the winning independent from the first race. Then Dexter Patterson and Dan Rowboltham, 3 times a winner this year. You've got another winner next, Gordon Shedden, and then Dan Lloyd. Mikey Doble, a winner this year, goes from 17th ahead of James Dorlin. Then it's Max Buxton ahead of Nicholas Hamilton. Nick Halstead, if he gets into the race, we understand will start from the pits. And Tom Chilton put to the back because of overboosting in race 1. So, how long do we give the BMWs in the lead? They're going to make good starts, but after that?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. The BMW is the faster car around here. It's now won 11 of the last 16 races here. It's the fastest car, but it's on the slower tyre. But the difference between the medium and the soft is nothing like as great as we've seen in the last few races when we've had the soft and the hard. So actually, I think they will still fancy their chances, particularly if one of the BMWs can hold up Ingram and Proctor for a while and let the other one get away.
So it's not necessarily a given, therefore, that Tom Ingram, as the best of those on the soft tyre, is going to win the race.
It's not as given as it has been when we've had soft and hard combinations, but Ingram's going to have a go, but he's still trying to be safe during the race, isn't he?
36 times a race winner in the championship, Tom Ingram. A 37th is certainly possible, but Jake Hill, the reigning champion, wants to try to build on the success of race 1 if he can. And who knows, we might get some safety cars to throw into the mix as well. The cars now making their way up then towards the line. Remember, the start line is at the top of the hill. The finish line is just close to pit in fact. That's where the timing line is, the control line. And the last driver into place is then going to be Tom Chilton. Everybody now looks towards the lights. The green flag is shown at the back to say that everybody has returned from the formation laps. Round 20 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from Knockhill, ready to go. Lights go red, lights out quickly. Good start by Jake Hill, but a wheel spin from 1 or 2 of the front wheel drive mob, and that means that Charles Rainford is able to stay ahead of Tom Ingram and, in fact, attack for the race lead. But a good getaway made by Dan Camish. He gets up the inside of Proctor. Moffat's on his toes as well. Proctor's off the road and back on again. Thankfully, without drama, as Ash Sutton now tries to squeeze up the inside. But good start by Jake Hill, and he leads to the chicane with Rainford 2nd, Ingram 3rd, and then a gap already.
Yeah, Ingram was well away, but so too with the BMWs. It was Proctor that dropped back with the poor start, and Camish and Rainford both through.
And Ash Sutton getting physical as he tries to find a way through. This is Tom Ingram's view, and that's Charles Rainford ahead of him. This is the battle for 2nd place. Ingram round the outside, brakes late. He's got the job done. Can he get round the corner ahead and not go out wide? We'll wait and see as they come up over the line. This is the drag race then. Rear wheel drive versus front wheel drive, but Ingram's got the job done. Nicely done as well. And Proctor is in a right old scrum of cars coming up to the line in the background.
Yeah, that was Ingram relying on that advantageous soft tyre to outbrake the hard type BMW while it was still on lap 1, and he did it perfectly. The gap has opened up a little bit just behind the front 2. Let's see what Ingram can do about chasing downhill.
This is Dan Rowboltham then, going through the chicane. Teammate Sam Osborne ahead. Now is Osborne going to let his teammate go? Rowbottom fights to the inside line. Osborne doesn't put up a massive defence. For the race lead, though, it is Ingram on the back of Jake Hill then. Champions of the past, both. Ingram to the outside. Jake Hill tries to cover all of that off as Charles Rainford third, waiting to mop up anything that is spilt ahead of him. But then look, Dan Camish is closing in fourth, and he would rather like Ingram to remain stuck behind Hill, wouldn't he? Because that gives him a lifeline to catch up to the BMWs.
Yeah, remember though, Ingram has got more laps of boost, and we've heard how advantageous it is around this short circuit. 15 seconds round here is a lot if the other driver has got none.
Yeah, so Tom Ingram coming into this with 7 laps worth of boost. Dan Camish with 9, and the leader's absolutely nose to tail. Jake Hill under attack now. Charles Rainford hanging on to third. This is Ingram, big send up the inside heading into Clark's. Jake Hill gives him racing room. He's all up the curb. He's just ahead as they come off the corner. But Ingram now can stand his ground, confident in the knowledge that he has got the inside line down to the hairpin. There's another rub. There's another rub. I'm coming through, says Ingram, and now he stands on the brakes. He's got the line for the hairpin. He's got the lead.
Yeah, some aggressive driving by Ingram in the early laps when he knows he's got a slight advantage over the BMWs, getting their tyres fully into the working temperature, despite the 34-degree track temperature we've got here.
So it is Ingram ahead of a two-wheeling Hill. It's Rainford third, it's Camish fourth, then there's a bit of a gap back to Proctor, Moffat, De Leon, and Sutton is still only 8th, and he's not making the progress he needs to make.
Yeah, that's unusual, especially as he has now got plenty of boost available to him. He's got 11 laps, the maximum's 12, so he's got a lot.
And of those 11 laps, he has not used any yet, so he's saving it for the second half of the race, understandably. Then he'll have a push, as right now, Camish is on the attack for third place. He was on the boost. You can see the light flashing in the window. Camish to the inside of Charles Rainford into the hairpin. He's up to third.
Well, these two came to blows, didn't they, at Croft when Rainford was on the harder tyre. A lot more discretion being applied in this case. On board with Dexter Patterson coming up the start-finish straight. He's right behind Tom Chilton, who actually started last in the Team VERTU Hyundai. So Chilton's already made some good progress.
Gordon Shedden getting past James Dorling. Shedden letting the car dance down the hill. Chris Smiley, by the way, is the leading independent. Shedden with a massive slide. He saves it, but he's off the road. He's through the gravel. Dorling tries to get back up the inside, but Gordon Shedden's not for letting him by.
Well, that was a big slide. I wasn't sure initially whether Shedden actually had a problem, but he's managed to get through the chicane and now through Clark, okay.
And look at Mikey Doble up the inside of Dan Lloyd. Let's have another look at this.
You watch Shedden, he just closes the door there, gets a little touch. I thought that might have damaged the rear because he really had a big slide there. But he manages to gather it all up through the dirt a little bit.
And not lose a place either. Dan Lloyd going through with bodywork flying. Senna Proctor coming down towards turn 1. So Proctor and Moffat together. Sutton's up to 7th behind them. Ash Sutton has gained a place at the expense of Darrell De Leon now. And Mikey Doble is pushing forward. He's got past Dan Lloyd. So Doble now is up into 18th in the Cupra.
But did you see the Cupra wagging its tail as it went through Duffer's Dip and Leslie's there? They said they made some extreme setup changes. Mikey Doble, as always, is driving the wheels off the car, but it looks a little bit taily at the back. Ingram has got a nice gap now to Hill. Camish is fairly close, and then we've got the Proctor Rainford Moffat battle.
Coming out of the hairpin then, Ash Sutton riding the curve, Darrell De Leon behind him, and as they accelerate, they're now up towards the timing line once again. It is Ingram edging away from Hill, 1.2 seconds now the margin between them.
That was Rainford with his indicator on, his left-hand indicator, to let Moffat through. Moffat's on the superior tyre, and Rainford was just letting him through clearly without losing too much time.
Sutton closing all the while and bouncing over the curve as well. He's got Darrell De Leon behind him. De Leon with the maximum 12 laps of boost, and he's on that softer tyre, so his rally crossing did him a sort of favour in race 1 by putting him outside that top 3 and therefore jettisoning the medium tyre going into this race. Down towards the hairpin, we go on board here with Gordon Shedden, and Dexter Patterson, fellow Scottish driver, is up ahead of him. Patterson at the minute is 2nd in the independents. Manufacturer entry for Gordon Shedden coming up to the outside, wide in, tight out may well be the plan.
Yeah, interesting lap time analysis now. Ingram has just set the fastest lap with a 51.2, matched by Hill. So Hill is matching him on pace. Camish at 51.8. But it just shows what can be done on that tyre.
That was Adam Morgan going through with a really bold move against Aaron Taylor-Smith for 9th place. I thought Adam was about to run out of real estate, but he hung on to it. So Adam Morgan goes through and he's up into 9th spot as there. Hayden Moffat continues to push. He's up to 5th, up to 6th now is Ash Sutton, so he's edging towards the front. The big problem, of course, for Sutton in all of this is that he's behind Ingram.
Yeah, but oh, and off that's Osborne. Off on the grass on the exit of Clark. Must have had a moment. Oh, yeah, look, huge entry speed there. The marshals were running away, but he actually rejoins very neatly.
He nearly had to pay to get back in. He was that far off the racetrack. Meanwhile, Jake Hill goes down through Duffer's Dip with Dan Camish getting closer and closer all the time. That gap is virtually nothing at all now. This is the fight for second place. So Ingram gets a free ride. He's pulling away. There he is through the chicane. But Jake Hill on the medium tyre, which is not as good as the soft. It's not awful, but it's not as good as the soft. He's just hanging on to second place. Shedden's cleared Patterson, and Dexter is under attack as well, Luke, because James Dorlin wants to get past him. James, having never raced here before, learning all the time, and he's learning fast. He's right up behind. And Sam Osborne, by the way, is pitted after that huge moment at Clark's.
Yeah, probably to clear the grass out of the radiators. It's so hot here today. The ambient temperature is 22 degrees. The track, as we said, 34.
Looking back from Shetton's car, that's Dexter Patterson trying to keep James Dorlin at bay. The Cooper coming up towards the line, the Unlimited Motorsport car. The Patterson family, as you look there at the Moffat versus De Leon battle coming through. Darrell De Leon is going to be ahead on the outside line. Moffat's got the inside for the next corner. They're still side by side though. De Leon gets roughed up towards the gravel. Moffat goes through just to finish the Patterson sentence. Of course, Dexter's dad Roddy instrumental in providing a car to help Power Max get on the grid. So well done, the Patterson family.
Yeah, that's the ex-Scott Sumpton car, which was owned by the Patterson family and is being driven by Nick Halstead at this race. The car that the Cupra that Mikey Doble is in is actually the ex-Stephen Jelly car that won Unlimited Motorsport ran at the last race.
That's right, the Maxwell chassis from early on in the season. Now this for teammates is an interesting one. It's Nick Moffat versus De Leon versus Charles Rainford behind on the medium tyre. Aidan Moffat wanting to go well on home soil. He comes over the line 6th, De Leon 7th. And then you've got Rainford in 8th place, it's Morgan in 9th, and Dan Rowbottom 10th with a change for 11th place. Taylor Smith back ahead of Smiley under braking.
Yeah, there was lots and lots of chassis changes being made in between race 1 and 2. The general feedback from drivers was a lot of understeer. This was Rowbottom. Remember, he fell back a bit at the end of the race. He basically just got too much understeer. And what tends to be happen is that as the track increases temperature, the car grips up more at the rear. It gets more rear tyre temperature and grips up and pushes the front more. So a lot of chassis changes to try and loosen up the rear of the car on the front wheel drive car. Still Moffat and De Leon side by side. Charles Rainford is just watching this. He's on the harder tyre and isn't going to take part in it. He's just trying to stay ahead as much as he can, but the positions have swapped.
De Leon goes through, that puts him into the top 6. Formation flying from the BMWs, both airborne over the curb at Duffer's Dip, down through the right-hander of McIntyre's now. So up front, it is Ingram ahead of Hill, and the gap Hill to Camish, half a second. There they are. Dan hasn't been able to crack the BMW, has he?
He hasn't, but there's such a little difference between, as I said, the BMW on a slightly harder tyre being the preferred car here. The deficit on the tyre isn't great, and as longer the race goes on, I think the more, whoa, big oversteer moment there. You saw the wheel spin, the black lines, and that's given Camish a great opportunity up the inside now, and he's going to clear before the start-finish line.
Nicely done. Dan Camish goes through, and that's what he's been sitting and waiting for, and Jake Hill way up the curve, and that unsettles the car completely. So Camish now starts to edge away. That's not the only battle going on as you look at Morgan versus Rowbottom here. This is for 8th and 9th places now because Rowbottom has cleared Rainford, so they've made a little bit of progress. But yeah, big moment for Jake Hill then at Duffer's Dip. Now we'll see what Dan Camish can do. Now this is what was happening from Dan Rowbottom's point of view coming up to Rainford.
You know, look at the boost advantage, how much faster your top speed is. It's so much so he goes round the outside, gets a little bit wide, jumps a bit across the curb, and just claims that place.
Senna Proctor has also managed to find a way past Jake Hill, and Ash Sutton is about to get past the reigning champion as well, look. So Jake now is struggling. That moment at Duffers didn't help life, and so Sutton goes through. That's going to put him up in a 4th place. He's still being outscored by Ingram, but not by as much. Let's have a look at Hill versus Proctor into the hairpin.
Wow, super late on the race, and that opened the door beautifully for Sutton. He would have been chuckling at that one.
Now Dan Cammish, in the meantime, is still chasing after Tom Ingram. The gap is 4.6 seconds, so now that Dan Cam has clear racetrack ahead of him, let's see what he can do. There's a driving standards flag being offered for Gordon Shedden, and also Adam Morgan, and also Nick Hamilton for track limit offences. Senna Proctor versus Ash Sutton. To the outside goes the Ford, the Team VERTU Hyundai on the inside, and hangs on to the place. So now Napa Racing UK's Ash Sutton tries to line up for an attack going down to Duffers. Nose to tail over the line, and Sutton's going to have to work his magic now. Goes to the outside. Let's see what he can pull off going into the corner. Turn right, he's up the curb, he's onto 2 wheels, but for the moment, Proctor is ahead. Now Sutton goes to the outside. He needs that switch back to the inside on the run up towards the chicane. He's almost there. He's up the curb and he's alongside. The line is his and he's done it.
Yeah, that's what you call forcing the door open, wasn't it? Took 3 corners, but he managed to do it. Hill's trying to buy into this a little bit, perhaps sensing that Senna Proctor's a little bit of a wounded animal at the moment, but he hasn't been able to get through. But Sutton gains another place. That is vital if he's not to hemorrhage any more points to the race leader and championship leader, Tom Ingram.
Yes, don't forget Senna Proctor is on that soft tyre, but this was that great move by Sutton from the outside there, look, going through McIntyre's to the inside up to the chicane.
Yeah, cuts back in the inside through Butchers, takes a lot of curb to make sure he doesn't run into Senna Proctor, and gets cleanly through before the chicane, and has gapped him a little bit on this lap.
There is Chris Smiley making his way through on the inside to get ahead of Charles Rainford, so that puts Chris up into 12th place. He's the independent leader.
Championship as it stands would be 21 points ahead for Ingram over Sutton. Remember, it was 8 coming into this meeting.
So Tom Ingram having a good day. Knockhill hasn't been that kind to him over the years, what with
Ride Heights.
Yeah. And what happened to him 1 year, he got put to the back. Anyway, it's never been a kind circuit for Tom Ingram, but finally it looks like luck is changing, because he's taking an absolute bank rate of points right now. There he is, heading over the line, down towards Buffer's deck, and actually he's getting away. 6 seconds now the advantage.
Yeah, he's got that car working really well. The big one will be what happens in the reverse grid. Yeah. The last thing he wants is ball number 12 to be drawn out, isn't it?
Absolutely right.
That would put him as far back as it's possible to go on the reverse grid.
Yeah. Back on board with Rowbottom here, coming out of the right-hander of Butchers, the climb up to the chicane. So Robo still up with Morgan, 8th and 9th. The Ford way up onto 2 wheels there, going through the chicane. In the independents, it's Smiley, Patterson and Lloyd as the top 3. That'll win seemingly for Restart Racing, and in fact this time around, look, as they come down to the hairpin, Rowbottom's got Chilton up behind him, and Chilton's going to make the move. So there the Hyundai looking really fleet of foot, the Team VERTU car to the inside line, and Chilton has got the job done.
Yeah, flying there, wasn't it? I mean, again, this is the difference in boost when you've got it and your opponent hasn't. Worth an awful lot of straight line speed on the 2 big straights we've got here. And again, up the straight, it's uphill, so you get a double advantage almost when you're using boost on an uphill section as opposed to a flat section, because the advantage is cumulative.
Down now through McIntyre's they come. Meanwhile, you've got Dan Lloyd there ahead now of Dexter Patterson, and that's the change for second in the independents. Patterson perhaps into the back of Lloyd. If he wasn't, it was very, very close, but Dan stands his ground. So that means it's the Restart Racing Hyundais 1 and 2 within the independents competition. Tom Ingram has just been given a track limit warning flag, so the race leader might be pulling away, but he needs to be careful.
Well, he got one early in race 1, didn't he? But he was able to complete the race without any further penalties. Just that little tap on the brakes, didn't push Lloyd wide. That was absolutely fair. look at Hill, though, still glued to the back of Senna Proctor. He'd love to gain another place. Maybe if Proctor's tyres go off a little bit, gains a bit of understeer in the last few laps of the race, Hill might be able to pounce.
And his last lap, Jake Hill's last lap, was quicker than Darrell de Leon behind him, even though Darrell's on the soft and Jake's on that medium tyre. Replay of Gordon Shedden here, coming up to attack Charles Rainford. Rainford really is tumbling down the order, isn't he, compared to Hill on the same tyre?
Yeah, strange. I mean, there shouldn't be that much difference between them just based on the tyre. I'm sure Charles is being circumspect after the dramas he faced at Croft, running on the harder tyre to everybody else. He does want to, he wants to pick his fights, if you like, but he has gone backwards a long way compared to Hill, you're right.
And he's teetering on dropping out of the points as well, which is not great news as the leaders go by. Now, let's just take stock for a moment. There are 5 laps to go. We start lap number 20. There is James Dorlin. He gets ahead of Rainford as well now, so that puts Charles Rainford 15th. And that's the last place for which points are awarded. Ingram to Camish, 6.5 seconds. Camish to Sutton, 1.6. Now that gap's come down a little bit. Their lap times are comparable, but Sutton is the quicker of the two.
Yeah, yeah, there's a few laps left, isn't there? He could actually get there, and it may be, I mean, Camish is fighting for 3rd place in the championship with Rowbottom. Coming into this race, because of Rowbottom's dramas, he was only 2 points ahead of Camish. So Camish won't want to give up that place, even though Sutton wants every point he can have in the chase for against Ingram.
Now, we've seen team orders work at Team VERTU. We've seen them at Napa Racing in the past as well. So let's keep an eye to whether or not there might be a switch to help Sutton for the overall championship situation. Meanwhile, this is Proctor versus Hill, coming down the hill for 4th place. Darrell de Leon is there in 6th, doing his best to close. The laps tick on down there. Proctor climbs the hill through the chicane. Hill, likewise.
The BMW looks so good through that chicane. It doesn't take much curb, if any at all, and it keeps the wheels on the ground and the rear wheels driving that car forward. It really goes through the chicane beautifully. If you combine that with the traction advantage, and it's no wonder the BMWs are back on form here, just like they were at Brands.
To the hairpin then comes Senna Proctor. Jake Hill tucked up behind, and Darrell de Leon is almost with them. The leaders have gone through then. Now let's look at this gap between Camish and Sutton. It's 1.3 seconds. Ash fractionally the quicker last time. Rainford's about to lose out to Dan Lloyd. That's going to put Dan in the points if he can clear the BMW. He hasn't done it yet, though.
No, not yet, but Jake Hill's still well in this fight, doing very well on the medium tyre. But of course, the medium tyre is the normal standard tyre. Normally, it's the option tyre that's the soft or the hard. So it's the tyre that the drivers are most used to driving on.
This is Moffat versus Chilton. It's for 7th place. Chilton, don't forget, has come from the very back of the grid as a sideways BMW is there ahead of him out of Clark's. It's been a really good drive, this by Chilton. They're not done yet. Can the Hyundai take 7th by the end of the race? The pace suggests yes.
Yeah, terrific drive by Chilton. He was unfortunate to lose the first race purely on overboosting. They selected an engine map which hadn't been mapped properly to stop the overboost, and that's what caused it. But this has been a fine drive, and he could well be in the hunt for the reverse grid race 3.
Fair point. The leaders then now drop down again out of Bathurst. We're on lap 23 of the 24. Ash Sutton, the man currently in 3rd place, 7 times a Knockhill winner. Here, coming down towards the hairpin, though, is the dominant race leader, Tom Ingram. He's been able to make good his escape, 6.7 seconds the margin at the start of this lap, and he's going to have one more lap to run at the end of this. And this is absolutely perfect for the championship dream, isn't it? He comes up, he's heading for another win, the lap leader point, the fastest lap point, and he's outscoring his rival Sutton. Kerching!
Yeah, it is. It's like getting 3 cherries on the fruit machine, David. But fine drive from Ingram. He was aggressive at the start when he needed to be, and that's what's given him this comfortable position with a gap of over 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds to Camish.
That's Adam Morgan, who's dropped back behind Dan Rowbottom, and he's under attack as well from Aaron Taylor-Smith and from Chris Smiley, who's there in 12th place. Half a lap to go for Tom Ingram then as he makes the run out of Clark's. The Team VERTU Hyundai It is heading for Tom's 4th win of the season, for a 37th of his career, and for an increased championship leader. Perhaps that's the most important part of it all for Tom. He comes down to the hairpin, he turns through that tight right, he's on the power, he'll drag the car up the hill towards the timing line. The checkered flag is ready. Race 2 at Knockhill is won by Tom Ingram. A dominant drive, a dominant win.
Now Camish is moving over. I'm pretty sure I saw in the background Camish moving over. As they cross the line, it is Sutton who takes that second and gets the extra points.
So teamwork works at Napa Racing as well as Team VERTU. So Ash Sutton does take second place. This is Gordon Shedden heading up to the line. So Sutton second, he was 7 seconds back, but every point matters to him.
Absolutely, you've got to take every point you can. And I was thinking about it after my comment about Camish going for third. He's still outscoring Rowbottom, and realistically, the fight for the championship is more important than the fight for third. So it was the right thing to do. I'm sure Camish won't have any problem with doing that.
Senna Proctor 4th, Jake Hill 5th, Daryl De Leon in 6th, and Tom Ingram then takes the race win. A really impressive drive. That fastest lap as well, so he gets the bonus points for leading a lap, being the lap leader with the most laps, and the fastest lap point too, plus the race winner's points. So as we were saying during the race, add them all together. No wonder Napa Racing wanted Camish to keep Ash Sutton second place to minimise the damage. Great reception for a very popular driver as he makes his way round to the pit lane. Tom Ingram victorious then, as I say, for the 4th time this season, 37th career win, and he's a very happy man indeed. The winning independent, Chris Smiley once again, Dan Lloyd 2nd, Dexter Patterson 3rd, so it's a 1-2 for Restart Racing. Mikey Doble 4th in the Power Max Racing Cupra. And everybody got to the end, although there was Sam Osborne's pit stop, he was able to go back out and carry on. Let's look at the results of round 20. Tom Ingram, the race winner by 7 seconds from Ash Sutton, and then Dan Camish having given away to his teammate taking 3rd. Senna Proctor comes home 4th ahead of Jake Hill. Then it's Daryl De Leon ahead of his teammate Aidan Moffat. Tom Chilton, 22nd, he started 8th, he finished. Great drive ahead of Dan Rowbottom, and then Adam Morgan in 10th place. 11th, Aaron Taylor-Smith ahead of Chris Smiley. Gordon Shedden and his teammate James Dordin 13th and 14th. The last point going to Dan Lloyd. Charles Rainford starting 2nd and dropping to 16th ahead of Dexter Patterson, Mikey Doble, Max Buxton. Nicholas Hamilton was 20th ahead of Nick Halstead, and then after his pit stop, Sam Osborne bringing up the rear in 22nd spot. So lots to discuss, and how is that going to affect the championship? Well, it's going to affect it in a positive way for Tom Ingram, because he will have extended the advantage yet further over Ash Sutton. The gap now 19 points, and look at that, 100 between 1st and 3rd. Dan Camish is ahead of Dan Rowbottom now, so he could afford to sacrifice that 2nd place. It's Jake Hill 5th ahead of Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton. It's Charles Rainford 8th, and Senna Proctor with his part season 9th now from Chris Smiley, just by 2 points. Now, we talked about the independents during the course of the race. Restart Racing's had a good day here with 2 wins, but it's Mikey Doble ahead by 1 point at the moment for Motor Parts Direct with Power Max Racing. Chris Smiley 2nd for Restart ahead of his teammate Dan Lloyd. The non-racing Josh Cook 4th from Dexter Patterson, and Stephen Jelly as well, who we've for the moment lost from the championship. So Mikey Doble ahead by 1 point. Very close indeed in the independent contest. So the drivers will make their way to the pit lane, and through the technical checks will go Tom Ingram. He makes the run down the pit lane, and there'll be a very happy team ready to celebrate. Then, of course, there's that nervousness as to where the reverse grid draw is going to put him, but it's all going to tee us up for a really dramatic 3rd race. Still lots of racing at Knockhill to enjoy before that, as Tom Ingram heads then now around the back of the pit buildings and heads to the technical area, the Parc Ferme area, which is where he will clamber from the car. There'll be the winner's hat, the drinks bottle for him, and Louise stands and waits. The championship's coordinator Dan Mayo waves the car into place. The tyre pressures and temperatures checked by Mickey Butler from Goodyear, and in a moment there'll be a very happy Hyundai racer from the Team VERTU stable to clamber out of the car. A winning margin of 7 seconds. He'll be aware that his championship rival, nay nemesis, Ash Sutton, was 2nd, but he's outscored him again. That's all good news. So Tom Ingram, door open, finally gets some fresh air as well, and wriggles out of the car. Tom Ingram wins race 2 at Knockhill, and he'll reflect on that after the break.
30 races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
For race 2, it was the VERTU Hyundai of Tom Ingram that crossed the line first, taking his 4th win of the season after an incredibly dominant drive, extending his lead at the top of the championship. Let's go down to Lou to hear from the winners.
Thank you, Nikki. Well, that all went to plan, didn't it? You got the win, tick. Fastest lap, tick. Leading the race, tick. Perfect.
Absolutely perfect. Yeah, really couldn't have asked for any more, really. What a car, honestly. The car that Team VERTU have got for me this year is just on another level. It's just such a joy. Anything you want it to do, it seems to do, and a little bit more as well. So an absolute pleasure, really a pleasure.
And such a lead by the end of that race. I mean, what was it, 6 seconds, something like that?
Yeah, and I think, you know, the key was obviously track position as well, which obviously helped with that. So, you know, had Ash have started further up and you know, had Dan not have got caught up at the start with Jake and Charles, I think it could have been a different story. But, you know, I'll happily take that. Definitely take that with the fastest lap led, exactly what we need to do. So, yeah, and in one piece, scratch-free so far, so very pleased.
You just kept on pushing throughout. I mean, I think I saw you got track limits warning at one point, didn't you? So.
Yeah, I think I did. It's really tricky this year because I've been coming a cropper on it multiple times at turn 2 because Toka have stuck a track limit camera in. So in the last however many years, it's always been somewhere you've just been able to sort of run, and it's just getting it out of your head that you can't quite do it this year, especially for somebody as dumb as me who just can only really drive around in circles, so retaining information like that's really difficult. But no, really good. Like I say, a couple of track limits, but you know, we just had to push all the way through, and at the same time just hold station, keep the tyres in check. If there's a safety car, anything else could come a cropper. And once I knew this guy was coming up fast as well, I had to be mindful of that.
Well, we were talking to you about, you know, playing the team game after race 1, and I guess it was no surprise. This guy over here that no surprise Tom is referring to is Ash Sutton. No surprise to see the Napa guys doing exactly the same thing and playing the team game in that race.
Of course, and you know, that's the beauty of having a good team mates around you, is that, you know, you all work together, and it ultimately, not only are we trying to improve, you know, Ash and I, you're also improving the cars over the season as well. But then also when you get into situations like that, you know, the whole thing goes full circle. Once you've got a good team around you, honestly, it's an absolute pleasure. And probably likewise with Ash, you're with your mates, you're racing with your mates, so it's good fun as well.
Good stuff. I'll let you go off and see Nikki to make the reverse grid draw. Perfect team game, and that really worked out nicely for you, didn't it?
Yeah, obviously, I think I had a bit of everything in there. I was trying to get past the Scott on his homeland, which was always going to be difficult. So he didn't show me the door at the hairpin, but look, it was fair dues. And once I dropped back, lost those 3 positions, I was like, right, I need to get my head down, because I saw him going for the lead, and we couldn't have that. We couldn't have that points delta. So did everything I could, got myself into 3rd. We chipped away, got to the back of Dan, and then yeah, he did the best thing a teammate can do in this scenario. So credit to him. It's a shame we have to do that. Obviously, we've had to do it a couple of times over the year, but after watching them do it in race one, we had to respond.
You say you chipped away, and that's what it's got to be about today on a weekend when you've made no secret of the fact that the car's not quite where you want it to be.
Yeah, it's quite clear we've not got the fastest car on track, so we're chipping away. It's how we have to go about our racing. We're having to do the best with what we've got. And if that means we've got to qualify 10th and come through, then we've got to qualify 10th and come through. So, I mean, I'd much rather an easier life. It would be far better to start inside the top 5 and be able to have a clean fight on track and do it fairly, but it's not been the case recently.
Wherever you're starting in the next one, and we'll find that out in a minute, it's quite tasty for us to have the two championship protagonists starting alongside each other.
Oh, it could be a typical race freak, couldn't it? Let's be honest. But yeah, I think me and Tom will always race fair. There's no maliciousness behind it. We'll be hard. We're touring car drivers at the end of the day and we're going for a championship, but we're not going to fire each other off. Well, I hope not.
Famous last words. Dan, I mean, always a tough moment to have to hand over that position. You're still on the podium, and I guess also you're still gaining an advantage points-wise over Robo, your teammate, who is your closest rival in this championship battle.
Yeah, and equally over the likes of Jake and Morgan and Chilton, who are not far enough behind to kind of stop worrying about. It is what it is, you know. Ash is in a better position, and you know, you could say that a lot of that's my own doing. He didn't turn the car off on his own, did he? You know, we are so much more competitive than what the points show. You know, I've got a fair few podiums to my name. I'm beating Ash on track quite regularly, out qualifying him regularly, but the points don't show that because the rules haven't quite favoured me. Whereas the qualifying rules really favour me, so you can't have it every way. You know, I'm proud of the job we did. You know, I knew the call was going to come. We'd already spoke about how this might play out, and I wanted to make sure that the narrative was, though, that, you know, on another day I could have, you know, beat him in that race. You know, he was giving everything to catch me to try and make sure it was done before, but I didn't want that. I wanted to, you know, I could have held my own if it had been equal. So no, we got to support Ash ultimately. He's the guy we've got to try and win this. You know, I'm focused on trying to hopefully pick up a podium in this championship, which is no mean feat, let me tell you, and also try and beat this guy to the Wingfoot Award, which I'm struggling with at the moment. But it's kind of becoming a two-horse race. So no, it's a good team result for Napa. I just need to remind Ash that that's 2 he owes me now. The tally continues to rise, so it'll come good one day.
Okay, right. Let's go over to Nikki now. It's her first date with the Fishbowl of Destiny, so let's go over to Nikki for the reverse grid draw.
I wondered what you were going to call it there, Lou. Yes, it is the famous fishbowl, and I am very excited to get my hands on it. But before we do that, we have with us still our race winner, Tom Ingram. I mean, Tom, that was an absolutely superb race from lights to flag, really. But let's just have a quick talk about that moment for the race lead up against Jake Hill. It was beautiful.
It worked about perfectly. I knew that Jake was obviously, after what happened, you know, with Jake missing out on Croft, I knew he was going to be slightly further down on the booster this weekend, but was going to be trying to recover some points as well. Jake was spot on with that because it was really a case of managed risk for the both of us. Neither of us really wanted to end up in the kitty, but at the same time, both of us had to try and get a good result out of that as well. And it's really difficult in that situation with a soft tyre and a medium tyre. But yeah, Jake and I have raced against each other for forever, since we were 15 years old. So we know how each other work.
Well, it was nice, clean racing, I think. It was great to see. Let's also talk about your tyre strategy over the weekend, because a really smart strategic move there, using the medium tyres in race one.
I think we've seen over the course of this year that it's sometimes not always about using the fastest tyre at the right time. Sometimes you do have to play a game of chess, and we've seen that with Ash and you know, how Ash and Tony have played the Napa chess game, if you were to call it that, over the course of the year. So you do have to be fairly strategic. And with the medium tyre, we knew it's nowhere near as much of an issue that we've had with the hard tyre at other races. So you kind of could look at it to say maybe it's not going to be too bad for us. So we took a bit of a risk, not really knowing what anyone else was going to do, on the off chance that we thought the rear wheel drives would go soft. We probably wouldn't have a chance against those. So a little bit of a game of chess, but it's so far worked out really well and puts us on the soft tyre for the last race with whatever number comes out of here next.
Well, thank you so much for the cue. Shall we find out, Mr. Tom Ingram? Go on, take a lucky dip and tell us what number you have. We have got the numbers in a little ball, which I think you have to unscrew. Let's give it a whirl. If you can reveal. Ooh.
Which way? Are we 6? 6.
We are number 6. So Daryl De Leon is now on pole position.
Tom Chilton was trying to bargain with me to try and get 8. So sorry, mate, I've messed up there. Okay, that's A great result, actually, for us.
Sorry to Tom Chilton over there, but yeah, that is a brilliant result for you. So that is how the grid is going to line up. Jade, if I can get you to come and join us as well, we will have a little chat. Yeah, I guess we better send him off to work. He's still got some prep to do. Another race to go. But, you know, looking back on that performance from Tom Ingram, I mean, his 4th race win of the season, he extends his championship lead. I mean, untouchable, it's a bit too soon to say, but it's turning out to be a good race weekend.
Yeah, I mean, 7-second win around Knockhill is no mean feat at all. And that's obviously credit to the team, credit to Tom. But for me, I just want these cars to be a little bit closer sometimes. And it's turning less into a 2-car battle and more Tom's to lose at this stage. So I know Ash is doing everything he possibly can, but I would love to just see these cars just a little bit closer in these final few rounds.
And the fact that we've got Darrell Leon on pole position, how's that going to throw things up?
I think he's going to do a good job. He was fast in both these races. Unlucky in race 1, he went for a move, ran wide. He obviously then dropped back, but he's a very, very good driver. Starting on pole with a BMW. I am assuming on the optimum tyre, but yeah, he'll do a good job and he'll be determined to get that win.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Well, there is no rest for our commentators because we are now straight into the action. The Porsches are on track. Let's go down to Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Cars on track, Nikki, as you say. Thanks very much. There they are, the second race of the day for Porsche Carrera Cup GB. This also, like the third touring car race, will have a semi-reverse grid, and it means that Oliver White, who was the Pro-Am winner earlier on the day, for the 4th time as well, he is going to start on pole position. The first race today was won outright by Will Martin. He was able to build a gap early on over Andrew Rackstraw, the South African driver, who did chip away and close up towards the end, but never enough to really make a bid for leadership. Angus Whiteside was 3rd early on in the day, George Gamble 4th, Seb Hopkins 5th, Oliver White was 6th to win Pro-Am, and Jonathan Beeson 12th to win the Am category. Big cars to get around Knockhill. There's not a lot of space for them.
No, it's great fun to drive around here. Trust me, they're the fastest cars that we have on the TOCA programme around here, and they're great fun to drive. Racing is very different, though. You're managing the tyres, especially in this heat. A slightest mistake, these cars don't like the curbs particularly, so you can't fly off the curbs. And this reverse grid offers up a fascinating race. Ollie White's been quick all week. The guys have been up here testing on Wednesday and on Friday. They've done a lot of laps around here, so they're well dialed in. But Ollie's been quick all weekend, or all week, and he sits on the front as a Pro-Am driver, not a pro, but we've already had a Pro-Am winner this year. So Max Coates, the chap who actually, he's 1 point behind in Pro-Am, won, of course, at Snetterton. So it's a great opportunity for him to take the Pro-Am championship lead.
And Ollie White did lead the equivalent race at Croft, didn't he, for longer than the pros. He didn't win the race. He eventually was overhauled, but he was ahead for more laps than anybody. So around here, okay, it's a long race in terms of 32 laps, but it's harder to overtake maybe. Let's see whether he can defend. Ollie Jackson there at the back after breaking a rear upright after contact in the first race. Oliver White on pole position, Seb Hopkins with him at the front, ahead of George Gamble. He's had a race win outright this year, 4th Angus Whiteside. Andrew Rackstraw has been a race winner. Will Martin has now taken 4 race wins. James Wallace a winner, Sid Smith a winner. They're next. Josh Stanton's had a win in Pro-Am. He's ahead of Will Jenkins. Max Coates has had a couple of Pro-Am wins, one of which actually was an outright race win, and he's next ahead of Jonathan Beeson, 6 times a winner in Am. Carl Cavers has had 3 Am class wins. Henry Dawes is next, and Ollie Jackson last on the grid. He retired from race 1. He's had 2 Pro-Am successes himself as well in the JTR entry. So 30 minutes, 32 laps, and in these temperatures, it's physical.
It is definitely. These cars, you know, very hot inside the car. Engine is at the back, but the radiators are all at the front, and they channel a lot of hot air through into the cockpit. So they'll be relying on adrenaline and plenty of electrolyte fluids that they've already taken before this race.
That is your Pro-Am situation. Max Coates 1 point up on Ollie White, and don't forget Ollie White starts on pole and Max Coates is back 11th on the grid, so you would sort of put money on that situation changing in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, he should. I mean, Ollie's got to drive a sensible race. If he can win the race and get away, great. Remember, this is the reverse grid race, so the guys that were 1st, 2nd, 3rd are now 6th, 5th, 4th on the grid, so he's got a chance to maybe get away on pace. but he's got to ensure that he finishes ahead of Max Coates to take that championship lead. That's how the Pro Championship stands at the moment. Will Martin 4 points ahead of Andrew Rackstraw.
And Angus Whiteside some way back in third. Cars coming out of the hairpin. Everything getting 2 formation laps around here. There's the time within the timetable to allow them to do that. It's always going to be a bit safer. It's just a pure quirk of life, isn't it? That the 1 year that we have the time to give them 2 formation laps because it's safer to get warmth into the tyres. It's the hottest day on record probably at Knockhill. It's all, you could argue, a bit superfluous. However, it's all done with the best of intention and safety in mind.
Yeah, so we had a full start from Sid Smith, which cost him dearly. He finished third on the road, but was dropped back to P8, 7th in class after the 10-second penalty was applied. So they need to watch out for their starts this time.
The 5-second board is readied. The 10th round of the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain is ready to go. It's Ollie White on pole position. It is going to be a 32-lap race. The lights go to red. Quickly out it is blast off. Angus Whiteside darts across the road to try to defend there. Look for Andrew Rackstraw, who keeps on coming and gets ahead of him. Will Martin then switches sides to go around the outside as White leads. Hopkins is second. In third, it's going to be George Gamble. Fourth is Rackstraw. Martin is up to fifth. And so Angus Whiteside from fourth on the grid is down to sixth, in fact, already at turn 3.
Yeah, just didn't get the car launching nicely, did Andrew Rackstraw. He knew straight away, which is why he tried to close the door on George Gamble, but he couldn't do it.
Coming then now up through Clark's for the first time. As we say, 32 laps ahead of them, so there's an element of tyre management, there's driver management as well. They don't want to get too tired too soon. Ollie Jackson has gained at least 3 places, and it looks like Max Coates has been shuffled to the back of the queue. White leading at the hairpin.
Yeah, definitely. Sid Smith on the inside of James Wallace there, just avoiding contact. But yes, Max Coates in the Duckham's car is right at the back, and the other yellow car, which is Ollie Jackson, has made good progress.
And Ollie White leading the way then. He is the leading Pro-Am. The second Pro-Am is 9th, so he's got a massive lead in real terms over his class opposition, but he'd love to win outright, especially given that Max Coates has done it as a Pro-Am driver this year. Coming up through the chicane then, Gamble, Rackstraw, Martin in 5th, Whiteside 6th, the pink car 7th is James Wallace. Off the road goes Sid Smith, he was 8th, but here comes Stanton up the inside. Also getting up and past him as well there was Will Jenkins, and Jackson there clears Beeson, so Smith had a drama, and that's cost him dear.
Yeah, it has. At the moment you get out on that gravel, we're seeing replay here. Sid Smith, he was already wide. Of course, you've got to get out of the throttle. You can't be giving it a big bootful on the gravel, and he lost 2 places as a result of that small mistake. But the safest place for Ollie White to be is out front, and he's maintaining that lead at the moment after 2 laps.
George Gamble in 3rd has done the fastest lap of the race. Seb Hopkins is ahead of him in 2nd spot, going nicely, and in fact the leading rookie right now is Seb Hopkins in his first year in the championship, of course, looking at the back of James Wallace's car as he accelerates his way then now up towards the chicane once more. Sid Smith getting back onto the tail there, you can see of Will Jenkins trying to catch back up again.
Yeah, but of course these cars having 32 laps, it means it's unfortunately there's more chances of doing a track limits infringement, so they do need to temper their enthusiasm and try and find a nice rhythm that stays within track limits, because this is an endurance race. I mean, you could say it's a sprint race, but and now Max Coates has gone round. This race is turning into a disaster for him.
A torrid time for Max Coates. Here you go. He was trying to go around the outside of Henry Dawes, booted it coming out of the corner, and around it went, and that's not like Max.
No, he was trying to tighten the line to cut back on the inside of Henry Dawes on the exit. Just gassed it up too much with too much lock on, but back underway, he'll be hoping for a safety car.
Yeah, because otherwise he's going to struggle to catch the queue, isn't he? Because that's cost him round about 20 seconds. Comes over the timing line, so Max Coates really struggling at the moment with such a big gap to make up, and that's going to put Ollie White ahead in the championship look in Pro-Am as George Gamble feints to the inside of Seb Hopkins for 2nd place. The best that Hopkins has had all year is a 5th, so he really is running in exalted company right now because he's 2nd on the road, but Hopkins leads in Pro.
Yeah, and you score points in your class, so he would score maximum points, albeit the points are slightly less in this reverse grid race for race 2, but he would score maximum Pro points.
Henry Dawes, by the way, having seen off Max Coates, has just passed Carl Cavers as well, so Henry's up into 13th spot now, going nicely. The car's coming out of the chicane. We're on lap 5 out of 32. It's going to be hot in the cars. and they need to look after the tyres, as Tim was saying early on. But Ollie White up front then, trying to edge away. He came into Carrera Cup a few years back, initially in the Pro class, really struggled, went away, went back to Formula Ford, came back as a kind of part-season entrant in Pro-Am, and really did find his level, and has been one of the quickest drivers in the class.
He's certainly the quickest farmer out there, because his day job, he's a farmer, and couldn't be more different, really. But he certainly is. Certainly has got a good grip of the car this year, and I think he's driving better than ever. Gets quite nervous before he gets in the car. I saw him pacing around before qualifying, just trying to get rid of the nerves, but he's showing no sign of that in this race.
The farmer is the pick of the crop at the moment, is what you're suggesting.
Oh, David, I fed you that one, didn't I?
It's going to be a long day. Jonathan Beeson, in the meantime, is the leading AM as he wriggles through the chicane with Carl Cavers squabbling with Henry Dawes. So Jonathan Beeson has bought himself some clear track space at the moment. So Ollie White leads the way. There's Ollie Jackson in the yellow car coming up from the back of the grid. A lot of his hard work was done on the opening lap.
Yeah, it was. As the first track limit black and white flags come up for car, just missed it, 48 and
58, I think, which means Henry Dawes and Ollie Jackson.
Yeah.
They're the two recipients. Now, Ollie White goes across the line, but he's only half a second ahead of Hopkins now. Andrew Rackstraw in fourth has done the fastest lap of the race, but it is still White clear up front.
Yeah, the tyres are well in their window now, their operating window. It always takes a while to get the right-hand side, because there are so few left-hand corners here. It takes a few laps before you get the right-hand side fully up to temperature. The left-hand side obviously comes in very quickly indeed, but no surprise to see quick laps still being set.
To the hairpin they come once again, then Ollie White leading, and fainting to the inside was George Gamble. They're in the first of the white cars in third place, but it wasn't really on. Again, sometimes drivers will almost pretend to make a move just to try to unsettle the driver ahead. Andrew Rackstraw fourth, having done the fastest lap of the race last time, goes quicker again, does he? No, Will Martin, in fact, in fifth place now, does the fastest lap of the race, and Will Martin is another one thinking, how am I going to make progress here?
Yeah, it is difficult unless somebody starts to run out of tyres or starts to defend and slow themselves down and allow the pack to catch up. At the moment, it's a little bit of status quo, but these drivers all know it is a long race, and in actual fact, it's better to get into a rhythm and keep your powder dry than start making mistakes or overdrive the tyres at this stage of the race.
This is the battle for second in Pro-Am, where you've got Josh Stanton ahead of Will Jenkins coming down towards the hairpin. Jenkins makes his move on the inside. Stanton gave him room there, and Jenkins needs no second invitation.
Well, bearing in mind these cars, at least all the cars apart from the two AM cars, don't have any ABS. Will Jenkins got that car stopped beautifully, didn't he? Because he came from a little way back. You're braking over the bumps. He didn't run wide. He hit the apex, got the car stopped beautifully. Great pass.
Let's have another look.
Yeah, so he's coming from a little way back. He jinks out. You can see the front of the car bouncing on the bumps, but stops the car, whacks on a load of steering lock to help with the retardation, because at the apex, the corner actually goes uphill. So you whack on some steering lock, and it does actually help stop the car.
Ollie White still clearing the race lead, closing up under braking. Seb Hopkins. Still 24 laps to go. This is going to be the end of lap number 9, so Ollie White's going to have to soak up the pressure here, isn't he, for a long, long time. Hopkins has got away from Gamble on that lap, and he's a little bit nearer.
Yeah, at the moment, no defensive driving, but as you say, the gaps between them all have all closed up just a little bit.
Seb Hopkins from the Ginetta Junior ranks through Porsche Sprint Challenge and then into Carrera Cup GP this year, and racing higher up the order than at any time this season. So Seb Hopkins now looking good, whereas Ollie Jackson has just got a 5-second penalty for track limits. So Ollie Jackson is 11th on the road, but a 5-second penalty is going to be applied to him.
Yeah, well, it's fairly early in the race to be getting that, but Ollie Jackson's been on a charge from the back after damage incurred in race 1 meant he started at the very back.
Heading up towards the timing line they come. Ollie White still clearing the lead. There's the penalty board ready to be shown to Ollie Jackson. He'll get the news in his ears anyway. Now, Ollie White is not only being caught by Hopkins, but the queue behind is building.
Yeah, and we're into a situation now where, in actual fact, the fact there are lots of cars behind him queuing up might help Ollie if they start battling amongst themselves.
It's true enough. There's Angus Whiteside in the purple car coming out of the chicane. He's also trying to join that queue, but Will Martin goes by in 5th spot, having put himself into the lead of the championship after that win earlier on in the day. So that Andrew Rackstraw being ahead of him, that's good for Rackstraw in the championship. It allows him to outscore his main rival. Hopkins to the inside. This is his first proper bid for the race lead, and he makes it work easily.
Well, he got a bit of wheel spin coming out there, so Ollie White's going to get a bit better traction up the hill. He'd have to get clearly past him before turn 1 or be super brave round the outside. Otherwise, Hopkins is going to take it, and he does. So, new race leader.
Don't forget, Seb Hopkins has never won in these cars, and that was a good pass then. He's gone through, he leads, goes a little bit wide maybe, coming out of McIntyre's. But now, of course, George Gamble will need to clear White as quickly as, otherwise Hopkins will be away up the road.
Yeah, and that's what the pro drivers will be thinking. They'll be thinking, right, we need to get past Ollie White as quick as possible. So he may decide it's better if he can't win the race to lose a few more places. This was the battle into Duffer's Dip, and fair play to Will Hopkins. He had that move done, but it was a great braking manoeuvre. He did. Oh, big lock up. That's Gamble trying to get past White, and he's spun him round, and Rackstraw's gone round as well.
I think Rackstraw spun in sympathy, didn't he? So that's really bad news for Rackstraw for the championship, because he's going to hemorrhage places and points. Great news for Will Martin, and Ollie White, of course, in all of that, tumbles not only down overall, but in class as well, and he had such a massive advantage.
Yeah, more importantly, in the class, he's going to lose huge number of places. He gets going again. I assume, yeah, there's Rackstraw behind, who's got going again. But what a disaster for Ollie White. And this is the problem when you're, if you like, you're fighting for your class win. Gamble's locks up, but does... Oh, he's not quite alongside, is he? But yeah, the Rackstraw one.
I think Martin was up the inside of him. Will Martin had made a dive up the inside, and I wonder whether they made contact as well. Yes, look.
You're absolutely right. Well spotted, David. So Colin Oakley, the clerk of the course, is going to be busy until late in the day here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got 2 for the price of 1 there. Same corner.
Yeah.
There's the incident then that turns around Ollie White, and the second one that turns around Andrew Rackstraw.
So what might look good for Will Martin now may not transpire to be so good at the end, because that's his championship rival that has been turned around.
Yeah, and by him as well. So if, for example, he was to be put behind Rackstraw for causing that collision, it would be a long way down the order. However, that's up to better brains than ours to worry about. So there's that's going to rumble on. You've got Ollie Jackson there, remember, in the yellow car with his penalty for track limit abuses. And so Seb Hopkins is now up the road by 1.6 seconds over George Gamble. But of course, he now can't really relax, because there's going to be a Damocletian investigation hanging over him.
Yeah, for contact with Ollie White. And he also, in that process, locked up badly his right front tyre. So at the moment, it's all looking good for Hopkins.
It is rather, yeah. Who else might escape all of this? Well, Angus Whiteside is 4th.
Yeah.
He may benefit. There he is going towards us. Sid Smith through as well. And you've got James Wallace in the Battle Pack 2. Josh Stanson's purple car you're looking at there in 7th place. And he is then now 2nd in Pro-Am. Will Jenkins is up to the lead of Pro-Am.
Yeah, so Will Jenkins leads Pro-Am from Josh Stanton, with Ollie Jackson up to and on the road 9th place, but obviously with that penalty to come. And Ollie White well down in 13th place.
And here you've got Jonathan Beeson in the blue and white car, the leading AM. Henry Dawes behind, he's in the Pro-Am category. And they are currently in 10th and 11th places overall. Jonathan Beeson, I don't think he's quite going to benefit from Ollie Jackson's travails, and especially given that there's still 17 laps to go. Now, this in replay is Henry Dawes having a look, and just a little touch between them.
Yeah, just managing to haul the car up in time before any serious contact was made.
That's James Wallace going through the chicane, and the black and green car you just saw was that of Will Jenkins. So 6th, leading Pro-Am, 2nd rookie as well.
Yeah, good job. So the AM cars, the 2 AM cars of Carl Cavers and Jonathan Beeson, the only cars that actually have ABS. They have ABS fitted to the cars, which is a big benefit here when you've got these heavy braking points over bumps. Interestingly, the new Porsche Carrera Cup car, the new 911 Cup car, which will be launched next year, a modification or an iteration, evolution of the current car here, which will be seen in the Porsche Super Cup, the International Series next year, and in some domestic championships, but not the UK. is actually going to be fitted with ABS and traction control as standard. We'll get that car in 27, and I expect there'll be a big take-up of entries for that year in Porsche Carrera Cup.
Well, right now, Seb Hopkins driving better than we've seen all season. Coming into the hairpin then, clearing the race lead. George Gamble in second spot, third Will Martin. The gap between them is 4 tenths. Will Martin has done the fastest lap, but he hasn't yet been able to clear the reigning champion. Remember, Will Martin, one of the 4 drivers that was in with a chance of the championship last season. He went to the last round as a possible champion. Didn't work out in those mixed conditions. It was George Gamble that did take the crown. So unfinished business for Will Martin this year.
Yeah, very much so, but similarly, it hasn't been a great year actually for the champion, George Gamble, has it? Not a single win to his name this year. One win.
Croft, he had that win, didn't he, last time out, so it was a long time coming. Yes. But he did get that, and as he did make the point at Croft, he came from further back last year to win the championship, but he doesn't want to be giving away points by being involved in incidents either. Here you've got Stanton versus Smith. That's Pro-Am ahead of Pro. Smith struggled to make progress in this race.
Yeah, despite, again, another drive being really quick all week in testing and in qualifying, but he did have that off earlier, didn't he? I wonder if that, after the chicane, I wonder if that sort of upset the car, whether it's just in terms of geometry or tracking or something, but certainly won't have done his tyres any good, but he hasn't quite got the pace we're used to expecting.
Now, Seb Hopkins is the race leader by 1.3 seconds as he goes across the timing line. There he is, out of the chicane. Behind him is George Gamble. And Gamble to Martin is 6 tenths, although last time around George Gamble did a personal best lap, so he's still pushing.
Yeah, still pushing, and still shows that the tyres are still in a good position, despite still being 14 laps to go.
In the background, Angus Whiteside 4th, James Wallace, number 400, 5th. And he's still carrying the 400 from Snetterton when it was the 400th race within the championship's history. Driving standards flag, George Gamble. So he has exceeded track limits enough times to alert race control's attention. This is Jonathan Beeson still hanging on to 10th place ahead of Henry Dawes. Good battle between these two. Henry Dawes has had a tough season, so it's good to see him going well here.
Yeah, it is nice. And another little first for Porsche racing is that Carl Cavers and his son are racing. First time we've had father and son racing, because his son is racing in the Cayman Sprint Challenge, and of course he's here in the Carrera Cup.
Race leaders coming out of the chicane then in the AM contest. Jonathan Beeson, race leaders in Pro, coming down to the hairpin, and it is Hopkins 1.2 seconds clear at the start of this lap over that man George Gamble. Will Martin there in 3rd place. We've still got 12 laps to go at the end of this one, but now Hopkins just needs to not make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the position. He needs to stay off the track limits. He's got that gap. It's not a comfortable gap, but it's a second. But perhaps more in his favour is the fact that Gamble, Martin and Whiteside are all closing up a little bit.
True enough. Now that is in 6th place Will Jenkins, the leading driver in the Pro-Am category. He was another driver that has come, like Seb Hopkins, in fact, out of Caymans. He was the Ginetta GT5 champion back in 2022, was Will Jenkins. Comes from a good motorsport family, and turning his way then now up through Clark's.
And he's got a very comfortable gap over the 2nd placed Pro-Am, which is Josh Stanton. He's got 3.3 seconds, so again, he can drive neatly to the end of the race.
Whereas in 13th, 14th and 15th, Ollie White, Andrew Rackstraw, Max Coates, all of whom have been either outright race winners or class winners this year, and they're well out of sequence. A net result of Max Coates having his own spin, and then the incidents that took White and Rackstraw around at the same corner at the same time, but both of them hit by different drivers. Through the chicane, Hopkins, Gamble, Martin, that's the order 1, 2 and 3. We've got 11 laps to go. Hopkins here just counting them off in his head now, ticking them down as Jonathan Beeson comes out of McIntyre, still clear in AM.
The top 5 cars all did a 48.8, so they were all on the same 10th of a second. So literally they're matching each other 10th for 10th.
Out of Clark's, you can see Jonathan Beeson, new to the championship this year. When he moved from Caymans, he was a regular in the British Endurance Championship, the Brit Car Series prior to that, so GT-style cars very much his bag, but he's come from Caymans into Carrera Cup. There is Angus Whiteside. We saw him first of all in Ginetta racing, but he's been a regular on Carrera Cup grids for a couple of seasons now. Sid Smith still staring at the back of Josh Stanton, running out of ideas now.
Yeah, it's interesting to read this week that British GT team West Surrey Racing, who of course have been having a very successful Knockhill themselves with their BMWs today, have announced they are going to do a GT programme next year. We don't know where that GT programme will be, but it would make sense if it was in Porsche Carrera Cup, wouldn't it? On the same programme as touring cars, and I'd love to see West Surrey in the championship.
Especially as one of their drivers has come from that, and in a family team as well, so they'd be able to tap into some knowledge.
Exactly, Charles Rainsford being that man of the Carrera Cup race winner.
Indeed so, and part of that four-way fight for last year's championship, a race winner in the BTCC this year. Over the line goes Josh Stanton. The gap between him and Sid Smith is half a second, but so frustrating. Sid Smith just can't get himself in a position to challenge.
No.
Replay here of Cole Cavers, and going a bit deep into the hairpin, Andrew Rackstraw dives up the inside and gains the place.
Recovering from that earlier spin.
Pro-Am leading Will Jenkins goes through. Josh Stanton soaking up the pressure of Sid Smith. Josh Stanton has been coached for the last few years by Adam Wilcox, who himself is a very accomplished single-seater and GT racer, so all of that experience being put to good use. Good guy to have in your corner, Adam Wilcox.
Very much so, as you say, huge experience, particularly in GT cars in recent years.
Seen him in McLaren Trophy and other things, still as an active racer himself. As there, Josh Stanton comes down through Duffer's Dip. Sid Smith stepping up into Pro this year, having been a winner in Pro-Am last year, comes down through McIntyre's. Laps are ticking on down. Less than 8 to go now for Seb Hopkins before he can score a maiden win in Carrera Cup. Sid Smith was in the gravel, remember, early on. That's why he dropped down the order. But he's trying to fight back. He's just come from the chicane, which is where he launched himself towards the gravel earlier on. And now closer, perhaps, than he has been of late, to the back of Josh Stanton. He can think about a move here.
He's certainly within lunging distance, but Josh Stanton just positions the car close enough to the inside to not encourage that gap, that opportunity. And Sid Smith then gets a wheel dropped in the gravel on the way out. But it's definitely game on, isn't it?
It is indeed then, as the cars come down now through Duffer's Dip. So Stanton ahead of Smith. If they get together, it's going to bring Ollie Jackson a little bit closer, but he, of course, has his own track limit penalty.
Yeah.
Of which, find something to touch here. I know I'm tempting fate, but he's been the only driver. There have been warnings, but there's only that one penalty for Jackson.
Yeah. Plenty of black and white flags, but only one penalty. So they have behaved themselves better in this race. James Wallace lost his position in race 1 with a 5-second penalty, didn't he?
That's right. Henry Dawes copped one as well in the earlier race, and it was a false start penalty for Sid Smith, who there in the green and white car is right on the back of Josh Stanton as they come up towards the line once again. But Hopkins has gone through with 6 laps to go in the lead of the race by 1.4 seconds from George Gamble. And Will Martin is still there in 3rd place. And from Will's point of view, he's thinking about banking points, but it must be in his mind, the contact from earlier on.
Yeah, you try and put that out of your mind. You know that it's hanging over you like the sword of Damocles, but you try and put it out and focus on your next corner, the perfect laps, not making any more mistakes.
I say that, well, Tim says that as though he's made contact with another car in the past. Never.
It has happened.
Really?
I mean, even at this circuit, I've had minor contact with Gabriele Tarquini down at
That's true, yes. That's when he reversed into you, wasn't it?
That was, yeah. He put the handbrake on.
That's it.
He did a Nick Halstead, actually.
Having said that only one driver has got a track limit penalty, I said I was going to open the floodgates. Well, now Henry Dawes has got one as well, as he did in race 1. So another driver does get a penalty, but we are almost at the end. We've just under 5 laps to go. It's Hopkins clear, 1.3 seconds to the good over Gamble, and then Martin in 3rd place. You've got Jenkins leading Pro-Am, you've got Beeson leading in Am, but Seb Hopkins, excellent drive. There he is. He has been really impressive here.
He has. It's been a superb drive. We saw a great overtake earlier in the race on Oliver White, and he's actually extended the lead a little bit. He's driven beautifully. This will be a one to go down in the record books, and he'll know that he earned this one well and truly.
Sid Smith has not given up, has he? This is his big push now to get past Josh Stanton. It's Pro-Am ahead of Pro. They're side by side to the hairpin. Stanton on the inside, Smith on the outside. He can't go all the way around the outside. He tries to get the undercut coming off the corner, couldn't get there in time.
You have to be really careful on that throttle. No traction control either. I mentioned ABS, but there's no traction control either. So easy to light the rear up if you're a little bit too keen coming off the corner.
That's confirmation of Henry Dawes' penalty then. So Jackson and Dawes are the two penalised drivers for track limits. So they've largely behaved themselves, and in fairness, that one's come late in the race. As out of the chicane again, Cam Smith could barely be closer to the back of Stanton. He just needs a bit more of Scotland to position the car.
Yeah, well, he's certainly got Stanton defending for all he's worth, which may open the opportunity at some point.
But he's dropped back by a couple of lengths compared to where he was a lap ago, heading down towards the braking area for the hairpin. The leaders have gone by now with 3 laps to run. It's still Hopkins ahead of Gamble, but the gap's come down between the leaders. It's 1 second now between Hopkins and Gamble. Smith not in a position to challenge Stanton as they come across the line. There are the leaders. I'm not suggesting Gamble's going to get by, but he is a bit nearer.
Yeah, a couple of tenths quicker on that last lap. Perhaps a little bit of nerves just creeping into Seb Hopkins driving. He's thinking about his winning speech and how nice it's going to be, but he needs to concentrate. It's always hard to win a race. It's even harder to win your first race in the category.
To the hairpin then comes Hopkins, the reigning champion behind him. So Seb Hopkins looking for his first win. He's also going to be the winning rookie, and the margin hovering around the 1 second mark as he will break the beam again with 2 laps to go as he comes through. There in second place is George Gamble. In fact, he's pulled away again, back up to 1.3 seconds. So that just cements it further for him.
Yeah, that was a nice lap, nice, a sort of relaxing lap that he can take pleasure that the gap he's ceased stopped the tide of the gap closing and pulled it back out again, as in fact has Josh Stanton a little bit. One man we haven't seen anything of is James Wallace, the Porsche Junior, who's been lapping in a fairly lonely 5th place. There he is. Of course, this will be his final year as the Porsche Junior, and the applications are open until the end of this month for the next Junior, who will receive the Porsche support for 2 years. So if you haven't applied and you think you're worthy, get that application in quick.
James Wallace then to the hairpin, race winner this season. Here's the Stanton-Smith battle. Smith having another go. The leader is on his last lap then. Seb Hopkins, Smith again. Tries the outside into the hairpin. He's got to get that undercut. Is there going to be the room? Is there going to be the opportunity? No to the opportunity. He's a bit too far back coming off the corner. Last lap then, Hopkins, Gamble, Martin. There is the race leader, and a really impressive job done.
Yeah, it's really nice. He can enjoy this last lap now. When you've got over a second, he had 1.5 seconds. He can really enjoy this last lap. And congratulations to Seb Hopkins, a fine drive and first Carrera Cup victory.
Seb Hopkins then has not been on the podium this year other than as a winning rookie, but it's his first outright podium, and where better to be than on the top step. Checkered flag at the ready. Seb Hopkins wins round 10 of Carrera Cup GB in style at Knockhill from George Gamble and Will Martin, both of whom are going to get looked at post-race for incidents. 4th Angus Whiteside ahead of James Wallace. Sid Smith's last chance to get past Josh Stanton. It's still Pro-Am versus Pro, so even if it changes, it's not going to affect them for points. And Stanton, after a great defensive drive, hangs on in there because he will take 7th, second in class. Will Jenkins, the Pro-Am class winner.
Yeah, well done. Good to him. That was the final attempt by it was contact.
Yeah.
Between Sid Smith, and this was on the last lap coming off Clark Curve with him and Josh Stanton. I'm glad they both got to the flag.
Yeah, Josh Stanton stood his ground, didn't he? He certainly wasn't going to be usurped from the place. But Seb Hopkins, after a great drive, bringing the car home. Seb Hopkins, who, as we've been saying, is new to the championship this year. He drives for the very successful Team Parker Racing squad, Stuart Parker's eponymous team that's had great success in GT racing, whether it's been in Carrera Cup or the Sprint Challenge or in British GT, taking the title there as well. So a job well done for Seb Hopkins. His winning margin 1.3 seconds, and he makes his way to the pit lane in front of this enormous and now sunburnt crowd at Knockhill. The Recticel barrier at the chicane's taken a bit of a pounding, but that'll be sorted in readiness for future races. Seb Hopkins wins round 10 of Carrera Cup GB from George Gamble. Will Martin 3rd, ahead of Angus Whiteside and James Wallace. 6th to the winning Pro-Am, Will Jenkins, ahead of Josh Stanton and then Sid Smith. 9th is the winning Am, and that's Jonathan Beeson, with Andrew Rackstraw in 10th. Ollie Jackson taking 11th from the back of the grid with his penalty applied. Carl Cavers next, and Ollie White a very disconsolate 13th, having been tagged into a spin. Then you've got Henry Dawes with a penalty, and Max Coates also had a spin. He's last. So where are we on the championship then? Well, let's look at Pro first up. Will Martin's ahead now by 9 points from Andrew Rackstraw. A good day for Will, although this is a bit provisional after the contact in the race. George Gamble third, ahead of Angus Whiteside, then Sid Smith. James Wallace sixth, and the race winner, Seb Hopkins, is seventh, closing on Wallace. In Pro-Am, Ollie White and Max Coates are now tied on points. It's Ollie Jackson third, and in Am, Jonathan Beeson is now 20 points to the good from Carl Cavers. A delighted Seb Hopkins then out of the car, and he will be able to focus his attention on that victory speech because he'll be able to talk to Louise after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane? Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
A grid of identical Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars went head-to-head. It was Oliver White who took pole position, but Seb Hopkins wasted no time piling on that pressure, muscling his way into the lead and took the spoils. Let's hear from him and the other podium finishes with Lou.
Yeah, congratulations to Seb. Their first podium of the season is it's a special moment in itself, but when it's a win, boy, it's even better, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe it. I'm quite emotional, you know. This is a championship I've always looked up to, and honestly, I was sitting in my bed last night not thinking this was going to be possible after qualifying P10, so to come away with the win is honestly unbelievable. Amongst all these fans, with all my family, it's amazing.
It just shows how a day can turn around, and in fact I saw you rushing over to see your family and all the guys on the team as well. You can tell it means a lot to them too.
Yeah, honestly, it really does mean a lot. You know, people watching at home, my mum, my grandpa, I'm sure everyone are at home watching, so yeah, that was honestly amazing. Just try to focus and yeah, cross the line first. Honestly, I can't believe it.
It is a tough championship, and I mean you were coming under a little bit of pressure from George toward the end of it, but you just had it nicely controlled, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys are super experienced, and when I saw George catching me, I was like, you know, this is all I've got. So I don't know what happened to him, but like it kind of stayed the same a bit, which yeah, honestly, I can't believe it, and I'm learning a lot from these guys. So yeah, bring on the rest of the year.
Tim was talking about the fact that yeah, you could have been nice and relaxed on that final lap because you had a second. Were you nice and relaxed?
Honestly, I think I was more relaxed I was less relaxed earlier on in the race when I saw George catching, but when I then saw it kind of got up a little bit more, I was a bit like, look, I just need to drive around here 80% and I'll win the race.
And that's exactly what you did. Well done to you, George. I mean, you were on it as much as you could, but no getting up there and passing this man.
No, that's it. Starting third, I was happy enough to get up to second, and then I was just struggling with a flat spot on the front right, so I had my brake bias set for London pretty much, and it was just kept catching it. So as soon as I catch Chev a bit, I'd have a little error, and it was a bit cat and mouse, and I think a bit of pressure from Will as well. So, but yeah, really pleased with the result. So I'll take a fourth and a second today after qualifying.
It got pretty lively at moments, that race, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a bit chaotic here, 30 odd laps. And a handful of Porsches trying to get around the same bit of track. So yeah, there's always going to be a bit of carnage, and there was the same last year. But I think for all the years we've been coming here, this is the best weather we've ever had. So it just brings another element to it. The heat on the tyres, and everyone's like drifting off corners. So, but no, I'm really pleased with the result.
Good stuff. Well done, and Will, well done to you as well. P3. I mean, to be honest, the same comment I've just had with George applies to you. A lively race at times.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once it started getting hectic in the hairpin, everything just blew up. So, yeah, hectic, but it's big cars around a small track.
Yeah, just tell us a little bit about that, because I suspect it's going to get looked into. Just give us your version of events there.
Yeah, so I went for a move on rack straw at the same time that Ollie started going round, and down the hill it just started bottling up. So I didn't really have anywhere to go to get it stopped.
Okay, so hopefully, fingers crossed though, another podium for you.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we keep it. I mean, I don't see why not, but yeah, it's been a great weekend.
It has. Well done. Well done. Congratulations, and fingers crossed for you. Right, I can hear the next race lining up on the grid. It's the Formula 4 cars. So let's go straight over to Paul and to Richard.
Thanks very much, Lou. We've got a substitute, but we've got Phil Glue with us.
Yeah,
Welcome
Louise.
back, Phil.
Not Paul, it's Phil.
Would you trust her babysitting? That's the question.
Yeah, I had to the other night, yeah.
So, a bit of news here. This is obviously our first live race for F4 since we saw the cars at Alton Park. And everyone's going to think, oh, this has just carried on, isn't it? With Thomas Behrman winning at Alton Park, and here he is on pole position. There is a bit of backstory because F4 have had 2 weekends racing away from the TOCA package, one of which was supporting the British Grand Prix weekend, which was an absolutely mega pair of races, and the other one part of the main championship where they went to Zandvoort, which was great for them to be racing on a current GP circuit. And Thomas said yesterday when I was joking with him about the viewers are going to think that you're basically carrying on where you finished off with all. Not quite the case, but he's been doing well and running strongly.
He's been doing an amazing job. Like he did the last 3 races last year. That's why he stayed a rookie. And he's obviously got some big boots to fill with his brother doing as well as he is in Formula 1.
That's a difficult thing, isn't it? When you've got an older brother who's up there and made it already, the pressure then goes to him, doesn't it?
But what's great is to see the final race today, which we know in F4 is the actual qualifying result. So he's qualified on pole. He's been winning races. He's doing an amazing job. So fair play to Mr. Behrman.
Can I just big him up a little bit more? Looking at Field McLaughlin, the championship leader, but one other nice positive for me about Thomas Behrman is that he helped the team push the car down from the paddock into the holding area. Not every driver did it. No. Quite a few did, but not every did. But Thomas did. Well done, Thomas.
In this heat as well. That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty good. What a nice lad. So other drivers may or may not be able to do that, as is the case. I'm not singling out anyone for criticism or anything else, but it was good that he did that, and it shows how he works well with the teams. We need to see how they line up, though, for our final race of the weekend. This one, as Phil mentioned, based on outright qualifying. Round 21 of the VERTU's F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Thomas Behrman on pole, Rowan Campbell-Pilling alongside Ethan Jeff Hall on row 2 with Fiona McLaughlin. Then it's Martin Molnar and Zandvoort, race 2 winner, Ari Bansal. Jimmy Pazik next up from Tommy Harfield. Then it's Theo Palmer and Chase Fernandez. Race winner earlier today, Adam Alazari, is on row 6 with August Raber, followed by Ella Lloyd and Yu Hao Fu. Henry Jocelyn with Xavier Avramidis. Then it's Cole Hewitson and Elba Larson. Ian Kraling next up, newcomer to the championship. Henry Mercier next to him from another newcomer, Hani Sadiq. Guy Albaj next up. And then our final newcomer is Joseph Smith, who migrates into F4 from the Ginetta Junior Championship. Big move moving up from Ginetta Junior, and you know, doing well in Ginetta Juniors is Joe or Joseph. He doesn't mind what we call him apparently, which is very decent. As long as we stick to that and nothing rude, obviously. But yeah, a good young lad, nice little personality. Yeah, running well, so it's not a case of a disappointing season and then switching. He's been running 4th or is fourth at the moment,
Yep.
and makes the move. He can't go back to Ginetta Juniors because this is deemed as senior championship, isn't it?
Yes, well, it kind of is, yeah, but you've upgraded your licence up to single-seaters in British F4, so he can't go back to juniors. But why would you want to when you're now in the big league of trying to make it to Formula 1, with this being the first step in F4, and there's so many drivers that have got to the top from starting in British F4. Let's see if Joseph Smith can be one of them in the future, but I'm sure we're going to see him back next year as well. He's obviously starting out the back today, but it is his first race, and he is obviously going to be having some great information from his teammates at High Tech, with McLaughlin leading the championship. So he's going to be having a lot of good data, learning lots, and hopefully we'll see him further up the grid at the next few rounds.
The view we've got at the moment, the CDR on the hoop that you can see in front of us stands for Chris Dittman Racing. You can see that actually from the little notice that comes up on screen, and that's Elba Larsen, the Danish racer. I was chatting to Elba and her father earlier on, and she got speared, didn't she, in race 2. Tried to get out of it, thankfully it was okay. Chris Dittman Racing have got the car back together, and hopefully we'll get a few laps with Elba. She's doing really well actually, and racing in the F1 Academy as well, so sort of dual campaign, so she'll do as many rounds of this as she can. I think we see her once more over the course of the season, but running well in a very competitive championship.
She was very unlucky in race 2 of the weekend earlier today, where she did get turned around at turn 3. That was just a racing incident, which meant that Jocelyn and her had it coming together, but let's see what she can do in this race.
We will indeed. Very nearly ready to race here for the last time at Knockhill 2025. It was a long way to keep them going.
Oh, so we got a staller.
We have got a staller. That's worrying. And there's contact between the cars and the wall a little bit further back. Ethan Jeff Hall doesn't get away well. Now, we were looking at that, and it's Rowan Campbell-Pilling, isn't it? I think that's...
He has, yeah, he's got the lead, he's got past Spearman, so yeah, that's Jeff Hall, who's unfortunately stalled third on the grid. Campbell Pilling, who made another one of his jump starts in race 1.
I thought you were going to say then.
No, I don't think he did.
A
fair play, he's got off the line, and I think it's all clean and safe.
Do you know what, that's a difficult thing, because, he'll have had that in his head, and that sort of problem is so difficult, isn't it, to get it right.
Yeah.
It can be a major thing, but he's done it well. He's chatted to his dad, Rory, and indeed Rowan during the lunch break. And, Rory, I'm going to say a great racing dad, because he was keeping it calm and just saying, look, yeah, everyone makes mistakes. You learn more by making mistakes. And, you just get another shot at it. And he's done it there from P2.
Yep.
And, Behrman didn't make a bad start either,
No, he didn't. He didn't. You could see that he didn't quite make the start that Campbell Pilling did. So fair play to Campbell Pilling for getting that start, especially with his track record. But look at this. You'll see again, it was a great start from Campbell Pilling. But yeah, you can see Jeff Hall, he did actually get away and then stalled it. And then there was a bit of contact. I think that was Al-Azhari. That was race 2 winner who went up in the air after a bit of contact. But I'm so pleased none of these guys and girls had any contact with the car that was completely stationary. But the yellow flags, the marshal's doing a great job with the yellow flags. Instantly had the yellow flags to warn the other drivers that there is a car stalled.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good. Great driving by everyone. We're going to see the replay. The things you have to bear in mind, that was a great onboard shot that our director put in there to show you how unsighted the cars were coming up towards that stricken car.
That was super impressive. I was actually watching the marshals on the pit wall there.
Yeah.
The yellow flag came out instantly as soon as they saw that car stall. So well done to the guys here.
Yeah, we're very able to give out some stick, aren't we, from the commentary position, but it's well worth supporting what the marshals have done.
100%.
Yeah. This is on board with Elba. Oh!
Yeah, I think she's
seen the flags.
Hand in the air for us. She's actually noticed that the safety car is out, and others haven't, like Crailing. Crailing is absolutely on a mission still. He does really need to give some of those places back, but yeah, I think there may be some after-race penalties. Although Crailing does look like he's backing off there, so let's see if he did drop back and let Larsen through. It didn't look like he did. Crailing, no. Fernandez is dropping down the order there. What's happened to Fernandez?
Yeah, I think Chase picked up. I think he was involved in that damage.
From with Al-Azhari. When Al-Azhari went in the air, maybe Al-Azhari and him had it coming together, and that's why Fernandez has had to pit.
Great that we've got. It's a shame now that our ITV viewers, of course, don't get to know the current drivers coming up through Ginetta Junior. We kind of introduce them into F4 to our viewers now when they
when they make the debut, like Joseph Smith coming in down in 20th, which is great. But you've got the likes of Chase Fernandez and Ethan Jeffall, last year's champion, coming into F4. And it is a different discipline, isn't it? How much relearning is there for these guys moving from Ginetta, which our viewers will be familiar with, into this?
So much, because obviously a Ginetta Junior is a very much a tin-top car which rolls quite a lot. There's a lot of movement, a lot of suspension movement, whereas this is very much like a big go-kart, very stiff. There is movement, obviously, but let's see how we get on with Campbell Pilling making a great restart, trying to drop Behrman. Behrman's managed to drop McLaughlin slightly, so yeah, let's see how this fight unfolds as we go green.
Yeah, we do. So Rowan Campbell-Pelling leads Thomas Behrman, Fionn McLaughlin, the championship leader, both overall and rookies, in third. Martin Molnar fourth. Ari Bansal, the first Fortec race winner for a while, which was great to see Fortec getting back onto the top step of the podium. And I was chatting with one of the senior people from Neil Brown Engines who produced the engines, and he was saying apparently that the fastest laps within race one were all within 3/10. It's that close. Yeah. And I've said, well, that's, he was saying, and he was being very modest about saying how good the drivers are, and they are good to do that, because they're having to get in and pedal the cars, but it means the car's a good product. All the teams are doing a fantastic job this year.
Yeah, they are.
As well as the engine builders, Neil Brown.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic to see how close the championship is, with many drivers, many teams. As you can see here with Virtuosi and High-Tech of the Red Bull car and Molnar. So McLaughlin and Molnar going side by side as they go into turn one. McLaughlin has got the better of Molnar at the minute, but Molnar is looking very racy indeed.
Yeah, Martin Molnar in the blue and black car, the Hungarian driver, really enjoying some celebrity in Hungary at the moment. And with the recent Grand Prix out there, he was part of the National Broadcasters Grand Prix programme and was there in the build-up to it, getting a phenomenal amount of interest, and rightly so. He's a great lad, really good, personable driver, but coming under a lot of pressure here is Molnar from Ari Bansal and the resurgent Fortec team. And Ari goes wide here. Is he going to be able to get the move done? Are they going to give each other room? Martin Molnar knows that he holds the key there and holds the cards as they come out of the corner, maintains the position, and now Bansal finds himself coming under pressure from Tommy Harfield, who was on the podium in the last race.
Yeah, exactly. So Molnar was all over the back of McLaughlin, then he dropped back, and then Bansal was all over Molnar, and now Harfield is all over the back of Bansal. So whenever you try and make a move or attack someone in front, you end up falling back into the car behind. So it's a very difficult situation, because look how much time Bansal has lost there.
Yeah. It's got to be defensive here from Harfield, who we keep waiting, don't we, for the Chris Titman Racing win, and you know it's going to be on the cards. You know, if it doesn't happen this year, it'll be a shame, but it is not far away. They are very, very nearly there.
It certainly is, and I was talking to Chris Titman just before this race as well. As you can see, Ella Lloyd going down the inside there of Pazik, who is fighting for the championship. Great attempt there from Lloyd, but no, didn't quite make it stick. But yeah, talking to Chris Titman, and he is hoping that Harfield is going to finish the season, because he is absolutely on a roll at the minute, and there is a win coming their way, as long as he can carry on doing the championship with them.
Yeah, and you know, Chris will help the drivers as much as possible to get them out there. It's obviously in his interest to do that and raise the stock for the team, as indeed Martin Molnar, as I feel, with Salim Hanna, raised the stock of Virtuosi. They had won races before with Michael Shin, and the South African lad that raced in reverse grid race wins, but they've taken the outright wins, and that, you know, to me has raised the value of what's been going on at Virtuosi. Virtuosi have given them the car, but equally the drivers have returned the favour by bagging those wins, and it's been good for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, Al-Azhari going down the inside there. Great move from Al-Azhari, race 2 winner.
Yeah, that was on the inside of August Raber, double winner at the opening round of the year. We got some XL formation flying down behind them, all trying to come up, with Palmer, Hewitson and Yu Hao Fu, the three normally liveried XL cars, the white, red and blue liveried cars all together, looking to try and come up. Here's a replay.
You can see, yeah, very late lunge. Raber did see him come in, but you can see Al-Azhari went to the inside curb just to give him a little bit more room, and Raber left enough space. Raber's going to now be under pressure. He's going to have to be careful not to do any more weaving, because he did get a penalty from race 2 for too much weaving and changing direction whilst defending the car behind.
Yeah, all good stuff going on there. Campbell Pilling gets the lead out to 1.075 seconds. Thomas Behrman, the leading rookie, which is significant in terms of the rookie championship.
Big moment there.
Yeah, that's Cole Hewitson, locks up, tries to go up on the inside of Theo Palmer, having a go. His car, you know, Cole at Zandvoort and here grabbed a rookie podium. He's had 2 rookie podiums, I think, since we last saw him And he's, again, you know, these rookie drivers get into the groove, at the rhythm of it, would probably benefit greatly from another season, Cole.
Yeah, you can see those 3 XL cars fighting hard for what position are they? 13th, 14th, 15th. There's Fu all over the back of Hewitson, with Hewitson trying to attack Palmer. As we go back on board with Larson here, she goes through the chicane. Such a tricky corner, obviously completely blind, and trying to get the position of the car so you don't end up being pushed into the gravel. As we talk about the gravel, that is quite a big off there, because there's a lot of gravel. I don't know whether someone is in the, they're in the wall there. That's Mercier. Henry Mercier has gone off at the chicane, which is what I was talking about. If you get that line wrong, or I don't know whether he's maybe had a bit of contact with another driver, but he is sideways through the gravel, and that is probably going to be another safety car.
Yeah, I think it will be for Henry. Yeah, very quick deployment by the BARC race officials here at Knockhill, as we focus on Ella Lloyd, 8th position now ahead of Jimmy Pizzi, back with Elva Larson, who is still behind Ian Kraling. Met him at the start of the year at the media introductions at, I think it was in April, we had at Bicester, and he came in and it was really weird then, because he said, I'm not going to see you again until August. But fair play to him coming up and talking to us.
He had a GB4 outing, didn't he? He actually got a podium at Silverstone not long ago.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Kraling's managed to get a few races under his belt in preparation, but real shame here for Henry Mercier. We're going to see a replay to see exactly what happened, but he is getting out of the car safely now, and we can see maybe in the background as these guys are battling exactly what happened. Yeah, there are quite a few cars together there, so it looks like
there's more to that story, isn't there?
There certainly is. Yeah, unfortunately he has hit that wall, so yeah, whether he's been pushed, we might be able to get another angle from further back to see if there was some contact to put him there,
so that we can get a quick. It was a complex recovery in this morning's race with 3 cars involved in the opening lap, and it took a while, but you know, when you've got 3 cars to recover it, the recovery crews have to make sure first of all that everybody's okay, as we did with Elva Larson, and then get the 3 cars away to safety. So it does eat in. We don't get any extra laps or time added to the F4 races because they are timed at 20 minutes. And what would you rather be in this heat that we've got? This is, you know, unusual heat for Knockhill meetings. Normally I've got my galoshes and everything else with me, but what would you rather be doing, racing or touring round behind the safety car? What's better in terms of heat?
To be honest, it still gets quick. You get quite a lot of heat soak, so you don't really want to be going that slowly because it doesn't actually cool down that much. It gives you a bit of a break with the rest of your body, so you don't get too hot by, you know, physically doing something. But so it is a break, but to be honest, the heat is still the heat. You still get pretty hot. But in single seaters, it's not too bad. It's an open. Obviously, it's open. You can lift the visor slightly just to get some air in there when it is as hot as this. But it's so strange the fact that we're talking about this sort of heat in Scotland.
Yeah, I've had 2 trips up this year, and both of them have been. One was February and it was hot, and we won't get into climate change and all that, but it's been a joy. The people have been a joy. I think what it does mean is if you come back next year, it's probably going to be biblical.
Yeah, which it has been in the past. We have been here in those conditions.
It's part of the charm of it, actually, for me, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, it's not when you get caught out there all day like the spectators, but no, it is what a great track. And we were talking in race 1 about whether, you know, some cars can get too fast for this circuit, but there are still overtaking opportunities here, and F4 are delivering. The car works well, the drivers understand the track, learn the track well, and are still using the track, aren't they, to be able to overtake and entertain us and compete themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we want to see some more overtaking. Yeah, we've still got 13 minutes left on the clock, so if they do manage to clear Henry Mercier's car up, we will probably get another 10 minutes of racing, which is actually all we got in race 2 of the weekend earlier today. But yeah, there is some front end damage there. It's the front wing, but it looks like suspension is all intact, and that's why they're able to pull it off the track into a safe position. I reckon one more lap under the safety car and we should be good to go green.
Yeah, more great official work here. We saw great stuff from the marshals on the pit wall with the opening incident, and again, superb recovery work, great work from the race officials putting the safety car out very quickly indeed. Are we going to see great work from Campbell, Pilling and Behrman out front when the safety car goes? And Rowan's been in this position before. He'll be delighted to know that he hasn't had the warning for jump starts or anything. The only thing he's got to worry about now, of course, is track limits, but then everybody's got to worry about that as well. But.
True, yeah. He's done the hard bit, which is obviously something that he has been working on and struggling with. But we are going green this lap. That's great news, great work from the Knockhill marshals. So So safety car is in this lap. Let's see what Campbell Pilling can do, and then let's see what the two high-tech cars behind him can do.
All 4 high-tech cars now, rookies incidentally, by the way, running with the yellow background. So if you look in there, you think, wow, you know, all first-year car drivers, which is a mega job for them and doing strongly in the championship. As Rowan Campbell Pilling coming into Taylor's the hairpin, about to climb uphill and about to launch his continued assault for that first race win. Thomas Behrman's had race wins himself, of course, already. And here we go, green at Knockhill, and looks like Behrman's had a decent restart and has a look, so Campbell Pilling wasn't able to shake him off the start, but maintains that lead. Phil McLaughlin still chasing. Martin Molnar is in 4th place. He's got the fastest lap as well. Molnar having a look at McLaughlin here. So Molnar quicker on the restart, can't quite do anything, but showing McLaughlin notice of intent. Ella Lloyd, we hear, has been taken out.
Oh,
we'll see it.
No, we didn't see that. No, you can see she's going back. Slowly further back. I don't know whether she's been hit at some point, maybe through T1 or T2. But yeah, great start from Campbell Pilling there, or restart, sorry. You can see Behrman is further back, and Molnar is going for a lunge down the inside of McLaughlin as Harfield tries to get to her on the inside of Bansal. Doesn't quite make it work. Bansal's covered that off nicely. He
has wonderful racing from F4 here. Scotland no longer has a single-seater championship. The Formula Ford championship came to a close a few years ago, which was a pity. We're going to have a look at, there was the incident with Ella Lloyd.
Oh yeah, we didn't see that, did we? We're looking very closely at the front pack, but yeah, you can see the McLaren livery car went off quite heavily through turn 1 as we're back on board with Larson as we go through turn 3, trying to get a good exit to have a good run up the hill here, try and get that line that we were talking about just right so you don't get fired off into the gravel, which is a good run there for Larson, and then coming up to Clark Curve, where we are uphill trying again to get a good exit so that you've got a good opportunity to try and overtake into the hairpin.
That's what they're looking for.
And that is an overtake from Harfield again, so late. And Bansal doing an amazing job there just to leave him enough space so he doesn't get wiped out, but also get enough momentum to carry on and keep the position.
Great little racers, these two. Look at them having a good old go here, go one side then the other. What can Tommy Harfield do? He feels that he's got the pace. The driver moving up from Fiesta Juniors last season, believe it or not. They're enjoying their race weekend currently. Can't remember where they're racing this weekend, but they are away and enjoying themselves. And Tommy Harfield will no doubt be looking at the results, but yeah, he's been a really good, and that's a difficult step, isn't it? Fairclough did it from Fiestas into F4, but completely different. And Joseph Lowe, yeah,
look at that great move there. Almost works, that did, but Bansal just keeping it around the outside where you can keep enough momentum and just keep going around the outside there and make sure you keep that position. Oh, that's a bit of an overtake off the track, I think.
It's Chase, isn't it? Chase Fernandez coming through.
Yeah, not sure whether he's going to let that one go again. No, he's going to keep that position, but oh no, Larson's going back down the inside. Nice move from Larson to keep that position. I think, don't know whether Fernandez maybe thought, I better let you have that one, but no, he's coming back at her now as they go on the run up the hill over the start-finish line. Can Larson keep the inside, or is Fernandez going to try and outbrake her?
I think Fernandez just got the better of that, didn't he? Yeah, as we look at the timings. Now got Ella Lloyd, I think, immediately in front of her as well. So we go back to the races. Going back to Elba Larson, was chatting to her and the dad before the race, and Elba just came in to racing because a friend had a cart and she had to go. No sort of racing background.
Yeah, big lock up there as he was trying to pass McLaughlin. I thought he was going to go for a move, but McLaughlin just covers it off nicely, in time.
That's the battle for the championship lead, isn't it? There is a gap between the pair, but effectively that's what that battle is.
Yeah. As Molnar gets fastest lap there with that lock-up.
Yeah, so he's got pace. We know that Tommy Harfield's got pace as well. Harfield dropped back a little bit from Bansal, who's now the white and red Fortec car closing in on the black and blue 24 of Martin Molnar. So Tommy Harfield having a little bit of a breather before he decides to attack again in a moment.
Here we go, we've got Sadiq and Smith there battling further back.
Yeah, two newcomers, a bit of bragging rights for who's going to be the top newcomer out of those two. Joseph Smith, we mentioned, Hani Sadiq, the Pakistani driver. Warm welcome to the championship to Hani.
Whoa, big slide, that's exactly that.
Stewardson again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. He keeps, I don't know whether they've got the brake bias set up wrong there, because he keeps backing it in like a go-kart as they're coming into the braking zone of the hairpin, but yeah, it's not quite worked out, but well, I think it might have done actually with the Hewittson's now got in front, and Palmer's now further back, so we'll have to see that again. But yeah, backed it into the hairpin and managed to get it all under control before wiping his teammates out.
Proper little character is Cole Hewitson. You know, I mean, there are a lot in the paddock, but he's a proper. Have you spoken to him?
I haven't spent.
He's definitely worth a natter. Is Cole? He's a great lad and full of personality. I'd love to see him do it. Look at you, wonderful stuff. That is him.
He's managed to get it all stopped, and then I see what happened here later on. So Palmer's been squeezed onto the grass,
Wera.
and that's why Hewitson has managed to get a run on them all.
Yeah, good stuff. Here's the race. Talking of good stuff, race lead, another replay.
Oh, I think there's a bit of damage. A replay. I think I saw that. Yeah, that was one of the Rodin cars, newcomer.
As Guy Albaj.
Albaj, yeah, he's got a puncture, I think, or suspension damage where he had a bit of a moment through the chicane. But Campbell pulling away nicely here with Behrman in second and McLaughlin in third.
Albaj was with us at the Grand Prix meeting. I don't think he raced at Zandvoort, but nice to have him along here for the resumption of the second half of the season as we look at McLaughlin and Molnar again fighting it out for serious championship points here. At the moment McLaughlin has got a decent lead, but again Molnar has a look. If nothing else, he's just giving it, well, he's messing his tyres up.
To be fair, he's actually made that one work there. He's actually got a run on McLaughlin, because McLaughlin, even though he covered it nicely, he still had a bit of a moment on the exit, but he's still kept the position. Molnar's still behind, but Molnar needs to just do something a little bit different. He's done that sort of half-hearted move 3 times now, so he just needs to, I think, send it down the inside and try and get it stopped in time. But yeah, McLaughlin's going to know what's coming. He's not daft. He's going to see what Molnar can do, and he'll have it covered each lap.
I think the Formula is in a really good place, Phil, at the moment. The cars are great, the specifications, the teams are all contributing to the championship well, and the drivers very equally matched. And you can see this proper racing to treat the Scottish fans today. Here comes Molnar again, hard on the brakes, gets his nose in front.
He has, and contact! Oh, they've taken each other out. Not sure what McLaughlin did there, but it looked like Molnar's done the move, but then they've got caught on each other and wiped each other out.
How are you going to feel if you're Martin Molnar and McLaughlin takes the championship by a limited number of points after that?
Is that McLaughlin out as well, though? He's stuck on the grass, so Molnar needs to try and get some points, although he's down in 18th
way out,
now.
isn't he? Top 10 is points, so he's going to be well away from the... But yeah, that could be a key moment in the championship.
Yeah, it certainly can, yeah. It's real shame that, because I thought it was a great move from Molnar, but we'll have to have another look at it and see exactly what happened, because Molnar went down the inside. Great move, a big lock-up.
And he's clear at that point, isn't he?
I think that was just an innocent mistake where McLaughlin was trying to tuck up behind him, because there was no way of him getting back in front, and unfortunately has just timed it wrong and caught his front wheel on Molnar's rear. You can see now they're running side by side. Yeah, just a bit clumsy, to be honest, but everyone managed to avoid each other. There was no contact other than the initial one between those pair. But we'll see it one more time here. Yeah, they got caught on each other quite early as well, didn't they? It's amazing how rapid they both got spun round.
And it puts them both out of the point, so the championship pretty much stays as it was. Jimmy Pazik, you would think, would be the main benefactor of that, third in the championship, but he's outside the points at the moment, Phil. So the top 3, the only person really that benefits is going to be Tommy Harfield, because Tommy, where's he? He's down in 6th place. I mean, that's modest points, 6th place, not big points. No real big shake-up in the championship points.
Yeah, exactly. Where's Harfield in the championship? He's
Harfield's 4th, 139. Jimmy Pazik 187. Big gap back from Jimmy P to Tommy Harfield at the moment.
So yeah, Bansu and Jocelyn, they collected some positions there with Ella Lloyd off in the gravel there again through the chicane. Not sure if that was all by herself once again, but it's catching a few people out today. It's one of the hardest corners on the calendar.
Wondering whether they'll red flag it, because if the car's in the gravel, you're thinking safety car, and the organisers may well red flag this, which isn't how Rowan Campbell-Pilling will want to win, but he did all the hard work. He did the proper start, did the proper restart as well, and has pulled out 1.6 seconds. That's what we have to remember as we ride on board with Elba Larsen again. Here is Rowan Campbell-Pilling coming up. Talk of the man himself. Green flags at the moment, as you can see, as they come out of the hairpin zone up the hill under the Beatson's Bridge. That car still stranded. Replay.
It's all by herself, yeah. She's just taken too much of that curb and it's just sent the rear round and put her in the gravel. So, yeah, we have got half the track under yellows, but now it's all under reds. So red flag for the race now. So that is going to be the end of the race. And with obviously 2 minutes left. But, yeah, there was no point with yellows at the last corner.
Sensible decision.
And yellows at the chicane. There wasn't much track to go racing, so what's the point?
Yeah, it's congratulations to Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He's got that first win. I thought it was going to come earlier in the season, but Thomas Behrman, I feel for a little bit, you know, it's kind of reversed the way things have worked out. Rowan was on pole for race 1 of the weekend. We saw Finn McLaughlin win it, and of course Rowan ended up in 3rd with a penalty for the jump start, but now he's got that win, and I don't think he's going to look back now.
Yeah, no, that's really good for Campbell-Pilling. He needed that after a lot of silly mistakes, especially in his 2nd year of racing. So I'm really happy for him and his family and the team for getting that result, and that's a great, solid win from Campbell-Pilling.
It is, and he will come in. The JHR team will be thoroughly delighted with that one. Can't wait to hear him, actually. It's going to be good to hear him. Great 2nd position for Thomas Behrman. Really good, strong performance from Thomas all weekend as well. Ari Bansal up on the podium. We mentioned the reverse grid race win for Fortec, but outright podium as well. And he's kind of asserted himself, hasn't he? Bansal was not team leader, that's the wrong word, but prolific in terms of, you know, who to watch out for now in Fortec.
Absolutely. I mean, I've heard his name quite a few times leading up to this, before he actually started racing, and I've heard how quick he is. He's doing a lot of testing with R. Boyo's team, getting him up to speed in the F4 car, and now he's joined the championship with Fortec and doing an amazing job.
Absolutely brilliant to see. That's not good to see. Fionn McLaughlin, the personable youngster, say racing in the colours of Red Bull. Great to see so many drivers that have that tie-in with manufacturers further up the ladder. Elba Larsen, we were talking about, is a Ferrari development driver now as well. They've recognised that women's sports are important in terms of racing and driver development, which is great. Ella Lloyd obviously in the McLaren colours, and long may that kind of thing continue. So round 21 of the Vera Tools F4 British Championship. It's a win, the first win in the championship for Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Thomas Behrman 2nd from Ari Bansal. Then it was Henry Jocelyn and Adam Al-Azhari from Tommy Harfield in 6. Xavier Avramides 2nd in the rookies, and he finishes 7th. Yu Hao Fu, great 8th position for him. Theo Palmer 3rd in the rookies, takes 9th, and the top 10 completed by August Raber. Jimmy Pazik 11th from Chase Fernandez and Cole Hewitson. Ian Kraling in 14th on his debut weekend. 15th on his debut weekend was Joseph Smith from Elba Larsen. Hani Sadiq 17th, ahead of Martin Molnar, who was a lap down. Guy Albage next up from Finn McLaughlin. We saw, sadly, as a non-classified finisher, Henry Mercier, Ethan Jeff Hall and Ella Lloyd all having issues, very sadly. 3 events to go for the F4 British Championship. Table looks like this. McLaughlin 40.5 points clear now of Martin Molnar, race and a half effectively. Jimmy Pazik is in 3rd from Henry Jocelyn and Tommy Harfield. August Raber in 6th, Thomas Behrman 7th from Adam Al-Azhari. Ethan Jeff Hall in 9th, and your top 10 completed by Rowan Campbell-Pilling. The rookies headed by Fionn McLaughlin could possibly wrap it up next time out at Donington. We'll have to do the math though. Then it's Thomas Behrman and Theo Palmer 2nd and 3rd. Challenge Cup headed by Tommy Harfield. He might switch from Challenge Cup next time. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case. 2nd therefore Ella Lloyd from Ari Bansal, Alba Larsen and Charlie Edge in 5th. That's what victory looks like. We'll hear what victory sounds like in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane? Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
The final British F4 race this weekend was hard fought, but it was red flagged with minutes to go after Martin Molnar made contact with Fionn McLaughlin, taking them both out of the race. The action didn't stop there with a big spin, and it wasn't meant to be for poleman Thomas Behrman. It was Rowan Campbell-Pilling who took his first win of the season. Let's go down to Lou and hear from the top 3.
Thank you, Nikki. And as we could tell from your reaction when you came in here, Rowan, oh, goodness, you needed that one, didn't you? That really means a lot to you.
Oh, big time, yeah. To do it here at such an incredible track and a very special track to me. You know, I was on the front row here last year. So, no, very, very strong result and over the moon with it, to be honest. It's about time.
It was all about the start. I mean, you absolutely nailed the start and you nailed the restart as well.
Yeah, no, the start was very strong. Managed to get past Thomas into turn 1, and then from there it was just a case of managing the safety car restarts and got difficult towards the end with some double wave yellows in some sectors, but no, slowed down for them and that was shown in the lap times. But no, overall very, very strong and so happy.
I think it's not just the win as well. Looking at the results, it's been the consistency of this weekend. I mean, 3 points finishes. That's the first time that you've managed that. Sorry to point these things out, but I'm pointing it out as a bonus for you. It's that consistency that you've really been wanting and working towards, isn't it?
Yeah, no, incredibly strong weekend. From the get-go on Friday, we were P2 in FP1 and then P1 in FP2, and then we won the race on track yesterday. Was unfortunately we got a penalty, put us down to 3rd, but we moved on and bounced back stronger and better today, and hopefully we've got something even better to show for it.
I was going to say well done. Hopefully that's really turned the corner for you and more results will keep coming in. Thomas, I could tell from your body language when you got out of the car, slight frustration at that result.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a track you want to start pole, and I had that opportunity, so I knew I had a good chance of winning. Just unfortunately messed up the start a little bit, and that's my fault, and that's something I need to work on going forward. Not just a bit of a mistake on that. Otherwise, I think I drove all right. Rowan was just a bit too quick today to sort of stay with and put under pressure. But yeah, overall a good race, good points, and I think if going into this weekend, I would have definitely taken a pole and two P2s.
I saw you looking at your tyres when you got out of the car. Was it giving you everything you wanted, or was it not quite where you needed it to be?
Yeah, I mean, the balance was good. I just I suffered a lot with the tyres overheating quite a lot, so it was difficult to manage throughout the race. And it's a track where you have to have a lot of confidence. So if the car's not quite there, then you might not. I don't want to push all the way.
Frustration, as you say, at the start, but I think you managed the race pretty well right thereafter. I mean, it was a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough track to race at because you're doing a lot of laps, and you know you can't make any mistakes or you will be losing places. So it's important to minimise those, and that's what I did today. So that's a good thing. Well
done, big points haul. Look at the positives. That's a great P2. And Ari, let's see you bring you in P3. I'm guessing that one came as a little bit of surprise, not what you were expecting at one point in the race.
Yes, I was just for 2 laps I was observing the front two. I think it was Molnar and McLaughlin battling it out, and in the last corner this incident happened, and I went to the right hand side of the track and they were also coming towards the right, so I just had to floor it and just go for a gap. Yeah. I think it was quite close.
So a slightly scary moment, but great to get the P3.
Yes, for sure. P3 was really good. I think, definitely quite pleasant. I was able to get close to I was able to get in P5 with a good start and everything. So, I think, P3 is definitely a pleasant surprise. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Right, we're off for a break now. When we come back, we've got Porsches out on track again, so make sure you hang around for that.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane? Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, welcome back to Knockhill. It is just as beautiful as it was this morning, but we have still plenty of racing to look forward to. Next up, it is, of course, the Porsches once again. Jay Edwards is joining David Addison in the box.
Nicky, thanks. Different Porsches from what we had earlier on, because after Carrera Cup second race, it's the third race for Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. We're back to the Caymans, split into the RS and Club Sport models with a Pro and an Am category within each. Last time out, we saw a win on the road for Jacob Toft, but he was given a penalty for the contact with Tom Bradshaw, so Tom Bradshaw takes the race win, and he's going to line up this time on pole position. Tom Bradshaw and Jacob Tofts, row 1. Joe Marshall and Sam Harvey, row 2. Ben Mulryan and Ethan Hamilton start 5th and 6th. It's Dan Zelos 7th, ahead of Oliver Meadows. He is now 5 times a winner in the RS Am category. Oliver Cottam is next from Dan Lewis, Rhys Summerfield and Amy Watts. Then you've got Karim Sakat and Dean Burden, who was in the gravel at the end of the second race of the weekend. Jonathan Moore is next. He is the man to beat in Club Sport Pro, 9 times a winner. Lydia Walmsley is next, ahead of Harrison Cavers in his first weekend of Porsche racing. Hannah Chapman, 7 wins Hannah has now had in the Club Sport Am division. Katia Loggi, Paul Porter and newcomer Giancarlo Romano round out the grid. So, Jade, as I was saying, penalty given to Jacob Tofts for the incident in the early race. Perhaps no surprise.
Yeah, we did suspect it, and they've just basically reversed the position. So they've deemed it, gaining an unfair advantage. It's not something that was dangerous or malicious. It was simply a move that didn't pull off. He gained an advantage for it, so they simply reversed the positions back, which I think is fair.
But it's going to be interesting now, isn't it? Because Tom Bradshaw has taken that win and he's got the points. Good news, because his main championship rival Toby Trice is here but not racing because of a crash in qualifying. Jacob Tofts, though, won yesterday, won on the road earlier, now knows he can win and really wants to round out the weekend putting one over on Bradshaw. This should be good.
Absolutely, and I said in race 2 that actually, even without the incident, Jacob Tofts was clearly the quicker car over the race distance, and we might argue that maybe Tom had some damage from the contact or whatever, but he was very quick and he was consistent with it. So it'll be the same again from race 2. He'll want to get off the line nice and quickly, he'll want to get past Tom Bradshaw nice and early, and then break away if possible. However, Tom Bradshaw is on pole and he's going to be fighting that as best he can.
And as we saw in the earlier race, the other good thing about this championship is the formation laps get underway. Lots of battles all the way down through the field.
Yeah, and I keep sort of saying back markers when they're, the laps are counting on, but they're not back markers. There's different classes, different cars, and they're all battling for position within themselves. So this is what I always love about Porsche Cayman Sprint, is that up and down the field there is cars nose to tail, but battling as hard as possible to gain position and podiums.
As a championship, it ticks lots of boxes, doesn't it? You can come into this as a driver who wants to go through into GT racing because it's a great stepping stone. You can come into this if you're an AM that's wanting to go racing in a nice car on good tracks at weekends. Absolutely,
and we see that literally on this grid. The front pack are those that are sort of professional and are trying to make a career for themselves, and as we filter down, it's then a mix of novice drivers that are maybe learning their trade and want to become professional, and those that, like you say, become track day enthusiasts, got the bug for it and thought, I want to go racing, and where better to do it in a Porsche on the Toka package, and if they want to then jump up from there, we then have the Porsches, the Carrera Cup Porsches as well, so it's creating a ladder for these drivers.
And it's the first time that Porsche Sprint Challenge has been to Knockhill, therefore it's the first time quite a lot of these drivers have been to Knockhill. It's quite a circuit to learn.
It's one of those tracks where you don't get a lot of track time, even if you've raced here a lot. It's sort of the only time you do drive around here is when you're racing. So yeah, there'll be some drivers that are deep into their career and they've raced here once a year at least, and other drivers that are brand new. But they also are brand new in terms of car and data and setups. Every team here will just be learning from their test days prior to the weekend, and every session they're going out, they'll be taking more data, more analysis, and creating the setup from that.
So there's your championship leader, Tom Bradshaw. He inherited the race 2 win. Jacob Toft's with him at the front, having won on the road in the earlier race today, having also won his first championship victory yesterday. Who's your money on?
I think it's going to be a really tough battle between those front two. I think Tom Bradshaw has had an amazing career and knows exactly how to defend and race, but Jacob Toft has probably got a bit of fire in his belly from that result in race 2.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Tom Bradshaw doesn't want to get into a position where he risks not finishing and not scoring points. Jacob's kind of got nothing to lose.
Exactly that, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Right, well, we're going to find out how it is going to play out very shortly, because the cars now make their way back up to the grid, and our third and final race of the weekend for Porsche Sprint Challenge GB is ready to go. It's 20 minutes rather than a set number of laps. There you've got 87 of Paul Porter, 67 is Giancarlo Romano heading up towards the grid as well. Of all the places to come and make your first outing in a Porsche Cayman, Giancarlo Knockhill. Why he chose this? Well, I'm glad he did, because it's been good to have him on the grid this weekend. Ready to go racing then. Race 3 of the weekend. The drivers will now look towards the lighting gantry. Lights go out. Good getaway by Bradshaw. Bit of wheel spin maybe from Toft. He's not going to be able to attack on the way down to turn 1 at Duffers Dip. He has to slot in behind with a good getaway too by Joe Marshall, securing third as they drop down to Duffers Dip for the first time. Perfect launch though by Bradshaw. He's got the lead. He's got a couple of lengths gap, but he's a little bit deep away from the apex at McIntyre's.
Absolutely, that was some start off the line. He's already got a gap, and we've got Jacob Toft already under pressure from Joe Marshall, so not the start he wanted there. But as we saw in the race 2, it's quite easily able to rein cars in on these first opening laps.
Coming through Clark's then, for the first time you're going to have battles up and down the order. It is race 3, and that means that some drivers will have looked after tyres perhaps better over the weekend than others. Some will have fresher tyres for this weekend than others, so if they've had a bad race 2, expect a good race 3, because now they'll be using better rubber. The form book kind of goes out of the window as you look at 11, which is the car then of Ben Mulryan. The blue car behind of Ethan Hamilton. Another one to watch will be Dan Zelos, trying to make some progress there. He is 45 up against the pit wall going through end of lap 1. It's Tom Bradshaw from Jacob Toft, 9/10 of a second already.
Yeah, that is the lead he was dreaming of when he got that start, and that's how he'll want to continue. It would now be a case of keeping his head down and earning the lap times. Oh, bit of a contact through turn 3 there.
That was Sam Harvey on the inside of Ethan Hamilton. I think it worked just about, but it was a little bit forceful. Anyway, we'll have a replay of that, no doubt, and analyse it in a second. Dan Zelos now coming up to have a go on Harvey as well as they run up towards Clark's. But around here, you've just got to take an opportunity when you can.
Absolutely, and you can tell with the characteristics of race cars when it's their last race of the weekend, can't you? It's like so different. I know it from the stuff I've done. Last race of the weekend, okay, you don't want damage, but equally you've now got 2 weeks or so to fix anything. So you can see these drivers have got an extra bit of adrenaline in them and ready to get scrappy.
Coming over the line then, Tom Bradshaw, and he leads the way, but the gap's down 8 tenths. Jacob Tofts has just done the quicker lap of the race, so he's pushing on, he's edging closer to Tom Bradshaw as the cars plunge down through Daffers Dip, and Leslie's on towards McIntyre's. This right-hander, there's Dan Zelos going by. Now here you've got 88 versus 98, that's the lead battle within the RS AM and Pro situation. Meadows versus Oliver Cottam. It's Oliver Meadows ahead in 88. 98 is Oliver Cottam in the hippie Porsche colours. He's in Pro, whereas in AM is Oliver Meadows, and he's doing a very good job of hanging on to the advantage in class.
Absolutely, and this is where the drivers will learn the classes and who's in which class, because then they'll know which ones to battle and which ones to not. At the moment, they're enjoying a great race. Here's this replay from Hamilton here, who actually did an amazing move at the final corner. Lunge on the inside, got it done, but he just clipped the curb, which just knocks him into Ethan. Not malicious, didn't mean to do it, but those curbs, you have to clip them perfectly to not hit you outwards into another car.
Yeah, so that was Sam Harvey. After a bad first lap, he's fallen away from 4th to 6th, trying to regain ground. It didn't work. And Ethan Hamilton, with a bit of hip and shoulder, survives. Dan Zelos has dropped off the back of the pack. Now, this is Joe Marshall's view. Flies through the chicane, which is a daunting part of the racetrack. It's uphill, there's that Recticel barrier. Oh, and it's blind as well.
Yeah, it's pretty blind. It's like we were saying at the start, if you don't drive this circuit often, it's one of those corners that you really need to get used to, and you sort of shut your eyes and hope for the best initially where you're learning where you're going, but drivers will then become, lap after lap, will get reference points, and by this point of the weekend, they should find that corner fairly comfortable, but it is pristine driving. If you get it a little bit wrong, carry a bit too much speed, take a bit too much curb, we can see cars straight off into the gravel on the exit.
Tom Bradshaw has extended the advantage, and he's also done another fastest lap of the race. It's 1.5 seconds now, so he's just edging away, he's just building that, and the more Jacob Toft tries, the danger is he overdrives and actually loses time.
Absolutely that, and this is exactly the start that Tom Bradshaw would have wanted. He's 1.5 up the road, but Tofts is also 2.2 up from P3 as well, so they're both now just putting in those qualifying laps, trying to go as fast as they can. But as mentioned earlier, this could be coming down to tyres. Tom could have slightly better tyres than Jacob Tofts, and that could be playing a part as well.
There's Rhys Summerfield, who was busy in the earlier race today, and he is currently in 10th place overall. He's second in AM in the RS element of the race, the RS model, the newer car, slightly quicker. Behind him, you've got Daniel Lewis as they come down towards the hairpin. Then it's Amy Watts and Karim Sekat, who were both pretty feisty drivers earlier on in the day. Amy Watts, in fairness, has progressed hugely from that first Donington weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen sort of Amy progress very late in her career. She decided she wants to sort of go racing, and she's jumped up into these Porsches, and she's doing really, really well. She obviously had a very unlucky situation at the opening round, which took her out of that weekend, but she's gained confidence ever since, and she actually had a brilliant race too. It was just unfortunate she had those track limits, which dropped her back on time-wise, but actually in the race she was getting stuck in.
Her father Patrick, you might recall, from the British Touring Car Championship of the 1990s and also the 80s when he was a Metro Turbo racer for a time. But Amy Watts there goes out of Clark's. That's Dan Zelos coming through shot. You've got Oliver Meadows still edging away from Oliver Cottam. Now Meadows, Summerfield, Lewis is the order in AM, and it's about to change because that's Daniel Lewis diving up the inside of Rhys Summerfield for second in class, and that was a nice move.
Great move, got it done nice and early alongside, and he also got a good exit, which means that Summerfield can't fight back into turn one unless he puts on a catastrophic lunge, which looking from the distance is not likely.
Down through the right of Daffers Dip, Rhys Summerfield now drops back into the clutches of Amy Watts, and a time penalty is coming for Karim Sekat for a false start, so either by creeping or by being outside the grid markings. He's had a tough day at the office with track limit penalties in the early race, and now this.
I think did he have a full start in race 2 as well? I'm not sure. Maybe he's misjudging the grid positions or the lineup.
You're quite right, 10 seconds for a full start, yes.
Yeah, so he must be misjudging the grid position or something. Some of these places are on a hill as well, harder to judge. Obviously, when we see the touring cars, they have their mechanics help them line up the cars and find a reference point. They don't have that in these categories, so a little bit trickier, but yeah, he'll be kicking himself after that one.
Well, indeed. Good battle though going on here. It's still Daniel Lewis versus Reece Summerfield. Then you've got Amy Watts and Karim Sekat behind as they come across the line. Remember, this is a timed race, so it's the clock we're concentrating on. It's ticking down 13.5 minutes, give or take. Battle on here. Ethan Hamilton just ahead of Sam Harvey, who lost out on the opening lap and has clawed his way back onto the tail of Ethan Hamilton.
Yeah, and Ethan had a brilliant opening lap. I actually saw him into the final corner, went right round the outside, braked super late, almost looked like he was going to go too deep, cut back and managed to overtake around the outside, which was brilliant. He's now seemingly settling into the race and just managing that pressure behind him.
To the hairpin they come. Now, if these two get themselves together, that's going to help Dan Zelos, isn't it? Because they'll end up going slower and he'll be able to catch up and then join the battle pack.
Exactly that, and that's what Dan Zelos will be wanting to try and achieve. He wants to stay on the back of these cars, so in the hope that they then start fighting and he can pick up the pieces from there. But he's got a little bit of a gap between them, so he's got to try and get right onto the back bumper so he can take advantage of any battling that goes on ahead of him.
Hamilton versus Harvey then, nose to tail. Of course, now Ethan Hamilton having to go slightly defensive, the slower lines, skims that recticel barrier coming up through the chicane. Up front, Tom Bradshaw is now 2 seconds to the good, and he's done the fastest lap, and he's getting away. So he's sort of saying to Jacob Toft, let's just, remember who's the championship leader here.
Exactly, he's putting on a great performance, and here we can see Hannah Chapman, who I think is leading her class. And had a brilliant weekend. She struggles a little bit financially and she had to work hard to make it out for this weekend, but she's actually leading her class championship and was desperate to get back at her home race, and she's done a brilliant show this weekend.
Yeah, because she's from Dunfermline, so it's very much the home circuit. Amy Watts has got past Reece Summerfield. Look, Hannah Chapman's 7 class wins. She's had a great season. Now, second and third, side by side here. Second in Am earlier, now third in Am. Reece Summerfield back ahead of Amy Watts under braking, so he lost out at the hairpin, got the job done at Duffer's Dip, and is able to control that all the way down the hill. But yeah, Amy Watts having her best weekend of the season.
Absolutely, and the thing with Amy here is that she'll be learning so much racecraft. A bit of contact there. I think that's Katia Loggy and Porter, who are both racing for the same class there. So a little bit of contact. Be interesting to see what happened there. But yeah, back to Amy. She'll be learning the racecraft here, and even if she doesn't get past Summerfield, she'll be benefiting from this style of racing. So Katia on the outside, bit of contact from Porter, and they just clang wheels there. It just lifts the car up. So again, one of those things. He was alongside enough, but that bit of contact, wheel to wheel, just means one of the cars lifted up. But it seems Katia cracked on anyway, and wasn't too much harm done. So Katia, you can see here, giving him plenty of room. He goes a little bit deep. Yeah. She cuts back. No harm done there. It's just literally that wheel-to-wheel contact, but they both kind of back out of it straight away, and it doesn't continue from that point.
So Paul Porter, Katia Loggy racing at Loggyhead, something like that. There's Paul Porter going through. He's the one that's come off worse, I think, rather badly delayed. And now Tom Bradshaw is going to have to focus on Lapri. Paul Porter comes down towards the hairpin. He's already got past Giancarlo Romano, has Tom Bradshaw. But into the hairpin he comes. And this time Paul Porter affords lots of room. Tom Bradshaw goes through on the inside. The Toro Verde GT car goes by, and there's damage on Porter's car. He's heading for the pit lane.
Yeah, so it could have just been, if it's front wheel to rear wheel and he had some lock on, it could just do some damage under that wheel arch behind the wheel. So yeah, into the pits for him, which is a shame. But yeah, now Bradshaw's got to fight through the traffic, which you hope everyone's just watching their mirrors, just keeping out of the way. Race 2 was clean, nice and easy, but I think there was some trouble in race 1 towards the end of the race, so it could go either way.
Yeah, it's all fine getting through the traffic until you get to a situation like this, where they're having a real battle. Reece Summerfield versus Amy Watts. They are arguing over 11th overall and 3rd in class, a podium finishing class, as there through the traffic now comes Tom Bradshaw, comes down to the hairpin, and Giancarlo Romano, the Italian driver, being warned about track limit offences now. 3 seconds clear is Tom Bradshaw. He is just building the gap, isn't he, lap after lap here over Jacob Toft in 2nd place. You can see the yellow-nosed car of Jacob Toft, but unless there's a safety car here to bring him back into the game, he's going to have to settle for 2nd.
Yeah, I think this is now sort of Tom's race to win, unless something out of the ordinary sort of happens in terms of maybe traffic. One of the other classes makes a bit of a move that he wasn't expecting, or like you say, safety car that bunches them all back up. But he's just putting in lap after lap, consistent, not making any errors, nice and clean through the other cars that he's sort of lapping and not putting a foot wrong.
Tom Bradshaw then puts the lap on Katia Loggy. Tom, who goes way back to around about 2008 when he was a Northwest Formula Ford champion. He raced for a time in Formula Palmer Audi, had a spell in Carrera Cup for a few seasons, and then retired, if you like, from the sport, went to race with his father in historic sports cars and single-seaters, and then came back into Porsche racing with Sprint Challenge. So he's a very good driver, very accomplished driver, Tom. I'm sure his father, John, also very competitive in his time and of late in historic sports cars too. So good racing family. You can see in the background Paul Porter recovering after his pit stop. He's had the damage checked over and been waved back into the race. It's worth persevering because he'll get points in class.
Absolutely. If you can get back out on track, you can always try and gather back something. But equally, you'd also go back out on track just to check that whatever they've changed or fixed is looking okay. And look at Amy battling through here. She's on the outside, so she's not going to make a move here, but can she get the switch back? Not quite. She needs to get a slightly better exit. But now what she'll try and do is hopefully line him up through the chicane and get a good exit to maybe overlap on the inside for the next corner. So it's all about momentum with this circuit, is also getting a good run through the corners that can then help her into the next corner. So she had a little moment there. She's trying hard, isn't she?
Is she ever? And so is Rhys Summerfield, and he's got to in order to defend. So the cars now make that run again down towards the hairpin. Summerfield just ahead of Amy Watts, and Karim Sekat now thinks about a dive on the inside. Dean Burden is next. He was in the gravel in the earlier race today. Rhys Summerfield can't shake them off, can he?
No, exactly that. And Amy went so deep into that corner. I bet she was eyes wide there, thinking she's going a bit deep. But she's actually got a really good exit here, and she's right on the back of the boot lid of Summerfield here. She's not giving in. I bet she's going to sleep well tonight after this one. She's putting on a brilliant show.
Really is. We've been saying it's by far and away the most competitive we've seen out of Amy all season. There is Karim Sekat keeping Dean Burden at bay in the black car. He ran out of road in the earlier race, the former Caterham Academy driver, switching to Porsches for this year. Rhys Summerfield came from Ginettas into the Sprint Challenge, and Amy Watts there right up behind as the cars go down again towards the hairpin. Amy, who had been racing in Mazda MX-5, she's done a bit of historic racing in Minis, comes down towards the braking zone, not able to make a move there, a little bit deeper maybe into the corner, but wanting to try to get the best exit up the hill.
Yeah, she seems to do quite a good job of that. Every time she goes into that corner, I think, oh, she broke too late, or she braked too late and she's going to run too wide, but actually she gets a nice exit. She gets right up to the boot of Summerfield and then always has these little oversteer moments where she's maybe just overdriving slightly. She needs to do 2 or 3 laps right there with him, see where his weak points are, see where his strengths are, and then making a decisive move at one of them.
That is Jonathan Moore, who is not only leading but somewhat dominant within the Club Sport Pro category. He was runner-up last year in the Junior Saloon Car Series for Citroën Saxo, so it's quite a jump out of the Citroën Saxo into these sorts of cars and on these circuits and this level of racing.
Yeah, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, Porsche, Citroën Saxo, you know, well, I think they're pretty similar, David. I don't know what you're on about. No, it's a big jump and fair play, you know, but this is where drivers that want to make a career for themselves, you have to kind of make these jumps onto the TOCA package, get here early as possible, do your hard work, test, practice, do your data, and hopefully show everyone what you're capable of.
Well, Jacob Toft here is pressing on. Like Jonathan Moore, sim racer, and Jacob Toft took part in Carrera Cup GB esports over the winter months. Now Joe Marshall here is third, and is he catching? Well, last time the gap stretched out again in favour of Toft, but to the eye they don't look that far apart. Second, third, fourth. Maybe this is just down to traffic. You come across a back marker at the wrong part of the racetrack, it's going to affect things.
Exactly that, and that's where experience does come into play. Those drivers that have raced for a slightly longer time, they'll be used to this a little bit more. Any drivers that have done GT racing, that's all part of the game. And so you may see that you drop some pace or some space between the cars with one overtake, but gain it back in another. And it's all about keeping that composure for the entire race distance, knowing that what you might lose could come back to you a little bit later on.
There is Joe Marshall then going through in third spot. Jacob Toft could barely be closer to the barrier there. That Recticel put in to stop people cutting the corner. Well, you get as close to it as you can. Jacob Toft's quick look to see any witness marks on the side. Now, I think he just about got away without any damage or any marks on the side of the car, but he is really trying, and he knows now that he has got Joe Marshall chipping away behind him, the Cheshire driver. You're on board with Joe now, coming down towards the hairpin. Now, in terms of tyre life, how is Jacob Toft going to fare against Joe Marshall? Who's got the best rubber for the last 4.5 minutes of the weekend?
It'll all be about managing the distance. He knows that he's kind of got a nice enough gap where if he's just consistent and he does the same lap time over and over again and doesn't push too hard, he'll be onto it. And there's Amy round the outside again. Can she get it done? She's fighting on. And fair play to Rhys, giving her room to do so. She's now on the outside for turn 1, but has got a brilliant exit. If she can get across the front of him, she's flashing lights as well. She's doing everything in there. Oh, because it's a back mark with Katia Loggy there, just blocking her in. What a shame. Really good run from Amy there, but Katia just needs to get out of the way. And so Rhys is sort of through. Amy tuck in there as well, follow him. and hopefully through nice and easy. Oh, breathe in, everyone.
She may not have got the place, but she didn't lose that much time. Reece Summerfield was delayed as well, so the battle is still pretty much as it was coming up towards turn 1 at Duffer's Den. Really, really good effort this by Amy Watson. It's not done yet, and Reece Summerfield is fed up of having to defend every time he looks in his mirror. That red front of Amy Watts' car is there, darting either left or right and giving him a serious amount of grief. 3.5 minutes to go.
Absolutely, and again, we've got slightly, actually Reece has done a slightly deeper line through there. He's probably noticed Amy gets a really good exit and maybe sort of seen what she's done and copied it a little bit, but Amy now really giving him pressure, and Reece has done, you know, so much more racing than Amy, and I really enjoy seeing her just hassle him the whole way through. I bet he's looking in his mirrors, just see red the entire time. He'll be dreaming of, or having nightmares of that this evening, no doubt, but she's making no real mistakes, which is excellent. She's just sort of sitting with him, seeing what's where he's strong, where he's weak, and then trying her very best to capitalise on anywhere she can. She gets a great run through that chicane.
You said early on she'll sleep well tonight. They all will. It's a physical circuit. They're physical cars. They've had 3 races over the weekend, and Summerfield's wide, but Amy Watts has a moment of her own. It goes left, it goes right, and she slides across the road and ends up just in front of Katja Logge, who decides that's the way to go, dodges around, and poor old Amy Watts, she has such a good run in that race, and now I fear she's a bit stuck. I thought for a moment it was Summerfield making a mistake.
Yeah, she's done this a couple of times. She gets a little bit of oversteer on the exit there, and she just sort of held the car a bit tight. Not sure why, whether her vision was impaired or something. She's conscious of track limits, not sure, but she comes through the corner, a bit of lock on, maybe picks the power up, a bit aggressive, and she saves it pretty well, but by that point the damage is done, unfortunately, and she was lucky to come across the track and not get collected, with Katja giving her plenty of room and going round. What a shame, but yeah, a valid effort from Amy throughout the race.
As Tom Bradshaw goes by, now he has got time for 2 more laps. We've got a time penalty going the way of Giancarlo Romano now for track limit abuses. The newcomer to the championship, Tom Bradshaw here behind Lydia Walmsley. And
they've been fairly well behaved with the track limits in this race. I think we've not had too many, which is, they've learnt their lesson from race 2, I think.
It was a bit like that in the second Carrera Cup race for the weekend as well. So yes, one would hope so. They were here testing on Wednesday and on Friday, racing yesterday, and a busy day with 2 races today. But Tom Bradshaw now just ticking off the laps as you look there at Oliver Cotton, who is being caught by Daniel Lewis. Now this is for 9th and 10th. Oliver Cotton is in Pro, Daniel Lewis is in Am. It's Oliver Meadows who is the leading Am, as you look here at the battle that's again been on race long between Ethan Hamilton and Sam Harvey, who closes right up at the hairpin.
Yeah.
Took a step back though.
I did, yeah. I was sort of immersed as the driver then, thinking how tight you clench when you think, oh no, I'm going to run into the back of the car ahead, but managed to come out unscathed. But yeah, this gap's closed up. I know Ethan had a bit of a gap in earlier laps, but he's under pressure now.
Is indeed. Ethan Hamilton has now been warned about track limits. Bit of debris flies there. There, 88 is the leader of the RS Am category. Oliver Meadows, the younger son of Mercedes Formula 1 team principal Ron Meadows, younger brother of Michael Meadows, Carrera Cup GB champion, the man behind the Argenti single-seater team that we've seen in F4 this weekend here. And Oliver Meadows is pressing on as he makes the run again down towards Clark's. Another class win beckons for him, and that will be a 6th of the season.
Yeah, that's not a bad little stat actually to do. We've seen Lydia Walmsley off there with grass all in the front as well, so she's obviously either had some help or she's made an error, but even if she gets going, there's too much grass in the front there to really continue. So we'll see how they manage this with just 4 seconds to go, maybe just yellow flags to the end of the race.
Yeah, because there is Tom Bradshaw. He's about to go past that incident zone. I think the car is quite a long way off the racetrack anyway, isn't it? It's in the background there, so yeah, in theory nobody should get there on this final lap. To be odd, wouldn't it, to neutralise the race for a car in the background and leave that wreck to sell on the apex. However, Tom Bradshaw is on his way towards a really impressive drive. He's commanded this right from the get-go.
Yeah, and this is what he would have hoped would happen. He got an amazing start, great reaction to the lights, and he sort of had a gap straight away after lap 1, and he's just got his head down lap after lap, not put a foot wrong, managed the traffic perfectly, and yeah, here he is coming up to the line now, ready to take victory.
Tom Bradshaw is going to win at Knockhill. A victory for Tom Bradshaw then in the final Cayman race of the weekend. Porsche Sprint Challenge GB honours to Tom Bradshaw. The winning margin 6.3 seconds from Jacob Toft. Joe Marshall third, Ben Mulryan fourth, Ethan Hamilton is fifth, Sam Harvey is in 6th as he comes across the line from Dan Zelos. Oliver Meadows wins his class. Then it's Oliver Cottam and Dan Lewis to round out the top 10. And that for Tom Bradshaw is a 6th win of the season, and that's going to help him hugely in the championship. No wonder it's a big thumbs up to the crowd, and you can see he's delighted with that. Not only is it a win, but with his main championship rival Toby Trice not racing after damaging the car yesterday, then it gives him a bank raid of points for the title.
Yeah, that is a good day for Tom Bradshaw. Nice way to end the day with a genuine win on track. Great pace throughout. Yeah, he's earned his fast food stop on the way home tonight, that's for sure.
And there is another victory going the way of Jonathan Moore. So that's a 10th class win for Jonathan as well, who's had a really impressive season, and he's only getting better all the time, of course. Great to see so many of these young drivers coming into Porsche racing. Hannah Chapman, class winner yet again also. That's 8 class wins for Hannah, and these will be perhaps the most sweet on home soil.
Absolutely, I think that's 3 out of 3 for the weekend for Hannah, so she'll be happy with that, considering she wasn't sure if she was even going to race here this weekend. That'll put a big smile on her face, but no doubt she'll be back in work tomorrow next to Joe at the Rennet helmet painters on site here, so no rest for race winners, I can imagine.
Well, there might be just about time for a celebration this evening. She might be allowed to roll in a bit late maybe tomorrow. But
yeah,
we'll
one
see.
little fizzy pop and then back to work.
So the cars make their way down the pit lane. Lots of applause from the fans, from the marshals, and let's look at the result. Round 12 of the championship won by Tom Bradshaw, from Jacob Tofts and Joe Marshall coming home in 3rd. Ben Mulryan 4th from Ethan Hamilton, and then Sam Harvey. Dan Zelos 7th with a class-winning Oliver Meadows. 8th then Oliver Cottam, and Daniel Lewis 2nd in AM. He's 10th. You've got Rhys Summerfield 11th ahead of Dean Burton, then Kareem Sekat, Jonathan Moore, and 15th Harrison Cavers. Hannah Chapman 16th. Amy Watts was a lap down after her spin, but ahead of Katia Loggi, Giancarlo Romano. We lost Lydia Walmsley near the end, and Paul Porter was delayed after his pit stop. So some good racing from the Porsche Sprint Challenge. We're getting to the business end of the championship season. In the RS Pro category, it is Tom Bradshaw now 30 points ahead of Jacob Toft. Joe Marshall is up to 3rd, and poor old Toby Trice drops to 4th. It's Sam Harvey 5th. Oliver Meadows 25 points ahead of Matt Kyle-Henny in the RS AM class. Matt Kyle-Henny's in the Serengeti, as you do. Rhys Summerfield is 3rd. In the Club Sport division, it's Jonathan Moore 36 points ahead of Lydia Walmsley. Hannah Chapman's 27 clear of Paul Porter in the Club Sport AM section. And they've got 3 races at Silverstone and 3 at Brands to go before the end of the season. Well done, Tom Bradshaw, a 6th win of the year. He'll tell us all about it after the break.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane? Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for
Justified.
today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, in the final Porsche sprint race this weekend, Tom Bradshaw got off to a great launch off the line. And to be honest, he didn't look back, taking his 6th win of the season. Not just 10, but 11 valuable points, 1 for fastest lap as well. And I am delighted to say that I am joining you now. Tom, congratulations. It's been a brilliant weekend for you. But you really won that race off the line. I mean, you had a great start. I think you were 9/10 after the first lap. You didn't really look back.
Yeah, as soon as the temperature gets up with these cars, it's you know, if you can get a bit of a gap, it really, really does help. So yeah, phenomenal start and didn't look back really. Managed the tyres, managed the brakes and managed the traffic, and yeah, the car was sublime. So I must say a massive thank you to Torre Verde for providing it. And, yeah, it was made my job a lot easier.
Yeah, you did look incredibly comfortable in the car, which isn't always easy here at Knockhill.
No, it's not, and it's funny. We've been here all week testing, and I've been struggling to find a rhythm all week. To be honest with you, I could do a one-off quick lap, and yeah, struggling to string it together consistently. And yeah, last race of the last session of the week, and it all seemed to come together nicely. And yeah, felt very comfortable in the car, and it was. Yeah, one of those dream races, really.
Good. Well, I hope we get time for some celebrations tonight. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Tom there. I'm delighted to say that Jacob Toss is also joining us. Another podium for the weekend. Couldn't quite get him off the line, though. It was a great start from him.
Yeah, I think that's the only flat grid spot, so that helps definitely. Obviously, frustrated we didn't get the win, but well done to Tom. We were unlucky in qualifying, and I felt we would have had that double pole, which is what we needed, really. As Tom said, when it's this sunny, everything overheats, and you can do your best to manage, but I don't even think that's enough. So somehow need to figure a way to get around that.
But it has been a great points haul for you and the team this weekend. How do you reflect on it all?
Yeah, it's a great weekend. We finally got that win that I felt we deserved at Donington. So finally shown what we can do, but we'd like to do some more.
Lovely stuff. I'm sure you'll be back for more action. Let's have a quick word with Joe Marshall. Congratulations finishing P3. Closing in on Jacob, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Tom, he drove away that race. You really struggle to follow these cars around this track with the heat today. But no, the car's been phenomenal. If it was a bit higher placed in qualifying, I reckon I would have done a better job in the race. But overall, been a really good weekend. Three podiums, 3 thirds, good points for the championship. So yeah, roll on Silverstone.
Yeah, can you match the others? Tom Bradshaw on pace next time?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, we had a win at Alton Park. We've been consistently on the podium, consistently in the top 5 throughout the whole season. So yeah, it needs to unlock a little bit more extra pace, I think, from myself and the car. But yeah, Silverstone, I reckon, will be right on it.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Joe, and to all the podium finishers. Now, after the break, don't go anywhere because it is our final touring car of the weekend. We cannot wait to go racing, and I just have this feeling it's going to be an absolute corker. See you in a minute.
VERTU races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane? Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1. How was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes. How was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah. It was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice. So I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Expect the BMWs to rocket away as the lights go out now. It's a good start by Rainford. De Leon will slot in behind him. De Leon dives up the inside. He gets grass in the front.
Round the outside goes Hill. He set that one up with a wide line in.
It's a win for Jake Hill at Knockhill. He crosses the line. Jake Hill victorious. Lights go red, lights out quickly. Good start by Jake Hill. I'm coming through, says Ingram, and now he stands on the brakes. He's got the line for the hairpin. He's got the lead. Nicely done. Dan Camish goes through. Race 2 at Knockhill is won by Tom Ingram.
Now Camish is moving over. It is Sutton who takes that second.
Tom Ingram victorious for the 4th time this season.
So you join us live on the grid ahead of the final touring car race this weekend. In a moment, you will see cars rolling out behind us. But first, Paul, let's have a quick catch-up. Where is your head at? We're going into this race. We've got Darren de Leon on pole position because he was picked from that in the reverse race grid. But he's on the mediums.
Yeah, that's something I picked up pretty early. Yeah, that is not good. He's got everyone around him with the soft tyre on. It's not the tyre to be on. He'll be devastated, if I'm honest, but still, you're on pole, anything can happen. Sometimes, you can get such a good start and then all things happen behind you. The safety car won't come out for some reason and you've got that lead, but I honestly will see him, I think, just dropping down the order like we've seen Rainford and everyone else in that medium.
Yeah, because Jake Hill is alongside him in P2 and then Senna Proctor behind, who's also on the mediums. So Jake Hill is probably thinking, this is going to be quite a nice race for me.
Yeah, exactly. Jake's got nothing else to worry about except for winning this race. Really, he should get off the line as well as anyone. The only thing I will say is if it's just side by side, we've seen how late the soft tyres could break against the medium, so Jake will want to get it done as quick as he can. But we've got also a few little battles between the championship.
Yeah, shall we talk about the third row of the grid? We have rivals Ash Sutton alongside Tom Ingram. I cannot wait to watch how that unfolds. I'm going to be watching the third row of the grid. You can watch the first row.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'll tell you what I'll be doing. I'll be keeping my eyes closed because there's obviously that battle at the front to watch out for with the different delta in time and the tyre. But Sutton versus Ingram is where we're going to be looking, really. I mean, they can come through as well, but they've got their teammates around them as well. How much is Proctor going to help out, and how much is Camish and those people going to help out? There's a lot going on.
And an important one for Sutton to get some more valuable points in the bag to make sure that Ingram doesn't go ahead with the championship lead too much after this weekend. Let's go down to Lou at the front of the grid.
Thank you, Nikki. And it seems rude to come to Scotland and not talk to the legend. That is two-time British touring car champion John Clelland. And as you just said to me 100 years ago, but this championship is still going really strong, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the first time we came here was 1992, and that was a long time ago. And every year, it never fails to surprise and produce great racing. I mean, it's the shortest track on the calendar, and it's spectacular to watch. And it's seldom you get this kind of weather. It's normally raining here, horizontal stuff. So this is fantastic today.
Tell me about it. That has been the biggest surprise of the weekend so far, hasn't it? But what a joy for as always, the huge and passionate Scottish fans that have turned out to watch the racing.
Yeah, it's always been like that. The Scots fans have always supported this championship, and particularly the Scottish drivers in it. Unfortunately, this year the Scottish drivers here are maybe not right at the front of the grid, but they'll still support and shout very much for them. But I think, as I said off air there, the first 2 races were really clean. The final race of the day, it's quite mixed up with De Leon and pole and Proctor not far away. I think it's going to be a really bruising race. There'll be a lot of paint exchange hands here.
Well, we have seen that so often in this race 3, but I was just talking about it with Nikki ahead of the race, and we've only got a top 6 split. So is that going to help matters a little bit on that score?
I think there's some hungry drivers there that are trying to prove a point. The guy on pole position here, he's got to prove a point, probably to keep his seat going forward. Proctor's only going half a season and doing a great job. And then you got Jake Hill up here as well. His championship is pretty much over, so does he have anything to lose? He hasn't. And the guys like Sutton and Ingram, never discount these two guys. They will produce rabbits out of hats. I've watched both of these guys produce results and think, where on earth did that come from? But they do it every time, so don't count them out completely.
I would never do that. Always to get your views. Thank you, John. And let's go and talk to the man on the front of the grid. It is Daryl De Leon. I popped my head into the team's garage earlier on, and they were in quite a scramble, actually, with only about 10 minutes to go to get this car back together, because surprisingly, and I know it surprised you, there was a little bit, or more than a little bit, of damage to the car in race 2. Coming over a curb, I think the guys were suspecting. How is it now? Yeah, I know you've only had one lap out, but everything all back in place as it should be?
Yeah, it all feels fine. Obviously it surprised me when you spoke to me earlier, but again it's a very aggressive track, and being on the limit can do some damage to these cars, so I think that's what it's from, just Knockhill.
Yeah, fair enough. So you are starting on the medium tyre, which obviously is not the more favourable tyre, but as we saw from your teammate in the last race, he did a really good job. That's what you're going to be hoping to do as well, isn't it? But how much of a compromise do you think it's going to be here?
I think it will still be noticeable, unfortunately. But yeah, if I can get a clean start and nail the first couple of laps, hopefully I can hang on a bit. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a struggle, this one.
Yeah, it is going to be a case of hanging on. So hang on tight. Right, let's go over and have a chat with Jake Hill, who, as I was saying, did a really good job in that last race. So he's got to be very pleased with the... Sorry. Just coming through here, he's got to be very pleased with the way that that all went. Just slipping down down to P5, I think is well, it's not quite a win, but it's almost a win, isn't it? Your result in race 2, a really solid drive.
Yeah, very happy with it, Lou. I mean, race 2 on the mediums I was unsure, were we going to stay in the podium position or were we going to fall off a cliff? And Charles struggled quite a lot on the same tyre, and we were obviously both very quick guys today, and we managed to just stay there, really. I just managed the rears really well, and P5, and then that puts us in a great position now for race 3.
Well, you're absolutely in the pound seats, because Daryl is on the harder tyre, Senna alongside is on the harder tyre, so this is yours for the grabbing, isn't it?
It should be. We've got a quick car, we've got lots of boost again from finishing in 5th place in that last one, so there's no reason why we can't go and do it again, Lou. We just got to get stuck in and just get on with it.
Get stuck in, that's what we like to hear. Right, let's go down to Paul. He's a little bit further down the grid.
Hey up, Lou. Yes, thank you very much. With Dan Lloyd. He's just getting his tyres crossed, so sorry about all the heads going on around you in the camera. Dan, your social media's been like a soap opera of late, mate. I feel so bad for you, but you're back out. It's been hard work to get back out, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had a bit of bad luck recently, both with sponsors and damage to an engine. So it's just been a bit relentless. But you know what? The touring car fans are absolutely amazing. I've had so much support. Even the fans make a big difference in terms of actually bringing new partners on board. But actual just moral support as well. It can be, it can feel quite a lonely place sometimes, and having that pressure of getting all that money in such a short amount of time. But when they show you so much support like that, obviously just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's helped me, particularly my current sponsors and the new guys who've come on board.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, the fans, they're always there for you, aren't they? They really want you to do well, and you're one of those guys we always watch for, mate. Little bit on the engine. New engine gone in. Is that what's happening?
New engine has gone in. We are running very hot today. We're down on power. We're struggling today, to be honest with you, mate. We're very average, both with the setup and the power at the minute, but we have changed a lot for this third race. And even driving round to the grid, I can feel a massive difference. It feels so much better. So obviously won't get my hopes too high, but it feels completely different. So hoping we can do better in race 3.
Yeah, it was looking ever so good, wasn't it? After free practice 2 yesterday, I was thinking, oh, Dan's going to be well in there.
Yeah, free practice 2 was strong. I thought we were going to get to Q3 with no struggles, and we had a couple of issues in quali yesterday. But
I think the new tyre masked a few of the issues that we're seeing today, and this heat is bringing a completely new level to that as well. So yeah, been a tough day, but hoping we can salvage something with this.
I'm sure you will, mate. Very best of luck, Captain.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
No worries. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I am now with Tom Chilton, who had a bit of a technical issue after race 1, so was put to the back of the grid. So race 2 went from plumb last to P8. And you had the biggest smile on your face at the end of that race, didn't you? How much did you enjoy it?
Oh, it was so exciting. Nobody wants to be plumb last, do they? I had a mare in race 1. Everything went wrong. But just the car worked. It was fantastic. It loves the soft tyres. Really struggled on the medium. And I just enjoyed being a racing driver. I was having to think ahead, plan where I was going to overtake people. And just coming here to the grid right now, I just had to overtake all the cars coming to the grid to park here, thinking I overtook all of you in race 2. I just can't believe it. It was such a great race. And now I've just focused on that podium from P8, which is a big ask because obviously last to 8th is very different going from 8th to the podium.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about. I mean, when you look at the guys who are ahead of you, it is going to be a different story, isn't it? But you've got two guys up at the front who have got the medium tyre on. So theoretically speaking, that's 2 who should be slightly easy, but it's dependent on them dropping back. I know you're aiming for a podium. How realistic is that aim?
It's not going to be easy. I mean, I'm just currently looking at Sutton and Ingram both in front of me, so it's not going to be easy, are they? 1 and 2 in the championship. Obviously, teammate Tom, I'm going to make sure that I stay behind him for the championship for him, but just ahead, obviously, he got Senna on the medium, so he should be slower by the end of the race. So I'm hoping that me and Tom can get past him. So I'm just going to stick to his bumper, and I think Adam's hopefully going to stick to mine, but hopefully he didn't take too much to heart in race 2, what happened between us, so fingers crossed.
Fingers firmly crossed for you. So as John Clellan was saying earlier on, race 3 at Knockhill can be tasty. It's coming up after this break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Knockhill, I'm sure we've got another classic encounter coming our way too in our final touring car race of the day. No dodgy trims in the commentary box either. So for the final time this weekend, let's go to our commentary dream team of Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Oh, Nicky, you say the nicest things. Not to us, but you do say them to somebody. Well, we are ready for race 3. It is going to be an absolute stormer, that is for sure. Who's going to come out on top then?
Well, I think it's one of those bet your house on Jake Hill ones, isn't it? Off the front row on the soft tyres in a BMW on a friendly track. It's a bit like when we were at Brands trying to predict the winner. We sort of knew. But anything can happen. The fascinating thing is what's going to happen behind with that close battle between Ingram and Sutton.
It's been a good day for Tom Ingram. And, of course, he's stretched that championship lead. We'll see what he can do. We've got only a handful of cars on the medium tyre. And, of course, we've got a fortnight's worth of repair time. So around here, we know that race 3, wherever we go, is spectacular. Around Knockhill, it should be even more so. We're getting ready then for our final 24 laps of the day. It's Daryl DeLeon then on pole position. He's had an 8th and a 6th. Jake Hill with him on the front. A winner in the first race, 5th in the second. Senna Proctor on the 3rd rank of the grid, 2 4th places today. Dan Camish has had a 5th and a 3rd. Then you've got Ash Sutton, 7th and 2nd, and Tom Ingram, 6th on the grid, 3rd and 1st. Green flag ready to fly. 2 formation laps for them to get the warmth into the tyres on this short 1.27 mile lap. The cars accelerate then away now. Of course, many of them at the bottom of the hill on that long climb, but they're away over the brow, down towards Duffers Dip, and at the end of these 2 laps, then they'll form up ready for 24 laps of racing. Right, let's have a word with the championship leader then, Tom Ingram. It's been a really good day, Tom, hasn't it? What's the idea here? Yet more points?
We've had a fantastic day, haven't we, really? So it's been a very strong day here at Team VERTU with very sunny Knockhill. It's been absolutely fantastic. So yeah, another day of good points, and we want to really finish it off with the sort of the same here. Make it a pointsy day, David. That would be rather fantastic. So yeah, let's wait and see what goes on. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of bottlenecking at the front because we've got a couple of cars on medium tyres, so there's every possibility we could have a little bit of a bottleneck. Granted, it's nowhere near as bad as it has been for the last few rounds with the hard tyre. So it should be in good shape. The cars felt utterly fantastic today, so I see no reason why we can't have another good run at it in this race and just try and keep that point scoring tally going.
Senna Proctor ahead of you has been a star turn today, helping you out in the championship, but he's not going to be too much help here perhaps on that medium tyre.
No, Senna's been absolutely fantastic for me today, isn't he, with the race 1 performance that he showed, and I definitely owe him 1/many beers for what he did in that first race. So it's definitely going to be the case of seeing what goes on in those opening few laps, and obviously if there is some boosts to be had, well, I'm definitely not going to say no to them. At the same time, we're obviously going to have a little bit of managed risk within this as well, but obviously I'm never going to say no to sticking my down the inside of Ash if I can.
You've now got a win total that puts you ahead of Alain Menu and Ivan Muller and James Thompson. That's quite a nice accolade, isn't it?
Say that again, please, mate.
You've now got more wins to your name than Alain Menu has, Ivan Muller has, James Thompson has. It makes you a touring car great.
It's nice to hear. It's very nice to hear. But I could do with, I wouldn't mind a few more championships as well, yeah.
Right, good luck.
Thank you, mate. Thank you very much.
Right, Tom Ingram, well, better let him get on with the work here because he's nearly at the end of his 2nd formation lap. Let's look at the grid. Daryl DeLeon starts on pole position. Jake Hill with him at the front ahead of Senna Proctor on that medium tyre. Then it's Dan Camish. Ash Sutton's 5th on the grid. Tom Ingram will go from 6th ahead of Aidan Moffat and then Tom Chilton. And Tom is the first driver you get to with the full 12 laps worth of boost. Dan Rowbottom is 9th ahead of Adam Morgan. Then you've got Aaron Taylor-Smith and Chris Smiley from Gordon Shedden and James Dorlin. Next up, Dan Lloyd from Charles Rainford. Dexter Patterson 17th, he's on that medium tyre. Mikey Doble next, ahead of Max Buxton and Nicholas Hamilton. Nick Halstead's on the back row with Sam Osborne for company. Sam Osborne also on that medium tyre. So a history-making day at Knockhill, purely because of the temperatures, I think, more than anything else. But are we going to have another surprise coming out of this final race? Well, the fact that you've got Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram together on the grid makes it really interesting, doesn't it? Ash is going to make that as wide as possible to keep Tom behind him.
Yeah, and in actual fact, the favour that Senna Proctor could do is if he can get between Ingram and Sutton and hold him up for a bit. That would be a big favour.
As long as Ingram can get ahead of Sutton in the first place. There are quite a few ifs and buts in this.
There are a few ifs and buts. This race, though, marks the 4th 400th race for NGCTC cars, which were first launched way back in, well, a long time ago, wasn't it? It was a long time ago, but now we're on the 400th race. Incredible.
It is. It's been a big success, the rule set. Daryl De Leon not leaving anything to chance, being a little bit behind his grid box. He doesn't want to be ahead of it and risk a penalty. The last few cars trickle into place there on that long drag up the hill. Huge crowd at Knockhill. Many of them are sunburnt. They've stayed to the end in the sweltering temperatures. Never have we said that at Knockhill. Umbrellas are up in front of us to keep the sun off people rather than the rain. But for our final race of the day, round 21 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship is ready to go. Green flag shown at the back. Let's see which of the BMW rocket ships is going to launch off the line the better. Lights on the gantry are about to go red, engine notes rise. A longer hold this time as the lights blink out. De Leon gets a good start. Jake Hill is away nicely. And it's going to be Ash Sutton, I think, who just jumps ahead of Tom Ingram as they go down towards the first corner of Duffers Dip. And look, centre Proctor defends from Sutton. Ingram has got one lap, really, in which he can try and find a way through as the cars drop downhill. Good getaway by Daryl De Leon. He is up front.
Yeah, he hasn't let Jake Hill get through yet, but I'm sure Jake will be keen to get through as quickly as possible. Good start by Camish as well, but as you say, Sutton in front of Ingram. And centre Proctor already blocking. Look how he's blocking, opening the door for Ingram on the inside.
And Ingram almost took advantage of it. He was up the curb, he was up on two wheels. Sutton knows exactly what's going on around him here. He's being ganged up on by the Team VERTU Hyundais. Ingram thinks about the inside line. Sutton wants to get past, but he can't do it at the end of the opening lap. He's got to stay ahead of Ingram, come what may. Ingram is under attack as well, though. End of lap one. Daryl De Leon leads the way.
Well, Daryl De Leon and Senna Proctor on those medium tyres have driven a really good first lap, actually. The advantage on the soft tyre is off the line, and they've held their positions really well.
Drop downhill, they can see Sutton still ahead of Ingram. Then you've got Aidan Moffat next in the queue, and behind Moffat it's Tom Chilton, and drama there for Max Buxton with some damage.
Yeah, in fact, Aidan Moffat was alongside Ingram, wasn't he? Coming across the start-finish line into turn one, but on the outside. So he's feeling up for it in this final race of the day on home soil for Aidan Moffat. That was on board with Tom Ingram.
And looking at Aidan Moffat as the cars come down to the hairpin. Jake Hill on the attack. He's up the inside line there to try to go ahead of Daryl De Leon. And right there with them as well is Dan Camish. Look, he's trying to follow through. So it is Hill who's going to come out in front. Buxton bails for the pit lane. The BMWs are still side by side, but Jake Hill has got track position. He's got the better line for the next corner, but Camish, he's trying to go along with him on the inside line. Daryl De Leon braves it out on the outside, but eventually he has to give way. It is Jake Hill up front.
And Camish slips up the inside. The gap was open there, so he gets through nice and quickly on De Leon, which will help his race go forwards. Sutton is there with just coming through the chicane. He's following Proctor, and this is on board with Ingram, who dives up the inside of Sutton, his favourite overtaking place into Clark, but Sutton resists it going round the outside. Our two championship rivals are battling it out side by side. This is what we wanted to see.
Nose to tail they come, down towards the hairpin. Sutton making the car as wide as possible. Chilton is on the back of Ingram as well now. Let's see how much of an attack he's going to offer up, or whether he can clear Ingram and get ahead of Sutton and help in that respect. Up towards the line they come. Hill leads, Camish is second, the margin 8/10 between them. De Leon is third, it's Proctor fourth, it's Sutton fifth, it's Ingram sixth.
Well, I expected Chilton to be quick, but after his race 2 heroics, when he really is flying. In fact, it's Ash Sutton that's really holding the two Team VERTU cars up, isn't it? He's the cork in the bottle, but he's going to do everything he can to stay in front.
So Jake Hill, 6 times a winner here, leads the way. You're on board now with Ingram. He's almost in the back of Sutton's Ford then, but Ash is resolutely hanging onto the pace. This is lap number 4 of 24. Nose to tail they run. Sutton now is becoming the cork in the bottle to an extent. The leaders are getting away because he's having to go slower to be so defensive.
Yeah, and in normal state of affairs, it would be good to have another car behind Ingram, but not if it's his teammate, because he's not going to attack him. Chilton isn't going to do anything silly on Ingram, so that's not going to help Sutton. He's going to be the cork in the bottle for as long as it takes, and there's a long way to go in this race.
On board with Ingram, down towards Duffers Dip then, staring at the back of Ash Sutton's car that leaps over the curb. Up front, Hill, 1.2 seconds to the good now. New fastest lap of the race, and the BMW is edging away up the road. It's Camish second, Proctor hanging on to third, medium tyre, De Leon fourth, medium tyre, and then it's Sutton, Ingram, Chilton, Moffat, Rowbottom and Morgan to round out the top 10.
Well, everybody's refined their setups to absolute best during the course of the day for race 3, learned from race 1, learned from race 2, on the different tyres with the higher temperatures, and they're all going very well indeed. And I am impressed by the way that Proctor and De Leon have held on that medium tyre.
So Daryl De Leon there, look at the white BMW, makes his way up the hill. Sutton still fending off Ingram, who's going every which way he can to try to force a little mistake out of Ash Sutton. You've got 2 of the top drivers in the championship, absolutely nose to tail, diving into Duffer's Dip, millimetre perfect over the curve, hard on the brakes, down towards the right of McIntyre's Ingram, oh so close to the back of the Ford.
Yeah, you're so leaning on that rear tyre as you buck and weave over these crests, and in a front-wheel drive car you're expecting putting a huge amount of trust in that rear tyre, which, let's face it, is just freewheeling along when you lean on it going through turn 1 or out of the chicane.
And Tom Chilton on the back of Tom Ingram's car, but there's not much he can do now. He doesn't want to take points away from his teammate, who now goes to the inside, but Sutton's able to box him off. To the outside goes Ingram. Sutton is having to work so hard to hang on to the place, and he's still just about doing it. Back on the power. Drag the car out the other side. He's got 6 laps of boost. Ingram's got 5, and they won't really start using those until late race.
No, that crucial boost difference could be what makes a difference in this race.
Ingram tries a look on the outside, gets the switch back to the inside down the hill, but everywhere he needs to be there's a Ford in the way, and Chilton thinking, I'm quicker than you two, but I can't pass because I'll take points off my teammate.
Well, the only way that he could be helped is if Moffat can get in between them, isn't it? Or even Rowbottom get through.
So Sutton with the queue behind him, building all the time. Coming out of Clark's then, there is Ash Sutton up front. Hill is being caught again by Camish. Dan's brought the gap down to 9/10 of a second, but it's all eyes on this to see whether championship leader Ingram can finally dive past the world's widest Ford. Ash Sutton hangs on to position as they come out of the hairpin.
1 lap extra boost has Sutton. When will they use it? That could be so crucial.
Over the timing line, there's your leader, Jake Hill. Second, it's Camish. Then 3rd and 4th, the 2 cars on the medium tyre at the pointy end of the grid. In other words, you've got Proctor ahead of Daryl De Leon. Now, what about Senna Proctor in 3rd place? Because, again, really, he could do with dropping back to allow Ingram 1 further place up before the end.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm not sure he's going to do that with De Leon between them.
We'll have to wait and see what pans out in the remaining laps. We've got 17 laps still to go, and there's a whole line of drivers being given the driving standards flag, and it's largely out of the leading battle.
Yeah, not surprising. Once you get to this part of the day, you tend to forget about track limits and just go racing, don't you?
Well, Ingram is still on the back of Sutton. He goes to the outside because it's the only way to go, really, into the hairpin. He wants the tighter line off the corner, but Sutton virtually stops the car on the apex, so there's no opportunity for Ting to do it there. Chilton is still there behind, protecting Ingram. Nobody else is going to get up with them and threaten as they come across the timing line, and Sutton, with no help from any teammates around him, is still there. Camish, of course, is in 2nd place, a long way up the road.
Yeah, and it's not like Sutton's pace is really slow. I mean, he's only 1.3 seconds behind De Leon, even though De Leon is on the medium tyre. His pace isn't slow, it's just the others are that little bit quicker. Hill serenely out in front, then Camish, Proctor, De Leon, and then this battle. So he's not far behind the leaders. It's not like he's going terribly slow. Oh my goodness, a lot of black and white warning flags coming up now, including Tom Ingram.
Yeah, just look the other way. When it's a penalty, we'll really fret. Sutton turns into the hairpin. Ingram's still there behind him. Up front, the gap was down, but it's up to 2.1 seconds. So Hill using maybe a little bit of boost to pull away from Camish. 2.5 seconds is that margin. Proctor 3rd, De Leon 4th. Sutton, Ingram, Chilton, Moffat, Rowbottom, Morgan. That's the top 10. And there, look, almost 3 abreast in the background. Morgan was on the attack against Rowbottom and Moffat all in 1 hit.
Yeah, well, Camish now has the fastest lap in position 2, but I suspect that's just because Hill hasn't used the boost yet.
Replay of Gordon Shedden coming through the hairpin. It was all getting Larry ahead of him, including Dan Rowbottom, trying to find a way successfully, as it turned out, past Adam Morgan. Shedden currently is in 11th place. There is Sutton fending off Ingram. Chilton's dropped back a little bit, get a bit of cool air through the front of the car perhaps, but Ash Sutton is, for the moment at any rate, hanging on a position ahead of Ingram. Brake for the hairpin. Tom almost fainted to the inside that time, but to no avail, and Morgan's about to get roughed up here because to the inside is Aidan Moffat. And you can look at the damage on the back of the BMW.
Yeah, I suspect that bumper might come a bit looser, and we know that flapping bodywork, it tends to get the black and orange flag for dangerous bodywork hanging off. So, nice little move there. That could have removed it.
It has, I think. It is in the background. It's beautifully peeled it. Aidan Moffat owes Adam Morgan a beer. He's taken the place from him, and Adam's also kept him in the race by removing the rear bodywork.
Exactly. I hope that bodywork is somewhere safe. We don't want a safety car for debris, do we?
Oh, perish the thought. So, hard-charging Aidan Moffat going really well on home soil. He qualified better this weekend than he has previously this season. We've had Max Buxton, of course, in the pits. He's just rejoining, incidentally, after a stop to sort out the dramas. Down to the hairpin they come. And an effort made there. Look at the inside. That is Ingram on Sutton. It's getting a bit more fractious now because Tom knows that we're counting down to half distance and then towards the end of the race. So he's running out of laps in which to try.
And as far as their boost allocation is concerned, Sutton still has 6 laps and Ingram 5. So they haven't used that boost yet.
They come now through that right-hander of McIntyre's. This is Ingram's view. Sutton ahead.
Yeah, Sutton must have been wishing that maybe Rowbottom could get past Chilton, and then that would make life very difficult indeed for Ingram, wouldn't it? Oh, and Max Buxton's had to pull off. So, fortunately, he's in a safe place, so there won't be any need for a safety car, just a temporary yellow flag, and we carry on with the racing as they come down to the Taylor's hairpin.
They're indeed hard on the brakes. They're now coming into the corner. Sutton, of course, not only is defending from Ingram, but now he's much closer to De Leon, who is much closer to Proctor. So now over halfway, this looks like where the medium tyre is starting to wilt a little.
It does look a little bit like that because both the cars in front are on the medium. This could help or it could hinder Sutton, couldn't it? Because if he's got to get past, but he could put a car between him and Ingram, which would be good, but he could be delayed and give Ingram an opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, getting past De Leon is less risky, but trying to find a way past Proctor, who is Ingram's teammate, could be quite interesting.
Yes, a very salient point, David. We talk so much about team tactics, team orders as we get to this point of the year because it is crunch time.
And you need to get on with your teammate. You need friends in the paddock for the last round as well. Down they come to the hairpin. So Sutton is on the attack against De Leon, and he's up the inside, but we know how good the BMW is, even on that medium tyre. So, race leader Jake Hill is on to lap number 14 out of 24, coming over the timing line. Tom Ingram has to slot back in behind Sutton, going down towards Duffer's Dip. It's going to have to be a really late, opportunistic dive, isn't it, from Tom Ingram to get past Ash Sutton, who is, again, all over the back of Darryl De Leon. Tries one side, tries the other. The BMW hangs on to position, at least for now, up towards the chicane. Proctor edging away from De Leon, who is defending from Sutton over the curves. Sideways is De Leon. Does that give Sutton a chance?
Well, it would do, but De Leon's seen it coming and defended the inside. Otherwise, I'm sure Sutton would have lunged. Well, De Leon has used 5 laps of boost already. Sutton flashing the lights, and he had 10 to start with, so he's used half his allocation. And that's probably why he was able to extend that gap initially. Oh, Ingram looked for one of those last-minute lunges. Yeah. He does like that little last-minute dive up the inside right at the last minute, and he's very good at it. That and into Clark, but there's no more savvy an opponent than Ash Sutton.
Jake Hill, in the meantime, absolutely dominant up front. He is on target then for another win, seemingly at Knockhill. The car's turning their way downhill. He's now 4 seconds up the road, so Jake's just disappeared into the distance.
Yeah, he doesn't have the fastest lap, though. That's still with Camish.
True enough, as you look there at the Proctor De Leon, Sutton, Ingram, freight train. Now, up into 7th place on the back of all of this has come Dan Rowbottom. He's got ahead of Chilton.
No, that is significant, isn't it? Yeah. That is very significant, well spotted, because he can now attack Ingram and make life very difficult for him, which is exactly what he's doing right now.
And he's almost into the back of him. Chilton needs to get back ahead of the Ford. Ingram needs to get ahead of Sutton. There's an awful lot of needing to right now in this battle, especially given that as Hill goes across the line, we've only got 9 laps to go.
And Rowbottom will be using all of his boost to try and get past. That looks like what he's doing now. He's side by side, launching into Duffer's Dip. This is really trepidatious. There's a bit of contact, and Chilton gets back along inside Rowbottom. That will be that's really good for Ingram if he can stay there, and he can.
Good racing by Chilton. Ingram, in the meantime, has dropped away a little bit from the back of the train ahead of him. As now Sutton makes a dive on the inside of De Leon, and now that he doesn't have to worry about defending a place as well, beautiful move up the inside. Now, watching Sutton catch and pass Senna Proctor, Team Virtue teammate of Tom Ingram, is going to be mighty interesting.
This is all about teammates, isn't it? You can imagine what's going on in the minds of the teammates of their other drivers. Rowbottom had got past Chilton and was in the pound seat to attack Ingram, and immediately Ingram had to be on the defensive, and then it's changed again.
This is the replay of Chilton and Rowbottom at the first couple of corners. Rowbottom off the racetrack, and they met again and there was contact. Here it is from the outside. The danger in all of that as they got fractious was that they might have just tagged the back of Ingram.
Yeah, that's true, actually. They could have accidentally taken him out. If there'd been contact there, they spun across the inside.
So, there's Sutton, and he's done it. He's already got himself ahead of Proctor. Well, that wasn't quite what we anticipated, but Senna's not going to make life tough for Tom Ingram, is he? Because Ingram waltzes through on the inside. Yeah, and all of a sudden now there are two cars between Rowbottom and Ingram, so he just can't help, and one of them, as you say, is a teammate. So Rowbottom could he's looking down the inside of De Leon. He's going to make that pass. He still needs points for his own championship against Camish the third, doesn't he? So Rowbottom has his own situation to think about, so he might not be of immediate benefit to Sutton. So right now he still needs to think about his own point scores. They come across the line with 7 laps to go. Jake Hill leads the way. He has had 6 wins at Knockhill. Ash Sutton has had 7, but Jake looks as though he's going to equal that come the end of this race, because he's 4 seconds to the good. Yeah, big slide there from Rowbottom as he came through McIntyre's. Let's see if the car grips up. Still it does. But yeah, they've hardly any of them have really used their boost. Hill's still got 6 laps left, 5 laps for Camish, 6 for Sutton and 5 for Ingram. That's as it was at the start of the race. So they'll all end up using the boost on the same lap, and it'll negate itself. There is Tom Chilton on that soft tyre, getting ahead of the medium tyre teammate car of Senna Proctor. So the Team Virtue Hyundais switch around. Replay here of a curb-hopping Proctor. I think this is how Sutton found a way through down towards McIntyre's. He's going to cut back to the inside, get the better drive off the corner with the traction of the soft tyres, and through he goes. Nicely set up by Ash Sutton. Indeed so. And he's not done yet, still pushing on. Now, the next car ahead of Ash Sutton is teammate Dan Camish. Now, there's a very big gap, but I wonder whether Dan might get another radio message. Yeah, he might well do now. I mean, he is outscoring Rowbottom again in this race, so he's scoring more points in that 3rd place. But absolutely every point is crucial for Sutton, so I think you're absolutely right. He may well get that call. And of course, then he would be rear gunner for Sutton as well in front of Ingram. So yeah, it's a double use. Also last time around, Ash in clear air was lapping quicker, and a bit of contact there as Daryl De Leon gets roughed up by Gordon Shedden into the hairpin. That now is going to be on for 9th and 10th places. So it's Hill, Camish, Sutton the top 3, Ingram 4th, Rowbottom 5th, Chilton 6th, Proctor is 7th, 8th is Moffat, 9th is De Leon, 10th is Morgan, Shedden 11th when they came across the line. And for the championship, if things stay as they are, Ingram would be ahead by 17 points at the end of the day, but that's not necessarily how it is going to finish. No, we'll see what happens, but it's all about management, isn't it, for the Team Napa Fords. They feel like the Team Virtue Hyundai is a quicker car, and they're just trying to always manage the points loss, hoping that Ingram has some kind of problem. That was a little rub between Shedden and De Leon, but no harm, no foul. They both exit the corner fine. Indeed so, as here, Rowbottom versus Chilton. Battle is still on for 5th place. Rowbottom needs as many points as he can in his own battle against Camish. Chilton also wanting to push forward from having been excluded earlier on in the day. Now, a time penalty coming for Senna Proctor. 10 seconds for track limits. That is going to drop Proctor, of course, down the order, but it's not going to affect things as far as Sutton and Ingram are concerned, because they're already ahead. Yeah, exactly. The main rivals are ahead, but he's played his part as Senna, as always. So there is Sutton, behind him is Ingram. They are 3rd and 4th. Now, last time around, Ash was half a second quicker than Dan Camish. It's getting closer. It is getting closer. The difficulty is going to be for Camish to let him pass and slot into that small gap between him and Ingram. Dan's a very accomplished race driver. I'm sure he's a precision parker as well. He'll be able to slot into the gap if required. This is Chilton back ahead of Rowbottom then. So the fight for fifth continues. Both of these drivers have had to start a race from flat last over the course of the day, and they've both got themselves towards the front of the race 3 grid. The lead gap, 3.7 seconds that time around. Camish, 3/10 slower than Sutton. Rowbottom to the inside of Chilton, but no way through there.
That was last of the late breakers. They were both absolutely on tippy toes breaking into Duffers. Chilton leaving a bit of room through Butchers in case he chopped the nose off Rowbottom. Good, savvy, aware driving from both of them.
So coming up towards Clark's then. Together they run out of that right-hander, and it's still, as you can see, Chilton just ahead of Rowbottom. Behind, next on the road is Proctor ahead of Moffat, then Morgan, then Shedden to round out the top 10. That's all going to change with the Proctor penalty applied post-race. So Jake Hill is about to go across the line as he does so. 2 laps to go, that's all. And that's the Moffat battle with Morgan, and Shedden's in the mix as well.
Yeah, Gordon having a good final race, getting stuck in to some of the quick cars. And never gives up, does Gordon?
No, exactly. And orders Adam Morgan, look, diving up the inside, and he's through. He's back ahead of Moffat. 2 former teammates, of course, going back to their Mercedes days, nose to tail. Shedden is right there as well, and you've got Charles Rainford in the mix too. Now the gap between Camish and Sutton is down to 1.8 seconds. Sutton to Ingram is 1 second. There they are. But look at Camish, he's going slower and slower, isn't he? There's no doubt about this. They're going to do the switch, surely, because Sutton is bearing down on him all the time. And he's got another lap to go at the end of this.
Well, I'd have thought now's the time. I think that Sutton has used his boost to get his extra lap of boost to get a gap over Ingram. So now would be a good time to swap places.
Over the line goes Camish. It's all still frantic down to the hairpin. Shedden's in the middle of the BMWs. Moffat and Rainford around him. The gap between Camish and Sutton is down to 1.6. Sutton's pulling away from Ingram to the tune of 1.4. So over the line they go. But it's Jake Hill then leading on this last lap.
And every car has boost available on this last lap, apart from Aidan Moffat and Mikey Doble. So they're all on maximum speed.
Moffat battling with Shedden for top Scott honour. Smiley and Lloyd together as well, and they are arguing over the independent win. But Jake Hill is about to have a 7th Knockhill win, a 23rd of his career, and it's been a really good weekend. Bouncing back after the Croft crushing. Here he comes to the line. Jake Hill wins at Knockhill. 2 wins today, and that's great news as the Fords do the switch. Coming up to the line, Ash Sutton is 2nd, Dan Camish 3rd, Tom Ingram 4th.
Yeah, brilliantly executed race by Jake Hill, just as we imagined it would be, but there's many more things can go wrong than right in a motor race, so well done Jake and the West Surrey team.
Talking of things going wrong, there's a stranded BMW, of course, coming up the hill there, and that, by the look of it, is De Leon's car that has come to a halt. The rest are coming over the line. 5th was Chilton, Rowbottom 6th, Morgan 7th, then it was Rainford, Moffat, Shedden 10th, Smiley 11th to win the independence from Lloyd, Proctor 13th with his penalty, Dexter Patterson 14th and 15th, a point for Mikey Doble in the Cupra. Daryl De Leon on retirement, but Jake Hill victorious. 7 wins at Knockhill. That ties him on wins with Ash Sutton. We might need to rename Knockhill Jake Hill after that, because it's been another really impressive day. He does love this circuit. It was where he took his first win, of course. The first win that he kept at any rate, and he always goes well. It's been a kind circuit to the BMWs, and after a rather flat Jake yesterday, his mojo's definitely back.
Yeah, and that now increases the number of rear-wheel drive wins at this circuit to 12 of the last 18 races. So don't be under any illusion that this is not a rear-wheel drive circuit. Not all BMWs, remember the Infinities, they were rear-wheel drive, and in fact Ash Sutton won in those.
Well, it's a very happy team, WSR, celebrating a 2nd win of the day for Jake Hill, and he will make his way around in a moment to the pit lane, to the technical checks, and then the celebrations can well and truly begin. There, Daryl De Leon's car having to be pushed into the pit lane, which, of course, for a long day for the marshals, the last time they had to do it is up the hill. It's just not fair, is it? But they'll get the car out of the way just before Jake Hill arrives, but it's all hands to the pump to get the car away from pit in. Jake Hill, then, the winner from Ash Sutton, and Dan Camish in 3rd, being a team player in 2 of the races. Sam Rich is there in the white shirt, the TOCA technical delegate, waving the cars towards the scrutineering area. So there, Knockhill finally takes a deep breath. Let's look at the result. Jake Hill, the race winner from Ash Sutton and Dan Camish. 4th, Tom Ingram, ahead of Tom Chilton and Dan Rowbottom in 6th. Adam Morgan 7th, ahead of Charles Rainford. Aidan Moffat 9th and Gordon Shedden rounding out the top 10. In 11th place, Chris Smiley, the winning independent from Dan Lloyd. Senna Proctor 13th with his penalty. Then Dexter Patterson and Mikey Doble, the last point scorer, 15th. Sam Osborne was next from James Dorlin and Nick Hamilton. Nick Halstead 19th. Daryl De Leon's car we lost at pit in. We lost Aaron Taylor-Smith and Max Buxton as well. I'd like to see a replay of the finish, if only to see if there was a yellow flag around where the switch was done for Daryl De Leon's car. We'll come to that maybe after the points. Tom Ingram leads the championship by 15 points from Ash Sutton. Dan Camish 3rd from Dan Rowbottom. Then Jake Hill up to 5th again from Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton. It's Charles Rainford 8th, Senna Proctor 9th, and Chris Smiley rounds out the top 10. And have a look at this. Coming up towards the line, there are yellow flags waving. Now, are they clear of the yellows when the switch happens? Hard to gauge from that. I think they were just the right side of the yellow flag, but you can imagine Marvin Humphreys at Team VERTU taking that to race control and saying that was done under a yellow and making sure they look at it closely.
Yeah, but they certainly hadn't got past a green, had they? That's the key to being able to overtake again. So yeah, that will definitely be looked at.
But the counter argument would be there was no marshal's post for green because the checkered flag's at the next one. So it's going to be an interesting one to rule on that. Thank goodness we don't have to do it.
Battle of the team managers.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, hope they've got a Monday flight, not a Sunday night flight. This could rumble on. So the cars will go through the technical areas, and it is Jake Hill, race winner, and a delighted race winner as well. It has been a tough season for him and for WSR, and the door opens. So 7 times a winner at Knockhill, 23 times a winner in his BTCC career. For Knockhill, read Jake Hill. He's done it again, and this time by nearly 5 seconds from Ash Sutton. You can see that's quite an important win to Jake as he gets out of the car and as he walked over to the team, savouring the moment. All good. Well done, Jake Hill. Great drive and got away early on, was able to build that gap, commanded all from the front, heads to the team and the family, and a great result for Jake. And for the team, as I say, it has been a tough year, but great weekend here. It was always expected to be a pretty kind BMW circuit. So, he's done it again, a 7th win at Knockhill. We're going to have to rename the place after him, aren't we, after this? Jake Hill is our race winner. He's heading to talk to Louise.
Jake, huge congratulations. Win number 7 at Knockhill. And a big smile back on your face, which I'm really pleased to see.
I just love it. I love it here. Gosh, Scotland, you're bloody great. I'm over the moon, Lou. You know, I mean, sorry for the swearing, but yeah, it's just so happy. You know, what a way to come back after missing Croft, and the car was absolutely perfect. It was easy. You know, it was easy to drive, easy to manage. Thanks to Daryl for not holding me up. You know, he just let me get on with it, and yeah, super happy.
You talked earlier on about how it's kind of given you your mojo back a bit. You know, having a car that gives you what you want.
For sure, you know, I mean, the car was slow, pre-Croft. Obviously, I don't know what it was like at Croft, but it looked like it was better, and we have made big stride forward, and huge thank you to West Surrey Racing for that. But, you know, it's just been a bit of a battle. But, you know, everyone, MB Motorsport, Laser Tools Racing, all my partners, thank you for the support. Thank you for wishing me well, and we're back with a bang.
Well, what are your thoughts looking ahead to the next one? I mean, it's about keeping this going, isn't it?
Yeah, Donington. I don't know where I am in the championship now, but I'm not quite at the front, so still got lots of boosts going to Donington next, and see what we can do.
We will see you there. Let's go over and grab a word with Ash, finishing P2. I mean, once again, as we expected, the team play coming in there. But to be honest, though, you had to get yourself into that position where you could make that swap, didn't you? That was a good old drive.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, it's a big ask keeping Tom behind us at the very start. We're just having to defend every corner we can. Just every straight we go onto, we're struggling in comparison. So, yeah, well, I think we had a better race car, if I'm brutally honest, in terms of how it looks after the tyres, how I looked after the tyres. We managed to stretch our legs from him at the end, but boy, those first 5, 6, 10 laps, whatever it worked out, lost count, they were a right handful.
Does it make a difference, the fact, I mean, we touched on it earlier on after race 2, the fact that when you're racing against Tom, you guys just kind of instinctively trust each other and know that you're sort of in safe hands, or as safe hands as you can be in a British Touring Car Race 3?
Yeah, I mean, Tom put his nose in 3 or 4 times. They weren't quite far enough up alongside me, but I left him enough room that we didn't have big contact. There was a little bit, but again, it's touring car racing. I'm not worried about that. So yeah, it's always going to be that case, I think, with Tom, and for sure we've got a show on our hands for the rest of the season. It's mega, and just once again, Dan Camish he did a blinder there with me and helping us on that last lap.
Well, looking ahead, with the races are clocking down. There is still a bit of a points gap between the two of you, isn't it? What are your thoughts for Donington? Do you think, or how do you think that circuit is going to suit you, Donington?
Yeah, Donington should be all right. We were strong there at the start of the year, but obviously years gone on, everyone's developed their cars a little bit. We go to Silverstone, it's not going to help us. It's definitely going to fall in Tom's lap there. We just got to put ourselves in the best chance. I'm a big fan of Brands at GP. It's my favourite circuit. So as long as we go there with a sniff of it, I'll be giving it my all.
We will see you at Donington. And Dan, that list of beers that he owes you, it's gone up by another one, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's the list is slightly getting longer, isn't it? But yeah, look, I didn't really get the call in that one until the last lap. I thought I'd avoided it this time. I thought they were just going to let us finish, but. Ultimately, the call was, Dan, you do what you think's best. The gap's there if you want to use it and give Ash every opportunity. And what's the point in doing it once? Yeah, it'd be the first one would have been a waste of time. Then I might as well. If I'm doing it, I'm doing it. There's no point flicking in and out of it. So yeah, it was a solid race. We were a clear P2 at the end of the day, and yeah, we've had 2/3 out of it, which is a lot better than for a while I've done at Knockhill. So I'm going away happy. And I'm sure this will come back round. I'm in a very good place with the car. Very happy with the team. It's not easy, and it'll be a long drive home. But I've got a lot of people around me who'll pick me up, and we'll go onto the next one, knowing that we've got a fast car and a good opportunity to win and to certainly score more podiums.
It has been a strong weekend. Take the positives with you. Back to you, Nikki.
Thank you very much, Lou. I mean, what a day it has been for Jake Hill. 2 wins in the bank, 7 wins here at Knockhill. He's just going to want to race here every weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, I remember him actually winning his first race here. I think he was in the Audi of Trade Price Cars it was. And the car wasn't up to it, to be honest, but he dragged it round. And let's be honest, the BMW's been fantastic today.
I'm just going to interrupt you. You have a small spider on your shoulder. And when I say small,
I don't like spiders.
Absolutely ginormous.
Thank you for that.
I just thought I had to let you know. Obviously, the race is the most important thing right now, but it was very... Oh, my God, it's still on you.
It's gone now, it's fine. It's gone. I don't like spiders.
This is not how I planned on finishing the show.
We'll get a
I
BAFTA
really
for this.
don't like spiders either.
No, I
anyway.
I'll just get rid of that, Nikki.
Oh, it's there.
It's gone now.
Right, anyway, back to business. Always remain professional, especially when it's your first gig on a very important show. Anyway, back to Jake Hill.
Yeah.
And actually, I think we should also mention Ash Sutton in that race. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. He struggled in the one-lap pace in qualifying, but wow, he really brought it through in the race today.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I was really worried for Ash in that race, having to defend so hard. I've not seen him defend that hard for a while against Tom Ingram, especially being his championship rival. It was absolutely spot on. Looked after his tyres as much as he could, got on with it, really impressive, but I think it really is going to be Tom Ingram's to lose, and that's a big statement.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we will get on to Tom Ingram in just a moment. Let's recap of what happened in those, it was an action-packed race one, wasn't it, with Jake Hill and that win.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. You can see, the BMWs get off the corners so well at the last corner, especially at the hairpin, and then he just gets across the front of his teammate, gets the job done, and then from there on, it was just really getting on with keeping the lead where it was. But that little bit of an accident he had with Nick Halstead, that could have changed things a lot, especially with the safety car coming out. But no, he stretched his legs again, and the BMWs come through, and that's what it meant to Simon. His dad.
Lovely stuff. Well, now it is time. We are going to go back to Lou because she is with maybe the driver of the weekend, Tom Ingram. Let's hear from him.
Well, Tom, P4, a tough old race, wasn't it?
It was, but I think actually, I think the whole idea was really just to minimise the big risk as well. Obviously, Ash and I were having a bit of a ding and a bit of a dong, but it was a good bit of fun, to be honest with you. But at the same time, I think we're both wary that we don't really want to be taking each other off if we can avoid it. So. I think I probably just went, this will probably do, probably a few laps before Ash did maybe. But once we got into the boost towards the end, I thought
we're getting Kwik now, and we're a long way in. We've been rubbing wheels, we've been rubbing tyres. We'll just bring it home, and I'll be fine with this. So a great result. As Team VERTU, we've had a fantastic result. Obviously, Ash was able to claw a couple of points back with Dan Cam doing the switcheroo again in that race, but it's all going to be part of that. It's all going to come down to a handful of points at the end of the season, I think. So great weekend for us. We've had a really, really good one. Knockhill was always going to be one of those that I think we were going to be slightly wary of with the amount of boost that you have coming into this weekend. So we had to be on it, and I think we've done that. So on to the next one.
Well, and what about the next one? How's this car going to be when we get to Donington?
I think strong. We showed that at the start of the year. I think we've showed it every single round so far this year. So we're obviously going to have the penalty of the lack of boost. However, I think from a car and package we've got, it's pretty strong wherever we are, whatever level we've got. So I'd like to think we can have a good run at it again. Not necessarily looking for pole, but if we can be have a repeat of what we've done this weekend, I'll be well chuffed.
See you there.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Thank you to Lou and Tom, and Tim and Jade join us. Hopefully no eight-legged friends with you as well. Let's just quickly recap on that win for him, because race 2, it was a really solid result. It was a superb race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he said at the start of the day, didn't he? He wanted to get away incident-free, basically. It was all about incident management today, and he's done that job very well indeed, including obviously getting a win on a BMW-friendly circuit. So he'll be very happy with his day. He's stretched the points advantage, has avoided incidents. There could have been some, but he avoided them. So he'll be very happy with his day. He's driven very well in a very fast car, probably the fastest front-wheel drive car here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jade, how would you assess Tom Ingram's performance this weekend?
Yeah, one, like Tim was saying, one that he'll be very happy on the drive home, processing it all. He's gained points, that's his aim every weekend now, and I think it was a very calm in terms of touring cars all day. There wasn't really massive incidents. This circuit draws in that close racing door to door, and Tom was able to just judge when to make moves, when not to make moves, and yeah, he's used his head all day, and like you said with Ash there, it got to a point in the race where he thought, do you know what, I'm going to sit back and just cash in these points here.
Yeah, well, it's good to see Tom Ingram moves ahead by just a few points. He's got 15 points, the advantage of Ash Sutton. Drivers of the weekend, who would you go for?
Oh, I think Jake Hill has got to be right up there. I think he's come back with a bang. I haven't spoken to Jake, to be fair, but a few people were saying they didn't think he looked 100%, but I think he's done amazing today, especially with the BMW.
My shout-out's going to actually be Dan Camish. He's been fast today. He's done 2 brilliant races, and in both races he's had to yield to his teammates, which we all do, we all sign up for. But as a racing driver who is desperate to get the results, shout out to him to just yielding when he needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tim?
Yeah, no, another one for Jake. He's bounced back from illness. He wasn't the normal bouncy bunny Jake at the start of the weekend, but he's bounced back in the best possible fashion with 2 wins. I'm not sure the BMW is going to be the strongest of cars at some of the other tracks. Donington is half front-wheel drive, half rear-wheel drive in terms of what it favours, but he's made hay while the sun shines, literally, this weekend, so he'd be my pick.
Exactly. Paul, what do you think we can expect in Donington? I promised I'd bring the sun to every race, so don't worry about that part.
Well, let's put the rain aside then. I think we're going to see a battle royale, I really do, but I do think that Hyundai's got it now. I think the Focus would have to pull it out the bag to beat Tom Ingram in that Hyundai now.
Lovely stuff. Well, we are very excited about going to Donington in 2 weeks' time. If you did miss any of the racing action, then do not worry, because we have all of the highlights that are going to be showing from today's BTCC action. We have their first showing on Friday at 7 o'clock in the evening here on ITV4 and on ITVX. And then, of course, do join us in 2 weeks' time when the British Touring Car Championship returns to Donington. That is going to be Sunday, the 31st of August at 11 o'clock in the morning on ITV4 and ITVX. Get out your Sharpie, get out your biro, put it in the diary. Now, as always, Saturday's qualifying session is going to be live on both the ITV website and on the ITV Sport YouTube channel. So make sure you sign up to that one. And then we've got highlights from all of these support races, which can be found on Motorsport UK, which will continue tomorrow night at 3 a.m. in the morning on ITV4. So one for the night owls. And then it is also available on demand wherever you like, whenever you like, on ITVX. So there you have it, plenty of British touring car action to keep you excited. What are you most excited about going to Donington, guys?
Oh, sunshine and fast stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Being close to home.
Great racing. There's a few pinch points, should be good.
As always. Well, despite the spider incident, hopefully I will also be back in Donington. We cannot wait. It's been an absolutely stunning day here in Knockhill. Thank you so much for joining us for all the on-track action. We'll see you in 2 weeks.